Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Life of Cicero, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Life of Cicero, Volume 1, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 1, Introduction, Part 1. I am conscious of a certain audacity in thus attempting to give a further life of Cicero, which I feel I may probably fail in justifying by any new information, and on this account the enterprise, though it has been long considered, has been postponed, so that it may be left for those who come after me to burn or publish as they may think proper, or, should it appear during my life, I may have become callous, through age, to criticism. The project of my work was anterior to the life by Mr. Forsyth, and was first suggested to me as I was reviewing the earlier volumes of Dean Merivale's History of the Romans under the Empire. In an article on the Dean's work, prepared for one of the magazines of the day, I inserted an apology for the character of Cicero, which was found to be too long as an episode, and was discarded by me, not without regret. From that time the subject has grown in my estimation, till it has reached its present dimensions. I may say with truth that my book has sprung from love of the man, and from a heartfelt admiration of his virtues and his conduct, as well as of his gifts. I must acknowledge that in discussing his character with men of letters, as I have been prone to do, I have found none quite to agree with me. His intellect they have admitted, and his industry, but his patriotism they have doubted, his sincerity they have disputed, and his courage they have denied. It might have become me to have been silenced by their verdict, but I have rather been instigated to appeal to the public, and to ask them to agree with me against my friends. It is not only that Cicero has touched all matters of interest to men, and has given a new grace to all that he has touched, that as an orator, a rhetorician, an essayist, and a correspondent he was supreme, that as a statesman he was honest, as an advocate fearless, and as a governor pure, that he was a man whose intellectual part always dominated that of the body, that in taste he was excellent, in thought both correct and enterprising, and that in language he was perfect. All this has been already so said of him by other biographers. Plutarch, who is as familiar to us as though he had been English, and Middleton, who thoroughly loved his subject, and latterly Mr. Forsyth, who has struggled to be honest to him, might have sufficed as telling us so much as that. But there was a humanity in Cicero, a something almost of Christianity, a stepping forward out of the dead intellectualities of Roman life into moral perceptions, into natural affections, into domesticity, philanthropy, and conscious discharge of duty, which do not seem to have been as yet fully appreciated. To have loved his neighbour as himself before the teaching of Christ was much for a man to achieve, and that he did this is what I claim for Cicero, and hope to bring home to the minds of those who can find time for reading yet another added to the constantly increasing volumes about Roman times. It has been the habit of some latter writers, who have left to Cicero his literary honours, to rob him of those which had been accorded to him as a politician. Macaulay, expressing his surprise at the fecundity of Cicero, and then passing on to the praise of the Philippics as senatorial speeches, says of him that he seems to have been at the head of the minds of the second order. We cannot judge of the classification without knowing how many of the great men of the world are to be included in the first rank. But Macaulay probably intended to express an opinion that Cicero was inferior because he himself had never dominated others as Marius had done, and Sylla, and Pompey, and Caesar, and Augustus. But what if Cicero was ambitious for the good of others, while these men had desired power only for themselves? Dean Merivale says that Cicero was discreet and decorous, as, with a similar sneer, another clergyman, Sidney Smith, ridiculed a Tory prime minister because he was true to his wife. There is nothing so open to the bitterness of a little joke as those humble virtues by which no glitter can be gained, but only the happiness of many preserved. And the Dean declares that Cicero himself was not, except once or twice, and for a moment only, a real power in the state. Men who usurped authority, such as those I have named, were the real powers, and it was in opposition to such usurpation that Cicero was always urgent. Mr. Forsyth, who, as I have said, strives to be impartial, tells us that the chief fault of Cicero's moral character was a want of sincerity. Absence of sincerity there was not. Deficiency of sincerity there was. Who among men has been free from such blame since history and the lives of men were first written? It will be my object to show that though less than godlike in that gift, by comparison with other men around him, he was sincere, as he was also self-denying, which, if the two virtues be well examined, will indicate the same phase of character. But of all modern writers, Mr. Froude has been the hardest to Cicero. His sketch of the life of Caesar is one prolonged censure on that of Cicero. Our historian, with all that glory of language for which he is so remarkable, has covered the poor orator with obloquy. There is no period in Cicero's life so touching, I think, as that during which he was hesitating whether, in the service of the Republic, it did or did not behoove him to join Pompey before the battle of Pharsalia. At this time he wrote to his friend Atticus various letters full of agonizing doubts as to what was demanded from him by his duty to his country, by his friendship for Pompey, by loyalty to his party, and by his own dignity. As to a passage in one of those, Mr. Froude says that Cicero had lately spoken of Caesar's continuance in life as a disgrace to the state. It has been seen also that he had long thought of assassination as the readiest means of ending it, says Mr. Froude. The "it has been seen" refers to a statement made a few pages earlier, in which he translates certain words written by Cicero to Atticus. He considers it a disgrace to them that Caesar was alive. That is his translation. And in his indignation he puts other words, as it were, into the mouth of his literary brother of 2000 years before. Why did not somebody kill him? The Latin words themselves are added in a note. Cum vivere ipsum turpe sit nobis. Hot indignation has so carried the translator away that he has missed the very sense of Cicero's language. When even to draw the breath of life at such a time is a disgrace to us, that is what Cicero meant. Mr. Froude, in a preceding passage, gives us another passage from a letter to Atticus. Caesar was mortal. So much is an intended translation. Then Mr. Froude tells us how Cicero had hailed Caesar's eventual murder with rapture, and goes on to say, "We read the words with sorrow, and yet with pity." But Cicero had never dreamed of Caesar's murder. The words of the passage are as follows: Hunc primum mortalem esse, deinde etiam multis modis extingui posse cogitabam. I bethought myself in the first place that this man was mortal, and then that there were 100 ways in which he might be put on one side. All the latter authorities have, I believe, supposed the hunc, or this man, to be Pompey. I should say that this was proved by the gist of the whole letter, one of the most interesting that was ever written as telling the workings of a great man's mind at a peculiar crisis of his life, did I not know that former learned editors have supposed Caesar to have been meant. But whether Caesar or Pompey, there is nothing in it to do with murder. It is a question, Cicero is saying to his friend, of the stability of the Republic. When a matter so great is considered, how is a man to trouble himself as to an individual who may die any day, or cease from any accident to be of weight? Cicero was speaking of the effect of this or that step on his own part. Am I, he says, for the sake of Pompey, to bring down hordes of barbarians on my own country, sacrificing the Republic for the sake of a friend who is here today and gone tomorrow? Or for the sake of an enemy, if the reader thinks that the hunc refers to Caesar? The argument is the same. Am I to consider an individual when the Republic is at stake? Mr. Froude tells us that he reads the words with sorrow and yet with pity. So would everyone, I think, sympathising with the patriot's doubts as to his leader, as to his party, and as to his country. Mr. Froude does so because he gathers from them that Cicero is premeditating the murder of Caesar. It is natural that a man should be judged out of his own mouth. A man who speaks much, and so speaks that his words shall be listened to and read, will be so judged. But It is not too much to demand that when a man's character is at stake, his own words shall be thoroughly sifted before they are used against him. The writer of the biographical notice in the Encyclopaedia Britannica on Cicero sends down to posterity a statement that in the time of the first triumvirate, when our hero was withstanding the machinations of Caesar and Pompey against the liberties of Rome, he was open to be bought. The augurship would have bought him. So pitiful, says the biographer, was the bribe to which he would have sacrificed his honour, his opinions, and the Commonwealth. With no more sententious language was the character of a great man ever offered up to public scorn, and on what evidence? We should have known nothing of the bribe and the corruption, but for a few playful words in a letter from Cicero himself to Atticus. He is writing from one of his villas to his friend in Rome, and asks for news of the day. Who are to be the new consuls? Who is to have the vacant augurship? Ah, says he, they might have caught even me with that bait. As he said on another occasion that he was so much in debt as to be fit for a rebel, and as again, as I shall have to explain just now, that he was like to be called in question under the Cincian law because of a present of books. This was just at the point of his life when he was declining all offers of public service for which his soul longed, because they were made to him by Caesar. It was then that the Viginti Viratus was refused, which Quintilian mentions to his honour. It was then that he refused to be Caesar's lieutenant. It was then that he might have been forth with Caesar and Pompey and Crassus had he not felt himself bound not to serve against the Republic. And yet the biographer does not hesitate to load him with infamy because of a playful word in a letter half jocose and half pathetic to his friend. If a man's deeds be always honest, surely he should not be accused of dishonesty on the strength of some light words spoken in the confidence of familiar intercourse. The light words are taken to be grave, because they meet the modern critic's eye clothed in the majesty of a dead language, and thus it comes to pass that their very meaning is misunderstood. My friend Mr. Collins speaks in his charming little volume on Cicero of quiet evasions of the Cincian law, and tells us that we are taught by Cicero's letters not to trust Cicero's words when he was in a boasting vein. What has the one thing to do with the other? He names no quiet evasions. Mr. Collins makes a surmise by which the character of Cicero for honesty is impugned, without evidence. The anonymous biographer altogether misinterprets Cicero. Mr. Froude charges Cicero with anticipation of murder, grounding his charge on words which he has not taken the trouble to understand. Cicero is accused on the strength of his own private letters. It is because we have not the private letters of other persons that they are not so accused. The courtesies of the world exact, I will not say demand, certain deviations from straightforward expression, and these are made most often in private conversations and in private correspondence. Cicero complies with the ways of the world, but his epistles are no longer private, and he is therefore subjected to charges of falsehood. It is because Cicero's letters, written altogether for privacy, have been found worthy to be made public, that such accusations have been made. When the injustice of these critics strikes me, I almost wish that Cicero's letters had not been preserved. As I have referred to the evidence of those who have, in these latter days, spoken against Cicero, I will endeavour to place before the reader the testimony of his character which was given by writers, chiefly of his own nation, who dealt with his name for the 150 years after his death, from the time of Augustus down to that of Adrian, a period much given to literature, in which the name of a politician and a man of literature would assuredly be much discussed. Readers will see in what language he was spoken of by those who came after him. I trust they will believe that if I knew of testimony on the other side, of records adverse to the man, I would give them. The first passage to which I will allude does not bear Cicero's name, and it may be that I am wrong in assuming honour to Cicero from a passage in poetry, itself so famous, in which no direct allusion is made to himself. But the idea that Virgil in the following lines refers to the manner in which Cicero soothed the multitude who rose to destroy the theatre when the knights took their front seats in accordance with Otto's law, does not originate with me. I give the lines as translated by Dryden, with the original in a note. As when in tumults rise the ignoble crowd, mad are their motions and their tongues are loud, and stones and brands in rattling volleys fly, and all the rustic arms that fury can supply. If then some grave and pious man appear, they hush their noise, and lend a listening ear. He soothes with sober words their angry mood, and quenches their innate desire of blood. Footnote: Virgil, Aeneid, Book 1, line 150. Ac veluti magno in populo cum saepe cohortae seditio saevitque animis ignobile vulgus, iamque faces et saxa volant, furor arma ministrat, tum pietate gravem ac meritis si forte virumquem conspexere, silent arectisque auribus adstant, iste regit dictis animos, et pectora mulcet. End of footnote. This, if it be not intended for a portrait of Cicero on that occasion, exactly describes his position and his success. We have a fragment of Cornelius Nepos, the biographer of the Augustan age, declaring that at Cicero's death men had to doubt whether literature or the Republic had lost the most. Livy declared of him only that he would be the best writer of Latin prose who was most like to Cicero. Velleius Paterculus, who wrote in the time of Tiberius, speaks of Cicero's achievements with the highest honour. At this period, he says, lived Marcus Cicero, who owed everything to himself, a man of altogether a new family, as distinguished for ability as he was for the purity of his life. Valerius Maximus quotes him as an example of a forgiving character. Perhaps the warmest praise ever given to him came from the pen of Pliny the Elder, from whose address to the memory of Cicero I will quote only a few words, as I shall refer to it more at length when speaking of his consulship. "Hail thou," says Pliny, "who first among men was called the father of your country." Martial, in one of his distichs, tells the traveller that if he have but a book of Cicero's writing, he may fancy that he is travelling with Cicero himself. Lucan, in his bombastic verse, declares how Cicero dared to speak of peace in the camp of Pharsalia. The reader may think that Cicero should have said nothing of the kind, but Lucan mentions him with all honour. Not Tacitus, as I think, but some author whose essay De Oratoribus was written about the time of Tacitus, and whose work has come to us with the name of Tacitus, has told us of Cicero that he was a master of logic, of ethics, and of physical science. Everybody remembers the passage in Juvenal, "Sed Roma parentem, Roma patrem patriae, Ciceronem libera dixit." Rome, even when she was free, declared him to be the father of his country. Even Plutarch, who generally seems to have a touch of jealousy when speaking of Cicero, declares that he verified the prediction of Plato, that every state would be delivered from its calamities whenever power should fortunately unite with wisdom and justice in one person. The praises of Quintilian as to the man are so mixed with the admiration of the critic for the hero of letters, that I would have omitted to mention them here, were it not that they will help to declare what was the general opinion as to Cicero at the time in which it was written. He has been speaking of Demosthenes, and then goes on, "Nor in regard to Cicero do I see that he ever failed in the duty of a good citizen. There is in evidence of this the splendour of his consulship, the rare integrity of his provincial administration, his refusal of office under Caesar, the firmness of his mind on the civil wars, giving way neither to hope nor fear, though these sorrows came heavily on him in his old age. On all these occasions he did the best he could for the Republic." Florus, who wrote after the 12 Caesars in the time of Trajan and of Adrian, whose rapid summary of Roman events can hardly be called a history, tells us in a few words how Catiline's conspiracy was crushed by the authority of Cicero and Cato in opposition to that of Caesar. Then, when he has passed in a few short chapters over all the intervening history of the Roman Empire, he relates, in pathetic words, the death of Cicero. "It was the custom in Rome to put up on the rostra the heads of those who had been slain, but now the city was not able to restrain its tears when the head of Cicero was seen there, upon the spot from which the citizens had so often listened to his words." Such is the testimony given to this man by the writers who may be supposed to have known most of him as having been nearest to his time. They all wrote after him. Sallust, who was certainly his enemy, wrote of him in his lifetime, but never wrote in his dispraise. It is evident that public opinion forbade him to do so. Sallust is never warm in Cicero's praise, as were those subsequent authors whose words I have quoted, and has been made subject to reproach for envy for having passed too lightly over Cicero's doings and words in his account of Catiline's conspiracy. But what he did say was to Cicero's credit. Men had heard of the danger, and therefore, says Sallust, they conceived the idea of entrusting the consulship to Cicero. For before that the nobles were envious, and thought that the consulship would be polluted if it were conferred on a novus homo, however distinguished. But when danger came, envy and pride had to give way. He afterward declares that Cicero made a speech against Catiline, most brilliant and at the same time useful to the Republic. This was lukewarm praise, but coming from Sallust, who would have censured if he could, it is as eloquent as any eulogy. There is extant a passage attributed to Sallust full of virulent abuse of Cicero, but no one now imagines that Sallust wrote it. It is called the Declamation of Sallust against Cicero, and bears intrinsic evidence that it was written in after years. It suited someone to forge pretended invectives between Sallust and Cicero, and is chiefly noteworthy here because it gives to Dio Cassius a foundation for the hardest of hard words he said against the orator. Dio Cassius was a Greek who wrote in the reign of Alexander Severus, more than 2 centuries and a half after the death of Cicero, and he, no doubt, speaks evil enough of our hero. What was the special cause of jealousy on his part cannot probably be now known, but the nature of his hatred may be gathered from the passage in the note, which is so foul-mouthed that it can only be inserted under the veil of his own language. Footnote: Dio Cassius, Book 46, Section 18. Greek text follows. End of footnote. Among other absurdities, Dio Cassius says of Cicero that in his later days he put away a gay young wife 40 years younger than himself, in order that he might enjoy without disturbance the company of another lady who was nearly as much older than himself as his wife was younger. Now I ask, having brought forward so strong a testimony, not I will say as to the character of the man, but of the estimation in which he was held by those who came shortly after him in his own country, having shown, as I profess that I have shown, that his name was always treated with singular dignity and respect, not only by the lovers of the old republic, but by the minions of the empire, having found that no charge was ever made against him, either for insincerity or cowardice or dishonesty, by those who dealt commonly with his name, am I not justified in saying that they who have in latter days accused him should have shown their authority? Their authority they have always found in his own words. It is on his own evidence against himself that they have depended, on his own evidence, or occasionally on their own surmises. When we are told of his cowardice, because those human vacillations of his, humane as well as human, have been laid bare to us as they came quivering out of his bosom onto his fingers. He is a coward to the critics, because they have written without giving themselves time to feel the true meaning of his own words. If we had only known his acts and not his words, how he stood up against the judges at the trial of Verres, with what courage he encountered the responsibility of his doings at the time of Catiline, how he joined Pompey in Macedonia from a sense of sheer duty, how he defied Antony, when to defy Antony was probable death, then we should not call him a coward. It is out of his own mouth that he is condemned. Then surely his words should be understood. Queen Christina says of him in one of her maxims that Cicero was the only coward that was capable of great actions. The Queen of Sweden, whose sentences are never worth very much, has known her history well enough to have learned that Cicero's acts were noble, but has not understood the meaning of words sufficiently to extract from Cicero's own expressions their true bearing. The bravest of us all, if he is in high place, has to doubt much before he can know what true courage will demand of him, and these doubts the man of words will express, if there be given to him an alter ego such as Cicero had in Atticus. In reference to the biography of Mr. Forsyth, I must in justice both to him and to Cicero quote one passage from the work. Let those who, like De Quincey, Mommsen, and others, speak disparagingly of Cicero, and are so lavish in praise of Caesar, recollect that Caesar never was troubled by a conscience. Here it is that we find that advance almost to Christianity of which I have spoken, and that superiority of mind which makes Cicero the most fit to be loved of all the Romans. It is hard for a man, even in regard to his own private purposes, to analyse the meaning of a conscience if he put out of question all belief in a future life. Why should a man do right if it be not for a reward, here or hereafter? Why should anything be right or wrong? The Stoics tried to get over the difficulty by declaring that if a man could conquer all his personal desires, he would become, by doing so, happy, and would therefore have achieved the only end at which a man can rationally aim. The school had many scholars, but probably never a believer. The normal Greek or Roman might be deterred by the law, which means fear of punishment, or by the opinion of his neighbours, which means ignominy. He might recognise the fact that comfort would combine itself with innocence, or disease and want with lust and greed. In this there was little need of a conscience, hardly perhaps room for it. But when ambition came, with all the opportunities that chance, audacity, and intellect would give, as it did to Sylla, to Caesar, and to Augustus, then there was nothing to restrain the men. There was to such a man no right but his power, no wrong but opposition to it. His cruelty or his clemency might be more or less, as his conviction of the utility of this or that other weapon for dominating men might be strong with him, or there might be some variation in the flowing of the blood about his heart, which might make a massacre of citizens a pleasing diversion or a painful process to him, but there was no conscience. With the man of whom we are about to speak, conscience was strong. In his sometimes doubtful wanderings after political wisdom, in those mental mazes which have been called insincerity, we shall see him, if we look well into his doings, struggling to find whether, in searching for what was his duty, he should go to this side or to that. Might he best hope a return to that state of things which he thought good for his country, by adhering to Caesar or to Pompey? We see the workings of his conscience, and as we remember that Scipio's dream of his, we feel sure that he had in truth within him a recognition of a future life. In discussing the character of a man, there is no course of error so fertile as the drawing of a hard and fast line. We are attracted by salient points, and seeing them clearly, we jump to conclusions as though there were a lighthouse on every point by which the nature of the coast would certainly be shown to us. And so it will, if we accept the light only for so much of the shore as it illumines. But to say that a man is insincere because he has vacillated in this or the other difficulty, that he is a coward because he has feared certain dangers, that he is dishonest because he has swerved, that he is a liar because an untrue word has been traced to him, is to suppose that you know all the coast because one jutting headland has been defined to you. He who so expresses himself on a man's character is either ignorant of human nature, or is in search of stones with which to pelt his enemy. He has lied! He has lied! How often in our own political contests do we hear the cry with a note of triumph? And if he have, how often has he told the truth? And if he have, how many are entitled by pure innocence in that matter to throw a stone at him? And if he have, do we not know how lies will come to the tongue of a man without thought of lying? In his stoutest efforts after the truth, a man may so express himself that when afterward he is driven to compare his recent and his former words, he shall hardly be able to say even to himself that he has not lied. It is by the tenor of a man's whole life that we must judge him, whether he be a liar or no. To expect a man to be the same at 60 as he was at 30 is to suppose that the sun at noon shall be graced with the colours which adorn its setting. And there are men whose intellects are set on so fine a pivot that a variation in the breeze of the moment, which coarser minds shall not feel, will carry them round with a rapidity which baffles the common eye. The man who saw his duty clearly on this side in the morning shall, before the evening come, recognise it on the other, and then again, and yet again the vein shall go round. It may be that an instrument shall be too fine for our daily uses. We do not want a clock to strike the minutes, or a glass to tell the momentary changes in the atmosphere. It may be found that for the work of the world, the coarse work, and no work is so coarse, though none is so important, as that which falls commonly into the hands of statesmen, instruments strong in texture, and by reason of their rudeness not liable to sudden impressions, may be the best. That it is which we mean when we declare that a scrupulous man is impractical in politics. But the same man may at various periods of his life, and on various days at the same period, be scrupulous and unscrupulous, impractical and practical, as the circumstances of the occasion may affect him. At one moment the rule of simple honesty will prevail with him. Fiat justitia ruat coelum. Si fractus illabatur, orbis impavidum feriunt ruinae. At another he will see the necessity of a compromise for the good of the many. He will tell himself that if the best cannot be done, he must content himself with the next best. He must shake hands with the imperfect, as the best way of lifting himself up from a bad way toward a better. In obedience to his very conscience he will temporize, and finding no other way of achieving good, will do even evil that good may come of it. Rem si possis recte, si non quocunque modo rem. In judging of such a character as this, a hard and fast line will certainly lead us astray. In judging of Cicero, such a hard and fast line has too generally been used. He was a man singularly sensitive to all influences. It must be admitted that he was a vane turning on a pivot finer than those on which statesmen have generally been made to work. He had none of the fixed purpose of Caesar, or the unflinching principle of Cato. They were men cased in brass, whose feelings nothing could hurt. They suffered from none of those inward flutterings of the heart, doubtful aspirations, human longings, sharp sympathies, dreams of something better than this world, fears of something worse, which make Cicero so like a well-bred, polished gentleman of the present day. It is because he has so little like a Roman that he is of all the Romans the most attractive. Still there may be doubt whether, with all the intricacies of his character, his career was such as to justify a further biography at this distance of time. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, asks Hamlet, when he finds himself stirred by the passion thrown into the bare recital of an old story by an itinerant player. What is Cicero to us of the 19th century, that we should care so much for him as to read yet another book? Nevertheless, Hamlet was moved, because the tale was well told. There is matter in the earnestness, the pleasantness, the patriotism, and the tragedy of the man's life, to move a reader still, if the story could only be written of him as it is felt. The difficulty lies in that, and not in the nature of the story. The period of Cicero's life was the very turning point of civilization and government in the history of the world. At that period of time the world, as we know it, was Rome. Greece had sunk, the Macedonian Empire had been destroyed. The kingdoms of the East, whether conquered or even when conquering, as was Parthia for a while, were barbaric, outside the circle of cultivation, and to be brought into it only by the arms and influence of Rome. During Caesar's career, Gaul was conquered, and Britain, with what was known of Germany, supposed to be partly conquered. The subjugation of Africa and Spain was all but completed. Letters, too, had been or were being introduced. Cicero's use of language was so perfect that it seems to us to have been almost necessarily the result of a long-established art of Latin literature. But, in truth, he is the earliest of the prose writers of his country with whose works we are familiar. Excepting Varro, who was born but 10 years before him, no earlier Latin prose writer has left more than a name to us, and the one work by which Varro is at all known, the De Re Rustica, was written after Cicero's death. Lucretius, whose language we regard as almost archaic, so unlike is it to that of Virgil or Horace, was born 8 years after Cicero. In a great degree Cicero formed the Latin language, or produced that manipulation of it which has made it so graceful in prose and so powerful a vehicle of thought. That which he took from any Latin writer he took from Terence, and it was then, just then, that there arose in Rome that unpremeditated change in its form of government which resulted in the self-assumed dictatorship of Caesar and the usurpation of the empire by Augustus. The old Rome had had kings. Then the name and the power became odious, the name to all the citizens, no doubt, but the power simply to the nobility who grudged the supremacy of one man. The kings were abolished, and an oligarchy was established under the name of a republic, with its annual magistrates, at first its 2 consuls, then its praetors and others, and occasionally a dictator, as some current event demanded a concentration of temporary power in a single hand for a certain purpose. The republic was no republic as we understand the word, nor did it ever become so, though there was always going on a perpetual struggle to transfer the power from the nobles to the people, in which something was always being given, or pretended to be given, to the outside class. But so little was as yet understood of liberty, that as each plebeian made his way up into high place and became one of the magistrates of the state, he became also one of the oligarchical faction. There was a continued contest, with a certain amount of good faith on each side, on behalf of the so-called republic, but still a contest for power. This became so continued that a foreign war was at times regarded as a blessing, because it concentrated the energies of the state, which had been split and used by the 2 sections, by each against the other. It is probably the case that the invasion of the Gauls in earlier days, and later on the Second Punic War, threatening as they were in their incidents to the power of Rome, provided the republic with that vitality which kept it so long in existence. Then came Marius, dominant on one side as a tribune of the people, and Sulla as aristocrat on the other, and the civil wars between them, in which, as one prevailed or the other, Rome was mastered. How Marius died and Sulla reigned for 3 bloody, fatal years is outside the scope of our purpose, except in this, that Cicero saw Sulla's proscriptions, and made his first essay into public life hot with anger at the dictator's tyranny. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Life of Cicero, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Life of Cicero, Volume 1, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 1, Introduction, Part 2. It occurs to us as we read the history of Rome, beginning with the early consuls, and going to the death of Caesar and of Cicero, and the accomplished despotism of Augustus, that the Republic could not have been saved by any efforts, and was in truth not worth the saving. We are apt to think, judging from our own idea of liberty, that there was so much of tyranny, so little of real freedom in the Roman form of government, that it was not good enough to deserve our sympathies. But it had been successful. It had made a great people and had produced a widespread civilization. Roman citizenship was to those outside the one thing the most worthy to be obtained. That career which led the great Romans up from the state of quaestor to the aediles, praetors, and consuls' chair, and thence to the rich reward of provincial government, was held to be the highest then open to the ambition of man. The kings of Greece and of the East and of Africa were supposed to be inferior in their very rank to a Roman proconsul, and this greatness was carried on with a semblance of liberty, and was compatible with a belief in the majesty of the Roman citizen. When Cicero began his work, consuls, praetors, aediles, and quaestors were still chosen by the votes of the citizens. There was bribery, no doubt, and intimidation, and a resort to those dirty arts of canvassing with which we English have been so familiar, but in Cicero's time the male free inhabitants of Rome did generally carry the candidates to whom they attached themselves. The salt of their republican theory was not as yet altogether washed out from their practice. The love of absolute liberty, as it has been cultivated among modern races, did not exist in the time of Cicero. The idea never seems to have reached even his bosom, human and humanitarian as were his sympathies, that a man, as man, should be free. Half the inhabitants of Rome were slaves, and the institution was so grafted in the life of the time
that it never occurred to a Roman that slaves as a body should be manumitted. The slaves themselves, though they were not, as have been the slaves whom we have seen, of a different colour and presumed inferior race, do not themselves seem to have entertained any such idea. They were instigated now and again to servile wars, but there was no rising in quest of freedom generally. Nor was it repugnant to the Roman theory of liberty that the people whom they dominated, though not subjected to slavery, should still be outside the pale of civil freedom. That boon was to be reserved for the Roman citizen, and for him only. It had become common to admit to citizenship the inhabitants of other towns and further territories. The glory was not kept altogether for Rome, but for Romans. Thus, though the government was oligarchical, and the very essence of freedom ignored, there was a something which stood in the name of liberty, and could endear itself to a real patriot. With genuine patriotism Cicero loved his country, and beginning his public life as he did at the close of Sylla's tyranny, he was able to entertain a dream that the old state of things might be restored, and the republican form of government maintained. There should still be 2 consuls in Rome, whose annual election would guard the state against regal dominion; and there should at the same time be such a continuance of power in the hands of the better class, the optimates as he called them, as would preserve the city from democracy and revolution. No man ever trusted more entirely to popular opinion than Cicero, or was more anxious for aristocratic authority. But neither in one direction nor the other did he look for personal aggrandisement, beyond that which might come to him in accordance with the law and in subjection to the old form of government. It is because he was in truth patriotic, because his dreams of a republic were noble dreams, because he was intent on doing good in public affairs, because he was anxious for the honour of Rome and of Romans, not because he was or was not a real power in the state, that his memory is still worth recording. Added to this was the intellect and the wit and erudition of the man, which were at any rate supreme. And then, though we can now see that his efforts were doomed to failure by the nature of the circumstances surrounding him, he was so nearly successful, so often on the verge of success, that we are exalted by the romance of his story into the region of personal sympathy. As we are moved by the aspirations and sufferings of a hero in a tragedy, so are we stirred by the efforts, the fortune, and at last the fall of this man. There is a picturesqueness about the life of Cicero which is wanting in the stories of Marius or Sylla, of Pompey or even of Caesar, a picturesqueness which is produced in great part by these very doubtings which have been counted against him as insincerity. His hands were clean when the hands of all around him were defiled by greed. How infinitely Cicero must have risen above his time when he could have clean hands! A man in our days will keep himself clean from leprosy, because to be a leper is to be despised by those around him. Advancing wisdom has taught us that such leprosy is bad, and public opinion coerces us. There is something, too, we must suppose, in the lessons of Christianity. Or it may be that the man of our day, with all these advantages, does not keep himself clean, that so many go astray that public opinion shall almost seem to tremble in the balance. Even with us this and that abomination becomes allowable because so many do it. With the Romans in the time of Cicero, greed, feeding itself on usury, rapine, and dishonesty, was so fully the recognised condition of life that its indulgence entailed no disgrace. But Cicero, with eyes within him which saw farther than the eyes of other men, perceived the baseness of the stain. It has been said also of him that he was not altogether free from reproach. It has been suggested that he accepted payment for his services as an advocate, any such payment being illegal. The accusation is founded on the knowledge that other advocates allowed themselves to be paid, and on the belief that Cicero could not have lived as he did without an income from that source. And then there is a story told of him that, though he did much at a certain period of his life to repress the usury, and to excite at the same time the enmity of a powerful friend, he might have done more. As we go on, the stories of these things will be told, but the very nature of the allegations against him prove how high he soared in honesty above the manners of his day. In discussing the character of the men, little is thought of the robberies of Sylla, the borrowings of Caesar, the money lending of Brutus, or the accumulated wealth of Crassus. to plunder a province, to drive usury to the verge of personal slavery, to accept bribes for perjured judgment, to take illegal fees for services supposed to be gratuitous, was so much the custom of the noble Romans, that we hardly hate this dishonest greed when displayed in its ordinary course. But because Cicero's honesty was abnormal, we are first surprised, and then, suspecting little deviations, rise up in wrath against him, because, in the midst of Roman profligacy, he was not altogether a Puritan in his money matters. Cicero is known to us in three great capacities: as a statesman, an advocate, and a man of letters. As the combination of such pursuits is common in our own days, so also was it in his. Caesar added to them all the great work of his life as a soldier. But it was given to Cicero to take a part in all those political struggles, from the resignation of Sylla to the first rising of the young Octavius, which were made on behalf of the Republic, and were ended by its downfall. His political life contains the story of the conversion of Rome from republican to imperial rule, and Rome was then the world. Could there have been no Augustus, no Nero, and then no Trajan, all Europe would have been different. Cicero's efforts were put forth to prevent the coming of an Augustus or a Nero, or the need of a Trajan; and as we read of them, we feel that had success been possible, he would have succeeded. As an advocate, he was unsurpassed. From him came the feeling, whether it be right or wrong, that a lawyer, in pleading for his client, should give to that client's cause not only all his learning and all his wit, but also all his sympathy. To me it is marvellous and interesting, rather than beautiful, to see how completely Cicero can put off his own identity and assume another's in any cause, whatever it be, of which he has taken the charge. It must, however, be borne in mind that in old Rome the distinction between speeches made in political and in civil or criminal cases was not equally well marked as with us, and also that the reader having the speeches which have come down to us, whether of one nature or the other, presented to him in the same volume, is apt to confuse the public and that which may perhaps be called the private work of the man. In the speeches best known to us, Cicero was working as a public man for public objects, and the ardour, I may say the fury, of his energy in the cause which he was advocating was due to his public aspirations. The orations which have come to us in three sets, some of them published only but never spoken, those against Verres, against Catiline, and the Philippics against Antony, were all of this nature, though the first concerned the conduct of a criminal charge against one individual. Of these I will speak in their turn, but I mention them here in order that I may, if possible, induce the reader to begin his inquiry into Cicero's character as an advocate with a just conception of the objects of the man. He wished, no doubt, to shine, as does the barrister of to-day. He wished to rise. He wished, if you will, to make his fortune, not by the taking of fees, but by extending himself into higher influence by the authority of his name. No doubt he undertook this and the other case without reference to the truth or honesty of the cause, and when he did so, used all his energy for the bad as he did for the good cause. There seems to be special accusation made against him on this head, as though the very fact that he undertook his work without pay threw upon him the additional obligation of undertaking no cause that was not in itself upright. With us the advocate does this notoriously for his fee. Cicero did it as notoriously in furtherance of some political object of the moment, or in maintenance of a friendship which was politically important. I say nothing against the modern practice. This would not be the place for such an argument. Nor do I say that, by rules of absolute right and wrong, Cicero was right, but he was as right, at any rate, as the modern barrister, and in reaching the high-minded conditions under which he worked, he had only the light of his own genius to guide him. When we compare the clothing of the savage race with our own, their beads and woad and straw and fibres with our own petticoats and pantaloons, we acknowledge the progress of civilization and the growth of machinery. It is not a wonderful thing to us that an African prince should not be as perfectly dressed as a young man in Piccadilly. But when we make a comparison of morals between our own time and a period before Christ, we seem to forget that more should be expected from us than from those who lived 2000 years ago. There are some of those pleadings, speeches made by Cicero on behalf of or against an accused party, from which we may learn more of Roman life than from any other source left to us. Much we may gather from Terence, much from Horace, something from Juvenal. There is hardly, indeed, a Latin author from which an attentive reader may not pick up some detail of Roman customs. Cicero's letters are themselves very prolific. But the pretty things of the poets are not quite facts, nor are the bitter things of the satirist. And though a man's letters to his friend may be true, such letters as come to us will have been the products of the greater minds, and will have come from a small and special class. I fear that the Newgate Calendar of the day would tell us more of the ways of living then prevailing than the letters of Lady Mary W. Montagu or of Horace Walpole. From the orations against Verres we learn how the people of a province lived under the tyranny inflicted upon them. And from those spoken in defence of Sextus Amerinus and Aulus Cluentius we gather something of the horrors of Roman life, not in Rome, indeed, but within the limits of Roman citizenship. It is, however, as a man of letters that Cicero will be held in the highest esteem. It has been his good fortune to have a great part of what he wrote preserved for future ages. His works have not perished, as have those of his contemporaries, Varro and Hortensius. But this has been due to two causes which were independent of fortune. He himself believed in their value and took measures for their protection, and those who lived in his own time and in the immediately succeeding ages entertained the same belief and took the same care. Livy said that to write Latin well, the writer should write it like Cicero, and Quintilian, the first of Latin critics, repeated to us what Livy had asserted. There is a sweetness of language about Cicero which runs into the very sound, so that passages read aright would by their very cadences charm the ear of listeners ignorant of the language. Eulogy never was so happy as his. Eulogy, however, is tasteless in comparison with invective. Cicero's abuse is awful. Let the reader curious in such matters turn to the diatribes against Vatinius, one of Caesar's creatures, and to that against the unfortunate proconsul Piso, or to his attacks on Gabinius, who was consul together with Piso in the year of Cicero's banishment. There are wonderful morsels in the Philippics dealing with Antony's private character, but the words which he uses against Gabinius and Piso beat all that I know elsewhere in the science of invective. Junius could not approach him, and even Macaulay, though he has in certain passages been very bitter, has not allowed himself the latitude which Roman taste and Roman manners permitted to Cicero. It may, however, be said that the need of biographical memoirs as to a man of letters is by no means in proportion to the excellence of the work that he has achieved. Alexander is known but little to us, because we know so little of the details of his life. Caesar is much to us, because we have in truth been made acquainted with him. But Shakespeare, of whose absolute doings we know almost nothing, would not be nearer or dearer had he even had a Boswell to paint his daily portrait. The man of letters is in truth ever writing his own biography. What there is in his mind is being declared to the world at large by himself, and if he can so write that the world at large shall care to read what is written, no other memoir will perhaps be necessary. For myself, I have never regretted those details of Shakespeare's life which a Boswell of the time might have given us. But Cicero's personality as a man of letters seems especially to require elucidation. His letters lose their chief charm if the character of the man be not known, and the incidents of his life. His essays on rhetoric, the written lessons which he has left on the art of oratory, are a running commentary on his own career as an orator. Most of his speeches require for their understanding a knowledge of the circumstances of his life. The treatises which we know as his philosophy, works which have been most wrongly represented by being grouped under that name, can only be read with advantage by the light of his own experience. There are two separate classes of his so-called philosophy, in describing which the word philosophy, if it be used at all, must be made to bear two different senses. He handles in one set of treatises, not I think with his happiest efforts, the teaching of the old Greek schools. Such are his Tusculan disquisitions, the Academics, and the De Finibus. From reading these, without reference to the idiosyncrasies of the writer, the student would be led to believe that Cicero himself was a philosopher after that sort. but he was in truth the last of men to lend his ears to those budge doctors of the Stoic fir. Cicero was a man thoroughly human in all his strength and all his weakness. To sit apart from the world and be happy amid scorn, poverty, and obscurity, with a mess of cabbage and a crust, absolutely contented with abstract virtue, has probably been given to no man, but of none has it been less within the reach than of Cicero. To him ginger was always hot in the mouth, whether it was the spice of politics, or of social delight, or of intellectual enterprise. When, in his deep sorrow at the death of his daughter, when for a time the Republic was dead to him, and public and private life were equally black, he craved employment. Then he took down his Greek manuscripts, and amused himself as best he might by writing this way or that. It was a matter on which his intellect could work, and his energies be employed, though the theory of his life was in no way concerned in it. Such was one class of his philosophy. The other consisted of a code of morals which he created for himself by his own convictions, formed on the world around him, and which displayed itself in essays such as those De Officiis on the duties of life, De Senectute, De Amicitia on old age and friendship, and the like, which were not only intended for use, but are of use to any man or woman who will study them up to this day. There are others, treatises on law and on government and religion, which have all been lumped together for the misguidance of schoolboys, under the name of Cicero's philosophy. But they, be they of one class or the other, require an understanding of the man's character before they can be enjoyed. For these reasons, I think that there are incidents in the life, the character, and the works of Cicero which ought to make his biography interesting. His story is fraught with energy, with success, with pathos, and with tragedy. And then it is the story of a man, human as men are now. No child of Rome ever better loved his country, but no child of Rome was ever so little like a Roman. Arms and battles were to him abominable, as they are to us, but arms and battles were the delight of Romans. He was ridiculed in his own time, and has been ridiculed ever since, for the alliterating twang of the line in which he declared his feeling, cedant arma togae, concedat laurea linguae. But the thing said was thoroughly good, and the better because the opinion was addressed to men among whom the glory of arms was still in the ascendant over the achievements of intellectual enterprise. The greatest men have been those who have stepped out from the mass and gone beyond their time, seeing things with eyesight almost divine, which have hitherto been hidden from the crowd. Such was Columbus when he made his way across the Western Ocean. Such were Galileo and Bacon. Such was Pythagoras, if the ideas we have of him be at all true. Such also was Cicero. It is not given to the age in which such men live to know them. Could their age even recognise them, they would not overstep their age as they do. Looking back at him now, we can see how like a Christian was the man, so like that in essentials we can hardly see the difference. He could love another as himself, as nearly as a man may do, and he taught such love as a doctrine. He believed in the existence of one supreme God. He believed that man would rise again and live forever in some heaven. I am conscious that I cannot much promote this view of Cicero's character by quoting isolated passages from his works, words which taken alone may be interpreted in one sense or another, and which should be read each with its context before their due meaning can be understood. But I may perhaps succeed in explaining to a reader what it is that I hope to do in the following pages, and why it is that I undertake a work which must be laborious, and for which many will think that there is no remaining need. I would not have it thought that, because I have so spoken of Cicero's aspirations and convictions, I intend to put him forth as a faultless personage in history. He was much too human to be perfect. Those who love the cold attitude of indifference may sing of Cato as perfect. Cicero was ambitious, and often unscrupulous in his ambition. He was a loving husband and a loving father, but at the end of his life he could quarrel with his old wife irrecoverably, and could idolize his daughter while he ruined his son by indulgence. He was very great while he spoke of his country, which he did so often, but he was almost as little when he spoke of himself, which he did as often. In money matters he was honest, for the times in which he lived, wonderfully honest, but in words he was not always equally trustworthy. He could flatter where he did not love. I admit that it was so, though I will not admit without a protest that the word insincere should be applied to him as describing his character generally. He was so much more sincere than others that the protest is needed. If a man stand but 5 feet 11 inches in his shoes, shall he be called a pygmy? And yet to declare that he measures full 6 feet would be untrue. Cicero was a busybody. Were there anything to do, he wished to do it, let it be what it might. Cedant arma togae. If anything was written on his heart, it was that. Yet he loved the idea of leading an army and panted for a military triumph. Letters and literary life were dear to him, and yet he liked to think that he could live on equal terms with the young bloods of Rome, such as Caelius. As far as I can judge, he cared nothing for luxurious eating and drinking, and yet he wished to be reckoned among the gourmands and gourmets of his times. He was so little like the budge doctors of the Stoic fir, of whom it was his delight to write when he had nothing else to do, that he could not bear any touch of adversity with equanimity. The Stoic requires to be hardened against the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. It is his profession to be indifferent to the whips and scorns of time. No man was less hardened or more subject to suffering from scorns and whips. There may be those who think proneness to such suffering is unmanly, or that the sufferer should at any rate hide his agony. Cicero did not. Whether of his glory or of his shame, whether of his joy or of his sorrow, whether of his love or of his hatred, whether of his hopes or of his despair, he spoke openly, as he did of all things. It has not been the way of heroes as we read of them, but it is the way with men as we live with them. What a man he would have been for London life! How he would have enjoyed his club, picking up the news of the day from all lips, while he seemed to give it to all ears! How popular he would have been at the Carlton, and how men would have listened to him while every great or little crisis was discussed! How supreme he would have sat on the Treasury bench! Or how unanswerable, how fatal, how joyous when attacking the government from the opposite seats! How crowded would have been his rack with invitations to dinner! How delighted would have been the middle-aged countesses of the time to hold with him mild intellectual flirtations, and the girls of the period how proud to get his autograph, how much prouder to have touched the lips of the great orator with theirs! How the pages of the magazines would have run over with little essays from his pen! Have you seen our Cicero's paper on agriculture? That lucky fellow, Editor Blank, got him to do it last month. Of course you've read Cicero's article on the soul. The bishops don't know which way to turn. So the political article in the Quarterly is Cicero's. Of course, you know that the art criticism in the Times this year is Tully's doing. But that would probably be a bounce. And then what letters he would write! With the penny post instead of travelling messengers at his command, and pen instead of waxen sticks, or perhaps with an instrument writer and a private secretary, he would have answered all questions and solved all difficulties. He would have so abounded with intellectual fertility that men would not have known whether most to admire his powers of expression or to deprecate his want of reticence. There will necessarily be much to be said of Cicero's writings in the following pages, as it is my object to delineate the literary man as well as the politician. In doing this there arises a difficulty as to the sequence in which his works should be taken. It will hardly suit the purpose in view to speak of them all either chronologically or separately as to their subjects. The speeches and the letters clearly require the former treatment, as applying each to the very moment of time at which they were either spoken or written. His treatises, whether on rhetoric or on the Greek philosophy, or on government or on morals, can best be taken apart as belonging in a very small degree, if at all, to the period in which they were written. I will therefore endeavour to introduce the orations and letters as the periods may suit, and to treat of his essays afterwards by themselves. A few words I must say as to the Roman names I have used in my narrative. There is a difficulty in this respect, because the practice of my boyhood has partially changed itself. Pompey used to be Pompey without a blush. Now, with an erudite English writer, he is generally Pompeius. The denizens of Africa, the nigger world, have had, I think, something to do with this. But with no erudite English writer is Terence Terentius, or Virgil Virgilius, or Horace Horatius. Were I to speak of Livius, the erudite English listener would think that I alluded to an old author long prior to our dear historian. And though we now talk of Sulla instead of Sylla, we hardly venture on Antonius instead of Antony. Considering all this, I have thought it better to cling to the sounds which have ever been familiar to myself, and as I talk of Virgil and of Horace and Ovid freely and without fear, so shall I speak also of Pompey and of Antony and of Catiline. In regard to Sulla, the change has been so complete that I must allow the old name to have re-established itself altogether. It has been customary to notify the division of years in the period of which I am about to write by dating from two different eras, counting down from the building of Rome, AUC, or Anno Urbis Conditae, and back from the birth of Christ, which we English mark by the letters BC before Christ. In dealing with Cicero, writers, both French and English, have not uncommonly added a third mode of dating, assigning his doings or sayings to the year of his age. There is again a fourth mode, common among the Romans, of indicating the special years by naming the consuls, or one of them. O nata me cum consule Manlio, Horace says, when addressing his cask of wine. That was indeed the official mode of indicating a date, and may probably be taken as showing how strong the impression in the Roman mind was of the succession of their consuls. In the following pages I will use generally the date BC, which, though perhaps less simple than the AUC, gives to the mind of the modern reader a clearer idea of the juxtaposition of events. The reader will surely know that Christ was born in the reign of Augustus, and crucified in that of Tiberius, but he will not perhaps know, without the trouble of some calculation, how far removed from the period of Christ was the year 648 AUC, in which Cicero was born. To this I will add on the margin the year of Cicero's life. He was nearly 64 when he died. I shall therefore call that year his 63rd year. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Life of Cicero, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Life of Cicero, Volume 1, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 2. His Education. At Arpinum, on the river Liris, a little stream which has been made to sound sweetly in our ears by Horace, in a villa residence near the town, Marcus Tullius Cicero was born, 106 years before Christ, on the 3rd of January, according to the calendar then in use. Pompey the Great was born in the same year. Arpinum was a state which had been admitted into Roman citizenship, lying between Rome and Capua, just within that portion of Italy which was till the other day called the Kingdom of Naples. The district from which he came is noted also as having given birth to Marius. Cicero was of an equestrian family, which means as much as though we were to say among ourselves that a man had been born a gentleman and nothing more. An eques, or knight, in Cicero's time, became so, or might become so, by being in possession of a certain income. The title conferred no nobility. The plebeian, it will be understood, could not become patrician, though he might become noble, as Cicero did. The patrician must have been born so, must have sprung from the purple of certain fixed families. Cicero was born a plebeian, of equestrian rank, and became ennobled when he was ranked amongst the senators because of his service among the high magistrates of the Republic. As none of his family had served before him, he was novus homo, a new man, and therefore not noble till he had achieved nobility himself. A man was noble who could reckon a consul, a praetor, or an aedile among his ancestors. Such was not the case with Cicero. As he filled all these offices, his son was noble, as were his sons' sons and grandsons, if such there were. It was common to Romans to have 3 names, and our Cicero had 3. Marcus, which was similar in its use to the Christian name of one of us, had been that of his grandfather and father, and was handed on to his son. This, called the praenomen, was conferred on the child when a babe, with a ceremony not unlike that of our baptism. There was but a limited choice of such names among the Romans, so that an initial letter will generally declare to those accustomed to the literature that intended. A stands for Aulus, P for Publius, M generally for Marcus, C for Caius, though there was a Cnaeus also. The nomen Tullius was that of the family. Of this family of Tullius to which Cicero belonged, we know no details. Plutarch tells us that of his father nothing was said but in extremes, some declaring that he had been a fuller, and others that he had been descended from a prince who had governed the Volsci. We do not see why he may not have sprung from the prince, and also have been a fuller. There can, however, be no doubt that he was a gentleman, not uneducated himself, with means and the desire to give his children the best education which Rome or Greece afforded. The third name, or cognomen, that of Cicero, belonged to a branch of the family of Tullius. This third name had generally its origin, as do so many of our surnames, in some speciality of place, or trade, or chance circumstance. It was said that Anatestor had been called Cicero from cicer, a vetch, because his nose was marked with the figure of that vegetable. It is more probable that the family prospered by the growing and sale of vetches. Be that as it may, the name had been well established before the orator's time. Cicero's mother was one Helvia, of whom we are told that she was well born and rich. Cicero himself never alludes to her, as neither, if I remember rightly, did Horace to his mother, though he speaks so frequently of his father. Helvia's younger son, Quintus, tells a story of his mother in a letter, which has been by chance preserved among those written by our Cicero. She was in the habit of sealing up the empty wine jars, as well as those which were full, so that a jar emptied on the sly by a guzzling slave might be at once known. This is told in a letter to Tiro, a favourite slave belonging to Marcus, of whom we shall hear often in the course of our work. As the old lady sealed up the jars, though they contained no wine, so must Tiro write letters, though he has nothing to say in them. This kind of argument, taken from the old familiar stories of one's childhood and one's parents, could be only used to a dear and familiar friend. Such was Tiro, though still a slave, to the two brothers. Roman life admitted of such friendships, though the slave was so completely the creature of the master that his life and death were at the master's disposal. This is nearly all that is known of Cicero's father and mother, or of his old home. There is, however, sufficient evidence that the father paid great attention to the education of his sons, if, in the case of Marcus, any evidence were wanting where the result is so manifest by the work of his life. At a very early age, probably when he was 8, in the year which produced Julius Caesar, he was sent to Rome, and there was devoted to studies which from the first were intended to fit him for public life. Middleton says that the father lived in Rome with his son, and argues from this that he was a man of large means. But Cicero gives no authority for this. It is more probable that he lived at the house of one Acaleo, who had married his mother's sister, and had sons with whom Cicero was educated. Stories are told of his precocious talents and performances, such as we are accustomed to hear of many remarkable men, not unfrequently from their own mouths. It is said of him that he was intimate with the two great advocates of the time, Lucius Crassus and Marcus Antonius, the orator, the grandfather of Cicero's future enemy, whom we know as Mark Antony. Cicero speaks of them both as though he had seen them and talked much of them in his youth. He tells us anecdotes of them, how they were both accustomed to conceal their knowledge of Greek, fancying that the people in whose eyes they were anxious to shine would think more of them if they seemed to have contented themselves simply with Roman words and Roman thoughts. But the intimacy was probably that which a lad now is apt to feel that he has enjoyed with a great man, if he has seen and heard him, and perhaps been taken by the hand. He himself gives in very plain language an account of his own studies when he was 17, 18, and 19. He speaks of the orators of that day. "When I was above all things anxious to listen to these men, the banishment of Cotta was a great sorrow to me. I was passionately intent on hearing those who were left, daily writing, reading, and making notes. Nor was I content only with practice in the art of speaking. In the following year Varius had to go, condemned by his own enactment, and at this time, in working at the civil law, I gave much of my time to Quintus Scaevola, the son of Publius, who, though he took no pupils, by explaining points to those who consulted him, gave great assistance to students. The year after, when Sulla and Pompey were consuls, I learned what oratory really means by listening to Publius Sulpicius, who as tribune was daily making harangues. It was then that Philo, the chief of the academy, with other leading philosophers of Athens, had been put to flight by the war with Mithridates, and had come to Rome. To him I devoted myself entirely, stirred up by a wonderful appetite for acquiring the Greek philosophy. But in that, though the variety of the pursuit and its greatness charmed me altogether, yet it seemed to me that the very essence of judicial conclusion was altogether suppressed. In that year Sulpicius perished, and in the next 3 of our greatest orators, Quintus Catulus, Marcus Antonius, and Caius Julius, were cruelly killed. This was the time of the civil war between Marius and Sulla. In the same year I took lessons from Molo the Rhodian, a great pleader and master of the art. In the next chapter he tells us that he passed his time also with Deodatus the Stoic, who afterwards lived with him and died in his house. Here we have an authentic description of the manner in which Cicero passed his time as a youth at Rome, and one we can reduce probably to absolute truth by lessening the superlatives. Nothing in it, however, is more remarkable than the confession that, while his young intellect rejoiced in the subtle argumentation of the Greek philosophers, his clear common sense quarrelled with their inability to reach any positive conclusion. But before these days of real study had come upon him, he had given himself up to juvenile poetry. He is said to have written a poem called Pontius Glaucus when he was 14 years old. This was no doubt a translation from the Greek, as were most of the poems that he wrote, and many portions of his prose treatises. Plutarch tells us that the poem was extant in his time, and declares that, in process of time, when he had studied this art with greater application, he was looked upon as the best poet as well as the greatest orator in Rome. The English translators of Plutarch tell us that their author was an indifferent judge of Latin poetry, and allege as proof of this that he praised Cicero as a poet, a praise which he gave contrary to the opinion of Juvenal. But Juvenal has given no opinion of Cicero's poetry, having simply quoted one unfortunate line noted for its egotism, and declared that Cicero would never have had his head cut off had his Philippics been of the same nature.
Footnote: Juvenal, Satire 10, line 122. O fortunatam natam me consule Romam, Antoni gladios potuit contemnere si sic omnia dixiset. End of footnote.
The evidence of Quintus Mucius Scaevola as to Cicero's poetry was perhaps better, as he had the means at any rate of reading it. He believed that the Marius, a poem written by Cicero in praise of his great fellow townsman, would live to posterity for ever. The story of the old man's prophecy comes to us, no doubt, from Cicero himself, and is put into the mouth of his brother, but had it been untrue it would have been contradicted. The Glaucus was a translation from the Greek done by a boy, probably as a boy's lesson. It is not uncommon that such exercises should be treasured by parents, or perhaps by the performer himself, and not impossible that they should be made to reappear afterward as original compositions. Lord Brougham tells us in his autobiography that in his early youth he tried his hand at writing English essays, and even tales of fiction. "I find one of these," he says, "has survived the waste paper basket, and it may amuse my readers to see the sort of composition I was guilty of at the age of 13. My tale was entitled Memnon, or Human Wisdom, and is as follows." Then we have a fair translation of Voltaire's romance Memnon, or La Sagace Humaine. The old lord, when he was collecting his papers for his autobiography, had altogether forgotten his Voltaire, and thought that he had composed the story. Nothing so absurd as that is told of Cicero by himself or on his behalf. It may be as well to say here what there may be to be said as to Cicero's poetry generally, but little of it remains to us, and by that little it has been admitted that he has not achieved the name of a great poet. But what he did was too great in extent and too good in its nature to be passed over altogether without notice. It has been his fate to be rather ridiculed than read as a maker of verses, and that ridicule has come from two lines which I have already quoted. The longest piece which we have is from the Phenomena of Aratus, which he translated from the Greek when he was 18 years old, and which describes the heavenly bodies. It is known to us best by the extracts from it given by the author himself in his treatise De Natura Deorum. It must be owned that it is not pleasant reading, but translated poetry seldom is pleasant, and could hardly be made so on such a subject by a boy of 18. The Marius was written 2 years after this, and we have a passage from it, quoted by the author in his De Divinatione, containing some fine lines. It tells the story of the battle of the eagle and the serpent. Cicero took it, no doubt, not translated it, however, from the passage in the Iliad, Book 12, 200, which has been rendered by Pope with less than his usual fire, and by Lord Derby with no peculiar charm. Virgil has reproduced the picture with his own peculiar grace of words. His version has been translated by Dryden, but better perhaps by Christopher Pitt. Voltaire has translated Cicero's lines with great power, and Shelley has reproduced the same idea, at much greater length, in the first canto of the Revolt of Islam, taking it probably from Cicero, but, if not, from Voltaire. I venture to think that of the 9 versions, Cicero's is the best, and that it is the most melodious piece of Latin poetry we have up to that date. 27 years afterward, when Lucretius was probably at work on his great poem, Cicero wrote an account of his consulship, in verse. Of this we have 50 or 60 lines, in which the author describes the heavenly warnings which were given as to the affairs of his own consular year. The story is not a happy one, but the lines are harmonious. It is often worth our while to inquire how poetry has become such as it is, and how the altered and improved phases of versification have arisen. To trace our melody from Chaucer to Tennyson is a matter of interest to us all. Of Cicero as a poet we may say that he found Latin versification rough, and left it smooth and musical. Now, as we go on with the orator's life and prose works, we need not return to his poetry. The names of many masters have been given to us, as those under whom Cicero's education was carried on. Among others, he is supposed at a very early age to have been confided to Archias. Archias was a Greek, born at Antioch, who devoted himself to letters, and, if we are to believe what Cicero says, when speaking as an advocate, excelled all his rivals of the day. Like many other educated Greeks, he made his way to Rome, and was received as one of the household of Lucullus, with whom he travelled, accompanying him even to the wars. He became a citizen of Rome, so Cicero assures us, and Cicero's tutor. What Cicero owed to him we do not know, but to Cicero Archias owed immortality. His claim to citizenship was disputed, and Cicero, pleading on his behalf, made one of those shorter speeches which are perfect in melody, in taste, and in language. There is a passage in which, speaking on behalf of so excellent a professor in the art, he sings the praises of literature generally. I know no words written in praise of books more persuasive or more valuable. Other recreations, he says, do not belong to all seasons, nor to all ages, nor to all places. These pursuits nourish our youth and delight our old age. They adorn our prosperity, and give a refuge and a solace to our troubles. They charm us at home, and they are not in our way when we are abroad. They go to bed with us, they travel about with us, they accompany us as we escape into the country. Archias probably did something for him in directing his taste, and has been rewarded thus richly. As to other lessons, we know that he was instructed in law by Scaevola, and he has told us that he listened to Crassus and Antony. At 16 he went through the ceremony of putting off his boy's dress, the toga praetexta, and appearing in the toga virilis before the praetor, thus assuming his right to go about a man's business. At 16 the work of his education was not finished, no more than it is with us when a lad at Oxford becomes of age at 21, nor was he put beyond his father's power, the patria potestas, from which no age availed to liberate a son; but nevertheless it was a very joyful ceremony, and was duly performed by Cicero in the midst of his studies with Scaevola. At 18 he joined the army. That doctrine of the division of labour, which now with us runs through and dominates all pursuits, had not as yet been made plain to the minds of men at Rome by the political economists of the day. It was well that a man should know something of many things, that he should especially, if he intended to be a leader of men, be both soldier and orator. To rise to be consul, having first been quaestor, aedile, and praetor, was the path of glory. It had been the special duty of the consuls of Rome, since the establishment of consular government, to lead the armies of the republic. A portion of the duty devolved upon the praetors, as wars became more numerous, and latterly the commanders were attended by quaestors. The governors of the provinces, proconsuls or propraetors with proconsular authority, always combined military with civil authority. The art of war was therefore a necessary part of the education of a man intended to rise in the service of the state. Cicero, though in his endeavour to follow his own tastes he made a strong effort to keep himself free from such work, and to remain at Rome instead of being sent abroad as a governor, had at last to go where fighting was in some degree necessary, and in the saddest phase of his life appeared in Italy with his lictors, demanding the honours of a triumph. In anticipation of such a career, no doubt under the advice of his friends, he now went out to see, if not a battle, something at any rate of war. It has already been said how the citizenship of Rome was conferred on some of the small Italian states around, and not on others. Hence, of course, arose jealousy, which was increased by the feeling on the part of those excluded, that they were called to furnish soldiers to Rome as well as those who were included. Then there was formed a combination of Italian cities, sworn to remedy the injury thus inflicted on them. Their purpose was to fight Rome, in order that they might achieve Roman citizenship, and hence arose the first civil war which distracted the empire. Pompeius Strabo, father of Pompey the Great, was then consul, B.C. 89, and Cicero was sent out to see the campaign under him. Marius and Sulla, the two Romans who were destined soon to bathe Rome in blood, had not yet quarrelled, though they had been brought to hate each other, Marius by jealousy, and Sulla by rivalry. In this war they both served under the consuls, and Cicero served with Sulla. We know nothing of his doings in that campaign. There are no tidings even of a misfortune such as that which happened to Horace when he went out to fight, and came home from the battlefield relicta non bene parmula. Rome trampled on the rebellious cities, and in the end admitted them to citizenship. But probably the most important, certainly the most notorious result of the Italian war was the deep antagonism of Marius and Sulla. Sulla had made himself conspicuous by his fortune on the occasion, whereas Marius, who had become the great soldier of the Republic, and had been 6 times consul, failed to gather fresh laurels. Rome was falling into that state of anarchy which was the cause of all the glory and all the disgrace of Cicero's life, and was open to the dominion of any soldier whose grasp might be the least scrupulous and the strongest. Marius, after a series of romantic adventures with which we must not connect ourselves here, was triumphant only just before his death, while Sulla went off with his army, pillaged Athens, plundered Asia Minor generally, and made terms with Mithridates, though he did not conquer him. With the purport, no doubt, of conquering Mithridates, but perhaps with the stronger object of getting him out of Rome, the army had been entrusted to him, with the consent of the Marian faction. Then came those 3 years, when Sulla was in the east and Marius dead, of which Cicero speaks as a period of peace, in which a student was able to study in Rome. Triennium fere fuit urbs sine armis. These must have been the years 86, 85, and 84 before Christ, when Cicero was 21, 22, and 23 years old; and it was this period, in truth, of which he speaks, and not of earlier years, when he tells us of his studies with Philo, and Molo, and Deodatus. Precocious as he was in literature, writing one poem, or translating it, when he was 14, and another when he was 18, he was by no means in a hurry to commence the work of his life. He is said also to have written a treatise on military tactics when he was 19, which again, no doubt, means that he had exercised himself by translating such an essay from the Greek. This, happily, does not remain; but we have 4 books, Rhetoricorum ad si Herennium, and 2 books De Inventione, attributed to his 20th and 21st years, which are published with his works, and commence the series. Of all that we have from him, they are perhaps the least worth reading; but as they are or were among his recognised writings, a word shall be said of them in their proper place. The success of the education of Cicero probably became a commonplace among Latin schoolmasters and Latin writers. In the Dialogue De Oratoribus, attributed to Tacitus, the story of it is given by Messala when he is praising the orators of the earlier age. "We know well," says Messala, "that book of Cicero which is called Brutus, in the latter part of which he describes to us the beginning and the progress of his own eloquence, and, as it were, the bringing up on which it was founded. He tells us that he had learned civil law under Q. Mutius Scaevola," again with Mucius. He tells us that he had learned civil law under Q. Mucius Scaevola, that he had exhausted the realm of philosophy, learning that of the Academy under Philo, and that of the Stoics under Deodatus; that, not content with these treatises, he had travelled through Greece and Asia so as to embrace the whole world of art. And thus it had come about that in the works of Cicero no knowledge is wanting, neither of music, nor of grammar, nor any other liberal accomplishment. He understood the subtlety of logic, the purpose of ethics, the effects and causes of things. Then the speaker goes on to explain what may be expected from such study as that. "Thus it is, my good friends, thus, that from the acquirement of many arts, and from a general knowledge of all things, eloquence that is truly admirable is created in its full force; for the power and capacity of an orator need not be hemmed in, as are those of other callings, by certain narrow bounds; but that man is the true orator who is able to speak on all subjects with dignity and grace, so as to persuade those who listen, and to delight them, in a manner suited to the nature of the subject in hand, and the convenience of the time." We might fancy that we were reading words from Cicero himself. Then the speaker, in this imaginary conversation, goes on to tell us how far matters had derogated in his time, pointing out at the same time that the evils which he deplores had shown themselves even before Cicero, but had been put down, as far as the law could put them down, by its interference. He is speaking of those schools of rhetoric in which Greek professors of the art gave lessons for money, which were evil in their nature, and not, as it appears, efficacious even for the purpose in hand. "But now," continues Messala, "our very boys are brought into the schools of those lecturers who are called rhetores, who had sprung up before Cicero to the displeasure of our ancestors, as is evident from the fact that when Crassus and Domitius were censors, they were ordered to shut up their school of impudence, as Cicero calls it. Our boys, as I was going to say, are taken to these lecture rooms, in which it is hard to say whether the atmosphere of the place, or the lads they are thrown among, or the nature of the lessons taught, are the most injurious. In the place itself there is neither discipline nor respect; all who go there are equally ignorant. The boys among the boys, the lads among the lads, utter and listen to just what words they please. Their very exercises are for the most part useless. Two kinds are in vogue with these rhetores, called suasiorae and controversiae, tending, we may perhaps say, to persuade or to refute. Of these, the suasiorae, as being the lighter and requiring less of experience, are given to the little boys, the controversiae to the bigger lads. But, oh heavens, what they are! What miserable compositions! Then he tells us the subjects selected. Rape, incest, and other horrors are subjected to the lads for their declamation, in order that they may learn to be orators. Messala then explains that in those latter days, his days that is, under the rule of despotic princes, truly large subjects are not allowed to be discussed in public, confessing, however, that those large subjects, though they afford fine opportunities to orators, are not beneficial to the state at large. But it was thus, he says, that Cicero became what he was, who would not have grown into favour had he defended only P. Quintius and Archias, and had had nothing to do with Catiline or Milo or Verres or Antony, showing, by the way, how great was the reputation of that speech Pro Milone, with which we shall have to deal farther on. The treatise becomes somewhat confused, a portion of it having probably been lost. From whose mouth the last words are supposed to come is not apparent. It ends with a rhapsody in favour of imperial government, suitable indeed to the time of Domitian, but very unlike Tacitus. While, however, it praises despotism, it declares that only by the evils which despotism had quelled could eloquence be maintained. Our country, indeed, while it was astray in its government, while it tore itself to pieces by parties and quarrels and discord, while there was no peace in the forum, no agreement in the senate, no moderation on the judgment seat, no reverence for letters, no control among the magistrates, boasted, no doubt, a stronger eloquence. From what we are thus told of Cicero, not what we hear from himself, we are able to form an idea of the nature of his education. With his mind fixed from his early days on the ambition of doing something noble with himself, he gave himself up to all kinds of learning. It was Macaulay, I think, who said of him that the idea of conquering the omne scibile, the understanding of all things within the reach of human intellect, was before his eyes as it was before those of Bacon. The special preparation which was in Cicero's time employed for students at the bar is also described in the treatise from which I have quoted, the preparation which is supposed to have been the very opposite of that afforded by the rhetores. Among ourselves, the youth who was intended to achieve eloquence in the forum, when already trained at home and exercised in classical knowledge, was brought by his father or his friends to that orator who might then be considered to be the leading man in the city. It became his daily work to follow that man, to accompany him, to be conversant with all his speeches, whether in the courts of law or at public meetings, so that he might learn, if I might say so, to fight in the very thick of the throng. It was thus that Cicero studied his art. A few lines farther down, the Pseudo-Tacitus tells us that Crassus, in his 19th year, held a brief against Carbo, that Caesar did so in his 21st against Dolabella, and Pollio, in his 22nd year, against Cato. In this precocity Cicero did not imitate Crassus, or show an example to the Romans who followed him. He was 26 when he pleaded his first cause. Sulla had then succeeded in crushing the Marian faction, and the Sullan proscriptions had taken place, and were nominally over. Sulla had been declared dictator, and had proclaimed that there should be no more selections for death. The Republic was supposed to be restored. Recuperata Republica, tum primum nos ad causas et privatas et publicas adire cepimus. The Republic having been restored, I then first applied myself to pleadings, both private and public. Of Cicero's politics at that time we are enabled to form a fair judgment. Marius had been his townsman, Sulla has been his captain, but the one thing dear to him was the Republic, what he thought to be the Republic. He was neither Marian nor Sullan. The turbulence in which so much noble blood had flowed, the crudelis interitus oratorum, the crushing out of the old legalised form of government, was abominable to him. It was his hope, no doubt his expectation, that these old forms should be restored in all their power. There seemed to be more probability of this, there was more probability of it, on the side of Sulla than the other. On Sulla's side was Pompey, the then rising man, who, being of the same age with Cicero, had already pushed himself into prominence, who was surnamed the Great, and who triumphed during these very 2 years in which Cicero began his career, who through Cicero's whole life was his bugbear, his stumbling block, and his mistake. But on that side were the optimates, the men who, if they did not lead, ought to lead the Republic; those who, if they were not respectable, ought to be so; those who, if they did not love their country, ought to love it. If there was a hope, it was with them. The old state of things, that oligarchy which has been called a republic, had made Rome what it was, had produced power, civilization, art, and literature. It had enabled such a one as Cicero was himself to aspire to lead, though he had been humbly born and had come to Rome from an untried provincial family. To him the republic, as he fancied that it had been, as he fancied that it might be, was all that was good, all that was gracious, all that was beneficent. On Sulla's side lay what chance there was of returning to the old ways. When Sulla was declared dictator, it was presumed that the republic was restored. But not on this account should it be supposed that Cicero regarded the proscriptions of Sulla with favour, or that he was otherwise than shocked by the wholesale robberies for which the proscription paved the way. This is a matter with which it will be necessary to deal more fully when we come in our next chapter to the first speeches made by Cicero, in the very first of which, as I place them, he attacks the Sullan robberies with an audacity which, when we remember that Sulla was still in power, rescues, at any rate in regard to this period of his life, the character of the orator from that charge of cowardice which has been imputed to him. It is necessary here, in this chapter devoted to the education of Cicero, to allude to his 2 first speeches, because that education was not completed till afterwards, so that they may be regarded as experiments, or trials, as it were, of his force and sufficiency. Not content with these teachers who had come to Rome from Greece and Asia, he had travelled through Greece and Asia, so as to embrace the whole world of art. These words, quoted a few pages back from the treatise attributed to Tacitus, refer to a passage in the Brutus in which Cicero makes a statement to that effect. When I reached Athens, I passed 6 months with Antiochus, by far the best known and most erudite of the teachers of the old academy, and with him, as my great authority and master, I renewed that study of philosophy which I had never abandoned, which from my boyhood I had followed with always increasing success. At the same time I practised oratory laboriously with Demetrius Cyrus, also at Athens, a well-known and by no means incapable master of the art of speaking. After that I wandered all over Asia, and came across the best orators there with whom I practised, enjoying their willing assistance. There is more of it, which need not be repeated verbatim, giving the names of those who aided him in Asia: Menippus of Stratonice, who he says was sweet enough to have belonged himself to Athens; with Dionysius of Magnesia, with Aeschylus of Cnidos, and with Xenocles of Adramyttium. Then at Rhodes he came across his old friend Molo, and applied himself again to the teaching of his former master. Quintilian explains to us how this was done with a purpose, so that the young orator, when he had made a first attempt with his half-fledged wings in the courts, might go back to his masters for a while. He was 28 when he started on this tour. It has been suggested that he did so in fear of the resentment of Sulla, with whose favourites and with whose practices he had dealt very plainly. There is no reason for alleging this, except that Sulla was powerful, that Sulla was bloodthirsty, and that Sulla must have been offended. This kind of argument is often used. It is supposed to be natural, or at least probable, that in a certain position a man should have been a coward or a knave, ungrateful or cruel, and in the presumption thus raised the accusation is brought against him. Fearing Sulla's resentment, Plutarch says, he travelled into Greece, and gave out that the recovery of his health was the motive. There is no evidence that such was his reason for travelling, and as Middleton says in his behalf, it is certain that he continued for a year after this in Rome without any apprehension of danger. It is best to take a man's own account of his own doings and their causes, unless there be ground for doubting the statement made. It is thus that Cicero himself speaks of his journey. Now, he says, still in his Brutus. As you wish to know what I am, not simply what mark I may have on my body from my birth, or with what surroundings of childhood I was brought up, I will include some details which might perhaps seem hardly necessary. At this time I was thin and weak, my neck being long and narrow, a habit and form of body which is supposed to be adverse to a long life. And those who loved me thought the more of this, because I had taken to speaking without relaxation, without recreation, with all the powers of my voice, and with much muscular action. When my friends and the doctors desired me to give up speaking, I resolved that rather than abandon my career as an orator, I would face any danger. But when it occurred to me that by lowering my voice, by changing my method of speaking, I might avoid the danger, and at the same time learn to speak with more elegance, I accepted that as a reason for going into Asia, so that I might study how to change my mode of elocution. Thus, when I had been 2 years at work upon causes, and when my name was already well known in the Forum, I took my departure and left Rome. During the 6 months that he was at Athens, he renewed an early acquaintance with one who was destined to become the most faithful, and certainly the best known, of his friends. This was Titus Pomponius, known to the world as that Atticus, to whom were addressed something more than half the large body of letters which were written by Cicero, and which have remained for our use. He seems to have lived much with Atticus, who was occupied with similar studies, though with altogether different results. Atticus applied himself to the practices of the Epicurean school, and did in truth become Epicuri de Grege Porcus. To enjoy life, to amass a fortune, to keep himself free from all turmoils of war or state, to make the best of the times, whether they were bad or good, without any attempt on his part to mend them, this was the philosophy of Titus Pomponius, who was called Atticus because Athens, full of art and literature, easy, unenergetic, and luxurious, was dear to him. To this philosophy, or rather to this theory of life, Cicero was altogether opposed. He studied in all the schools, among the Platonists, the Stoics, even with the Epicureans, enough to know their dogmas so that he might criticise them, proclaiming himself to belong to the new academy or younger school of Platonists, but in truth drawing no system of morals or rule of life from any of them. To him, and also to Atticus, no doubt, these pursuits afforded an intellectual pastime. Atticus found himself able to justify to himself the bent of his disposition by the name of a philosopher, and therefore became an Epicurean. Cicero could in no way justify to himself any deviation from the energy of public life, from its utility, from its ambition, from its loves, or from its hatred, and from the Greek philosophers whom he named, of this or the other school, received only some assistance in that handling of so-called philosophy which became the chief amusement of his future life. This was well understood by the Latin authors who wrote of Cicero after his own time. Quintilian, speaking of Cicero and Brutus as writers of philosophy, says of the latter, "Suffecit ponderi rerum, scias enim sentire quae dicit." He was equal to the weight of the subject, for you feel that he believes what he writes. He leaves the inference, of course, that Cicero wrote on such matters only for the exercise of his ingenuity, as a schoolboy writes. When at Athens, Cicero was initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, as to which Mr. Collins, in his little volume on Cicero, in the Ancient Classics for English readers, says that they "contained under this veil whatever faith in the invisible and eternal rested in the mind of an enlightened pagan." In this Mr. Collins is fully justified by what Cicero himself has said, although the character thus given to these mysteries is very different from that which was attributed to them by early Christian writers. They were, to those pious but somewhat prejudiced theologists, mysterious and pagan, and therefore horrible. But Cicero declares in his dialogue with Atticus, De Legibus, written when he was 55 years old, in the prime of his intellect, that "of all the glories and divine gifts which your Athens has produced for the improvement of men, nothing surpasses these mysteries, by which the harshness of our uncivilized life has been softened, and we have been lifted up to humanity, and, as they are called, initia, by which aspirants were initiated, so we have in truth found in them the seeds of a new life. Nor have we received from them only the means of living with satisfaction, but also of dying with a better hope as to the future. Of what took place with Cicero and Atticus at their introduction to the Eleusinian Mysteries we know nothing. But it can hardly be that with such memories running in his mind after 30 years, expressed in such language to the very friend who had then been his companion, they should not have been accepted by him as indicating the commencement of some great line of thought. The two doctrines which seem to mark most clearly the difference between the men whom we regard, the one as a pagan and the other as a Christian, are the belief in a future life and the duty of doing well by our neighbours. Here they are both indicated, the former in plain language, and the latter in that assurance of the softening of the barbarity of uncivilized life. Quibus ex agresti immanique vita exculti ad humanitatem et mitigati sumus. Of the inner life of Cicero at this moment, how he ate, how he drank, with what accompaniment of slaves he lived, how he was dressed and how he lodged, we know very little. But we are told enough to be aware that he could not have travelled, as he did in Greece and Asia, without great expense. His brother Quintus was with him, so that cost, if not double, was greatly increased. Antiochus, Demetrius Cyrus, Molo, Menippus, and the others did not give him their services for nothing. These were gentlemen of whom we know that they were anxious to carry their wares to the best market. And then he seems to have been welcomed wherever he went, as though travelling in some sort en prince. No doubt he had brought with him the best introductions which Rome could afford, but even with them a generous allowance must have been necessary, and this must have come from his father's pocket. As we go on, a question will arise as to Cicero's income and the sources whence it came. He asserts of himself that he was never paid for his services at the bar. To receive such payment was illegal, but was usual. He claims to have kept himself exempt from whatever meanness there may have been in so receiving such fees, exempt at any rate from the fault of having broken the law. He has not been believed. There is no evidence to convict him of falsehood, but he has not been believed because there have not been found palpable sources of income sufficient for an expenditure so great as that which we know to have been incident to the life he led. But we do not know what were his father's means. Seeing the nature of the education given to the lad, of the manner in which his future life was prepared for him from his earliest days, of the promise made to him from his boyhood of a career in the metropolis if he could make himself fit for it, of the advantages which costly travel afforded him, I think we have reason to suppose that the old Cicero was an opulent man, and that the house at Arpinum was no humble farm or fuller's poor establishment. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Life of Cicero, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Life of Cicero, Volume 1, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 3. The Condition of Rome. It is far from my intention to write a history of Rome during the Ciceronian period. Were I to attempt such a work, I should have to include the doings of Sertorius in Spain, of Lucullus and Pompey in the East, Caesar's 10 years in Gaul, and the civil wars from the taking of Marseilles to the final battles of Thapsus and Munda. With very many of the great events which the period includes, Cicero took but slight concern, so slight that we can hardly fail to be astonished when we find how little he had to say of them, he who ran through all the offices of the state, who was the chosen guardian of certain allied cities, who has left to us so large a mass of correspondence on public subjects, and who was essentially a public man for 34 years. But he was a public man who concerned himself personally with Rome rather than with the Roman Empire. Home affairs and not foreign affairs were dear to him. To Caesar's great deeds in Gaul we should have heard from him almost no allusion had not his brother Quintus been among Caesar's officers, and his young friend Trebatius been confided by himself to Caesar's care. Of Pharsalia we only learn from him that in utter despair of heart he allowed himself to be carried to the war. Of the proconsular governments throughout the Roman Empire we should not learn much from Cicero, were it not that it has been shown to us by the trial of Verres how atrocious might be the conduct of a Roman governor, and by the narratives of Cicero's own rule in Cilicia how excellent. The history of the time has been written for modern readers by Merivale and Mommsen, with great research and truth as to facts, but, as I think, with some strong feeling. Now Mr. Froude has followed with his Caesar, which might well have been called Anti-Cicero. All these in lauding, and the two latter in deifying, the successful soldier, have, I think, dealt hardly with Cicero, attributing to his utterances more than they mean, doubting his sincerity, but seeing clearly the failure of his political efforts. With the great facts of the Roman Empire as they gradually formed themselves from the fall of Carthage, when the empire began, to the establishment of Augustus, when it was consummated, I do not pretend to deal, although by far the most momentous of them were crowded into the life of Cicero. But in order that I may, if possible, show the condition of his mind toward the Republic, that I may explain what it was that he hoped, and why he hoped it, I must go back and relate in a few words what it was that Marius and Sulla had done for Rome. Of both these men, all the doings with which history is greatly concerned were comprised within the early years of Cicero's life. Marius, indeed, was nearly 50 years of age when his fellow townsman was born, and had become a distinguished soldier, and, though born of humble parents, had pushed himself to the consulate. His quarrel with Sulla had probably commenced, springing from jealousy as to deeds done in the Jugurthine war. But it is not matter of much moment, now that Marius had proved himself to be a good and hardy soldier, excepting in this, that by making himself a soldier in early life, he enabled himself in his latter years to become the master of Rome. Sulla, too, was born 32 years before Cicero, a patrician of the bluest blood, and having gone, as we say, into public life, and having been elected quaestor, became a soldier by dint of office, as a man with us may become head of the Admiralty. As quaestor he was sent to join Marius in Africa a few months before Cicero was born. Into his hands, as it happens, not into those of Marius, Jugurtha was surrendered by his father-in-law Bocchus, who thought thus to curry favour with the Romans. Thence came those internecine feuds in which some 25 years later all Rome was lying butchered. The cause of the quarrelling between these two men, the jealousies which grew in the heart of the elder from the renewed successes of the younger, are not much to us now. But the condition to which Rome had been brought when two such men could scramble for the city, and each cut the throats of the relatives, friends, and presumed allies of the other, has to be inquired into by those who would understand what Rome had been, what it was, and what it was necessarily to become. When Cicero was of an age to begin to think of these things, and had put on the toga virilis, and girt himself with the sword to fight under the father of Pompey for the power of Rome against the Italian allies who were demanding citizenship, the quarrel was in truth rising to its bitterness. Marius and Sulla were on the same side in that war. But Marius had then not only been consul, but had been 6 times consul, and he had beaten the Teutons and the Cimbrians, by whom Romans had feared that all Italy would be occupied. What was not within the power of such a leader of soldiers, and what else but a leader of soldiers could prevail, when Italy and Rome, but for such a general, had been at the mercy of barbaric hordes, and when they had been compelled to make that general 6 times consul? Marius seems to have been no politician. He became a soldier and then a general, and because he was great as a soldier and general, the affairs of the state fell into his hands with very little effort. In the olden days of Rome, military power had been needed for defence, and successful defence had of course produced aggressive masterhood and increased territory. When Hannibal, while he was still lingering in Italy, had been circumvented by the appearance of Scipio in Africa, and the Romans had tasted the increased magnificence of external conquest, the desire for foreign domination became stronger than that of native rule. From that time arms were in the ascendant rather than policy. Up to that time a consul had to become a general, because it was his business to look after the welfare of the state. After that time a man became a consul in order that he might be a general. The toga was made to give way to the sword, and the noise of the forum to the trumpets. We, looking back now, can see that it must have been so, and we are prone to fancy that a wise man looking forward then might have read the future. In the days of Marius there was probably no man so wise. Caesar was the first to see it. Cicero would have seen it, but that the idea was so odious to him that he could not acknowledge to himself that it need be so. His life was one struggle against the coming evil, against the time in which brute force was to be made to dominate intellect and civilization. His cedant arma togae was a scream, an impotent scream, against all that Sulla had done or Caesar was about to do. The mischief had been effected years before his time, and had gone too far ahead to be arrested even by his tongue. Only in considering these things let us confess that Cicero saw what was good and what was evil, though he was mistaken in believing that the good was still within reach. Marius, in his way, was a Caesar, as a soldier undoubtedly a very efficient Caesar, having that great gift of ruling his own appetites, which enables those who possess it to conquer the appetites of others. It may be doubted whether his quickness in stopping and overcoming the two great hordes from the north, the Teutons and the Cimbrians, was not equal in strategy to anything that Caesar accomplished in Gaul. It is probable that Caesar learned much of his tactics from studying the manoeuvres of Marius. But Marius was only a general. Though he became hot in Roman politics, audacious and confident, knowing how to use and how to disregard various weapons of political power as they had been handed down by tradition and law, the vetoes and the auguries and the official dignities, he used them or disregarded them in quest only of power for himself. He was able to perceive how vain was law in such a period as that in which he lived, and that, having risen by force of arms, he must by force of arms keep his place or lose his life. With him at least there was no idea of Roman liberty, little probably of Roman glory, except so far as military glory and military power go together. Sulla was a man endowed with a much keener insight into the political condition of the world around him. To make a dash for power as a dog might do, and keep it in his clutch as a dog would, was enough for Marius. Sulla could see something of future events. He could understand that by reducing men around him to a low level he could make fast his own power over them, and that he could best do this by cutting off the heads of all who stood a little higher than their neighbours. He might thus produce tranquillity and security to himself and others. Some glimmer of an idea of an Augustan rule was present to him, and with the view of producing it he re-established many of the usages of the Republic, not reproducing the liberty, but the forms of liberty. It seems to have been his idea that a Sullan party might rule the empire by adherence to these forms. I doubt if Marius had any fixed idea of government. To get the better of his enemies, and then to grind them into powder under his feet, to seize rank and power and riches, and then to enjoy them, to sate his lust with blood and money and women, and at last even with wine, and to feed his revenge by remembering the hard things which he was made to endure during the period of his overthrow, this seems to have been enough for Marius. With Sulla there was understanding that the empire must be ruled, and that the old ways would be best if they could be made compatible with the newly concentrated power. The immediate effect upon Rome, either from one or from the other, was nearly the same. In the year 87 B.C. Marius occupied himself in slaughtering the Sullan party, during which, however, Sulla escaped from Rome to the army of which he was selected as general, and proceeded to Athens and the East with the object of conquering Mithridates, for during these personal contests the command of this expedition had been the chief bone of contention among them. Marius, who was by age unfitted, desired to obtain it in order that Sulla might not have it. In the next year, 86 B.C., Marius died, being then consul for the 7th time. Sulla was away in the East and did not return till 83 B.C. In the interval was that period of peace, fit for study, of which Cicero afterwards spoke. Triennium ferre fuit urbs sine armis. Cicero was then 22 or 23 years old, and must have well understood, from his remembrance of the Marian massacres, what it was to have the city embroiled by arms. It was not that men were fighting, but that they were simply being killed at the pleasure of the slaughterer. Then Sulla came back, 83 B.C., when Cicero was 24, and if Marius had scourged the city with rods, he scourged it with scorpions. It was the city, in truth, that was scourged, and not simply the hostile faction. Sulla began by proscribing 520 citizens, declaring that he had included in his list all that he remembered, and that those forgotten should be added on another day. The numbers were gradually raised to 4,700. Nor did this merely mean that those named should be caught and killed by some miscalled officers of justice. All the public was armed against the wretched, and any who should protect them were also doomed to death. This, however, might have been comparatively inefficacious to inflict the amount of punishment intended by Sulla. Men generally do not specially desire to imbrue their hands in the blood of other men. Unless strong hatred be at work, the ordinary man, even the ordinary Roman, will hardly rise up and slaughter another for the sake of the employment. But if lucre be added to blood, then blood can be made to flow copiously. This was what Sulla did. Not only was the victim's life proscribed, but his property was proscribed also, and the man who busied himself in carrying out the great butcher's business assiduously, ardently, and unintermittingly, was rewarded by the property so obtained. 2 talents was to be the fee for mere assassination, but the man who knew how to carry on well the work of an informer could earn many talents. It was thus that fortunes were made in the last days of Sulla. It was not only those 520 who were named for killing; they were but the firstlings of the flock, the few victims selected before the real workmen understood how valuable a trade proscription and confiscation might be made. Plutarch tells us how a quiet gentleman walking, as was his custom, in the Forum, one who took no part in politics, saw his own name one day on the list. He had an Alban villa, and at once knew that his villa had been his ruin. He had hardly read the list, and had made his exclamation, before he was slaughtered. Such was the massacre of Sulla, coming with an interval of 2 or 3 years after those of Marius, between which was the blessed time in which Rome was without arms. In the time of Marius, Cicero was too young, and of no sufficient importance, on account of his birth or parentage, to fear anything; nor is it probable that Marius would have turned against his townsmen. When Sulla's turn came, Cicero, though not absolutely connected with the dictator, was, so to say, on his side in politics. In going back even to this period we may use the terms liberals and conservatives for describing the 2 parties. Marius was for the people; that is to say, he was opposed to the rule of the oligarchy, dispersed the Senate, and loved to feel that his own feet were on the necks of the nobility. Of liberty or rights or popular institutions he recked nothing, but not the less was he supposed to be on the people's side. Sulla, on the other hand, had been born a patrician, and affected to preserve the old traditions of oligarchic rule, and indeed, though he took all the power of the state into his own hands, he did restore, and for a time preserve, these old traditions. It must be presumed that there was at his heart something of love for old Rome. The proscriptions began towards the end of the year 82 B.C., and were continued through 8 or 9 fearful months, up to the beginning of June, 81 B.C. A day was fixed at which there should be no more slaughtering, that is, without special order in each case, and no more confiscation, except such as might be judged necessary by those who had not as yet collected their prey from past victims. Then Sulla, as dictator, set himself to work to reorganise the old laws. There should still be consuls and praetors, but with restricted powers, lessened almost down to nothing. It seems hard to gather what was exactly the dictator's scheme as the future depository of power when he should himself have left the scene. He did increase the privileges of the Senate, but thinking of the Senate of Rome as he must have thought of it, esteeming those old men as lowly as he must have esteemed them, he could hardly have intended that imperial power should be maintained by dividing it among them. He certainly contemplated no follower to himself, no heir to his power, as Caesar did. When he had been practically dictator about 3 years, though he did not continue the use of the objectionable name, he resigned his rule and walked down, as it were, from his throne into private life. I know nothing in history more remarkable than Sulla's resignation, and yet the writers who have dealt with his name give no explanation of it. Plutarch, his biographer, expresses wonder that he should have been so willing to descend to private life, and that he who made so many enemies should have been able to do so with security. Cicero says nothing of it. He had probably left Rome before it occurred, and did not return until after Sulla's death. It seems to have been accepted as being in no especial way remarkable. At his own demand, the plenary power of dictator had been given to him, power to do all as he liked, without reference either to the Senate or to the people, and with an added proviso that he should keep it as long as he thought fit, and lay it down when it pleased him. He did lay it down, flattering himself probably that, as he had done his work, he would walk out from his dictatorship like some Camillus of old. There had been no dictator in Rome for more than a century and a quarter, not since the time of Hannibal's great victories, and the old dictatorships lasted but for a few months or weeks, after which the dictator, having accomplished the special task, threw up his office. Sulla now affected to do the same, and Rome, after the interval of 3 years, accepted the resignation in the old spirit. It was natural to them, though only by tradition, that a dictator should resign, so natural that it required no special wonder. The salt of the Roman constitution was gone, but the remembrance of the savour of it was still sweet to the minds of the Romans. It seems certain that no attempt was made to injure Sulla when he ceased to be nominally at the head of the army, but it is probable that he did not so completely divest himself of power as to be without protection. In the year after his abdication he died, at the age of 61, apparently strong as regards general health, but, if Plutarch's story be true, affected with a terrible cutaneous disease. Modern writers have spoken of Sulla as though they would fain have praised him if they dared, because, in spite of his demoniac cruelty, he recognised the expediency of bringing the affairs of the Republic again into order. Middleton calls him the only man in history in whom the odium of the most barbarous cruelties was extinguished by the glory of his great acts. Mommsen, laying the blame of the proscriptions on the head of the oligarchy, speaks of Sulla as being either a sword or a pen in the service of the state, as a sword or a pen would be required, and declares that, in regard to the total absence of political selfishness, although it is true in this respect only, Sulla deserves to be named side by side with Washington. To us at present, who are endeavouring to investigate the sources and the nature of Cicero's character, the attributes of this man would be but of little moment, were it not that Cicero was probably Cicero because Sulla had been Sulla. Horrid as the proscriptions and confiscations were to Cicero, and his opinion of them was expressed plainly enough when it was dangerous to express them, still it was apparent to him that the cause of order, what we may call the best chance for the Republic, lay with the Senate and with the old traditions and laws of Rome, in the re-establishment of which Sulla had employed himself. Of these institutions Mommsen speaks with a disdain which we now cannot but feel to be justified. On the Roman oligarchy of this period, he says, no judgment can be passed save one of inexorable and remorseless condemnation, and, like everything connected with it, the Sullan constitution is involved in that condemnation. We have to admit that the salt had gone out from it, and that there was no longer left any savour by which it could be preserved. But the German historian seems to err somewhat in this, as have also some modern English historians, that they have not sufficiently seen that the men of the day had not the means of knowing all that they, the historians, know. Sulla and his Senate thought that by massacring the Marian faction they had restored everything to an equilibrium. Sulla himself seems to have believed that when the thing was accomplished, Rome would go on, and grow in power and prosperity as she had grown, without other reforms than those which he had initiated. There can be no doubt that many of the best in Rome, the best in morals, the best in patriotism, and the best in erudition, did think that with the old forms the old virtue would come back. Pompey thought so, and Cicero. Cato thought so, and Brutus. Caesar, when he came to think about it, thought the reverse. But even now to us, looking back with so many things made clear to us, with all the convictions which prolonged success produces, it is doubtful whether some other milder change, some such change as Cicero would have advocated, might not have prevented the tyranny of Augustus, the mysteries of Tiberius, the freaks of Caligula, the folly of Claudius, and the madness of Nero. It is an uphill task, that of advocating the cause of a man who has failed. The Caesars of the world are they who make interesting stories. That Cicero failed in the great purpose of his life has to be acknowledged. He had studied the history of his country, and was aware that hitherto the world had produced nothing so great as Roman power, and he knew that Rome had produced true patriotism. Her consuls, her censors, her tribunes, and her generals had as a rule been true to Rome, serving their country, at any rate till of late years, rather than themselves. And he believed that liberty had existed in Rome, though nowhere else. It would be well if we could realise the idea of liberty which Cicero entertained. Liberty was very dear to him not only as enjoying it himself, but as a privilege for the enjoyment of others. But it was only the liberty of a few. Half the population of the Roman cities were slaves, and in Cicero's time the freedom of the city, which he regarded as necessary to liberty, belonged only to a small proportion of the population of Italy. It was the liberty of a small privileged class for which he was anxious. That a Sicilian should be free under a Roman proconsul, as a Roman citizen was entitled to be, was abhorrent to his doctrine. The idea of cosmopolitan freedom, an idea which exists with us, but is not common to very many even now, had not as yet been born, that care for freedom which springs from a desire to do to others as we would that they should do to us. It required Christ to father that idea, and Cicero, though he was nearer to Christianity than any who had yet existed, had not reached it. But this liberty, though it was but of a few, was so dear to him that he spent his life in an endeavour to preserve it. The kings had been expelled from Rome because they had trampled on liberty. Then came the Republic, which we know to have been at its best no more than an oligarchy, but still it was founded on the idea that everything should be done by the votes of the free people. For many years everything was done by the votes of the free people. Under what inducements they had voted is another question. Clients were subject to their patrons, and voted as they were told. We have heard of that even in England, where many of us still think that such a way of voting is far from objectionable. Perhaps compulsion was sometimes used, a sort of rattening by which large bodies were driven to the poll to carry this or the other measure. Simple eloquence prevailed with some, and with others flattery. Then corruption became rampant, as was natural, the rich buying the votes of the poor, and the votes were bought in various ways, by cheap food as well as by money, by lavish expenditure in games, by promises of land, and other means of bribery more or less overt. This was bad, of course. Every freeman should have given a vote according to his conscience. But in what country, the millennium not having arrived in any, has this been achieved? Though voting in England has not always been pure, we have not wished to do away with the votes of freemen and to submit everything to personal rule. Nor did Cicero. He knew that much was bad, and had himself seen many things that were very evil. He had lived through the dominations of Marius and Sulla, and had seen the old practices of Roman government brought down to the pretence of traditional forms. But still, so he thought, there was life left in the old forms, if they could be revivified by patriotism, labour, and intelligence. It was the best that he could imagine for the state, infinitely better than the chance of falling into the bloody hands of one Marius and one Sulla after another. Mommsen tells us that nothing could be more rotten than the condition of oligarchical government into which Rome had fallen, and we are inclined to agree with Mommsen because we have seen what followed. But that Cicero, living and seeing it all as a present spectator, should have hoped better things, should not, I think, cause us to doubt either Cicero's wisdom or his patriotism. I cannot but think that, had I been a Roman of those days, I should have preferred Cicero with his memories of the past to Caesar with his ambition for the future. Looking back from our standing point of today, we know how great Rome was, infinitely greater as far as power is concerned than anything else which the world has produced. it came to pass that urbis et orbis was not a false boast. Gradually growing from the little nest of robbers established on the banks of the Tiber, the people of Rome learned how to spread their arms over all the known world, and how to conquer and rule, while they drew to themselves all that the ingenuity and industry of other people had produced. To do this, there must have been not only courage and persistence, but intelligence, patriotism, and superior excellence in that art of combination of which government consists. But yet, when we look back, it is hard to say when were the palmy days of Rome. When did those virtues shine by which her power was founded? When was that wisdom best exhibited from which came her capacity for ruling? Not in the time of her early kings, whose mythic virtues, if they existed, were concerned but in small matters, for the Rome of the kings claimed a jurisdiction extending as yet but a few miles from the city. And from the time of their expulsion, Rome, though she was rising in power, was rising slowly, and through such difficulties that the reader of history, did he not know the future, would think from time to time that the day of her destruction had come upon her. Not when Brennus was at Rome with his Gauls, 125 years after the expulsion of the kings, could Rome be said to have been great, nor when, 50 or 60 years afterward, the Roman army, the only army which Rome then possessed, had to lay down its arms in the Caudine Forks and pass under the Samnite yoke. Then, when the Samnite wars were ended, and Rome was mistress in Italy, mistress after all of no more than southern Italy, the Punic wars began. It could hardly have been during that long contest with Carthage, which was carried on for nearly 50 years, that the palmy days of Rome were at their best. Hannibal seems always to be the master. Trebia, Thrasymene, and Cannae, year after year, threaten complete destruction to the state. Then comes the great Scipio, and no doubt, if we must mark an era of Roman greatness, it would be that of the battle of Zama and the submission of Carthage, 201 years before Christ. But with Scipio there springs up the idea of personal ambition, and in the Macedonian and Greek wars that follow, though the arm of Rome is becoming stronger every day, and her shoulders broader, there is already the glamour of her decline in virtue. Her dealings with Antiochus, with Pyrrhus, and with the Achaeans, though successful, were hardly glorious. Then came the two Gracchi, and the reader begins to doubt whether the glory of the Republic is not already over. They demanded impossible reforms by means as illegal as they were impossible, and were both killed in popular riots. The war with Jugurtha followed, in which the Romans were for years unsuccessful, and during which German hordes from the north rushed into Gaul and destroyed an army of 80,000 Romans. This brings us to Marius and to Sulla, of whom we have already spoken, and to that period of Roman politics which the German historian describes as being open to no judgment save one of inexorable and remorseless condemnation. But in truth the history of every people and every nation will be subject to the same criticism, if it be regarded with the same severity. In all that man has done as yet in the way of government, the seeds of decay are apparent when looked back upon from an age in advance. The period of Queen Elizabeth was very great to us, yet by what dangers were we enveloped in her days? But for a storm at sea we might have been subjected to Spain. By what a system of falsehood and petty tyrannies will be governed through the reigns of James I and Charles I? What periods of rottenness and danger there have been since! How little glorious was the reign of Charles II! How full of danger that of William! How mean those of the 4 Georges, with the dishonesty of ministers such as Walpole and Newcastle! And today are there not many who are telling us that we are losing the liberties which our forefathers got for us, and that no judgment can be passed on us save one of inexorable and remorseless condemnation? We are a great nation, and the present threatenings are probably vain. Nevertheless, the seeds of decay are no doubt inherent in our policies and our practices, so manifestly inherent that future historians will pronounce upon them with certainty. But Cicero, not having the advantage of distance, having simply in his mind the knowledge of the greatness which had been achieved, and in his heart a true love for the country which had achieved it, and which was his own, encouraged himself to think that the good might be recovered and the bad eliminated. Marius and Sulla, Pompey also, towards the end of his career, if I can read his character rightly, Caesar, and of course Augustus, being all destitute of scruple, strove to acquire, each for himself, the power which the weak hands of the Senate were unable to grasp. However much or however little the country of itself might have been to any of them, it seemed good to him, whether for the country's sake or for his own, that the rule should be in his own hands. Each had the opportunity, and each used it, or tried to use it. With Cicero there is always present the longing to restore the power to the old constitutional possessors of it. So much is admitted even by his bitter enemies, and I am sometimes at a loss whether to wonder most that a man of letters, dead 2000 years ago, should have enemies so bitter, or a friend so keenly in earnest about him as I am. Cicero was aware quite as well as any who lived then, if he did not see the matter clearer even than any others, that there was much that was rotten in the state. Men who had been murderers on behalf of Marius, and then others who had murdered on behalf of Sulla, among whom that Catiline of whom we have to speak presently had been one, were not apt to settle themselves down as quiet citizens. The laws had been set aside, even the law courts had been closed. Sulla had been law, and the closest of his favourites had been the law courts. Senators had been cowed and obedient. The tribunes had only been mock tribunes. Rome, when Cicero began his public life, was still trembling. The consuls of the day were men chosen at Sulla's command. The army was Sulla's army. The courts were now again opened by Sulla's permission. The day fixed by Sulla when murderers might no longer murder, or at any rate should not be paid for murdering, had arrived. There was not, one would say, much hope for good things. But Sulla had reproduced the signs of order, and the best hope lay in that direction. Consuls, praetors, quaestors, aediles, even tribunes were still there. Perhaps it might be given to him, to Cicero, to strengthen the hands of such officers. At any rate, there was no better course open to him by which he could serve his country. The heaviest accusation brought against Cicero charges him with being insincere to the various men with whom he was brought in contact in carrying out the purpose of his life. And he has also been accused of having changed his purpose. It has been alleged that, having begun life as a democrat, he went over to the aristocracy as soon as he had secured his high office of state. As we go on, it will be my object to show that he was altogether sincere in his purpose, that he never changed his political idea, and that in these deviations as to men and as to means, whether, for instance, he was ready to serve Caesar or to oppose him, he was guided, even in the insincerity of his utterances, by the sincerity of his purpose. I think that I can remember, even in Great Britain, even in the days of Queen Victoria, men sitting cheek by jowl on the same Treasury bench, who have been very bitter to each other with anything but friendly words. With us, fidelity and friendship is happily a virtue. In Rome, expediency governed everything. All I claim for Cicero is, that he was more sincere than others around him. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Life of Cicero, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Life of Cicero, Volume 1, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 4, His Early Pleadings, Part 1. Sextus Roscius Amerinus, His Income. Side note. BC 80, Aetat 27. We now come to the beginning of the work of Cicero's life. This at first consisted in his employment as an advocate, from which he gradually rose into public or political occupation, as so often happens with a successful barrister in our time. We do not know with absolute certainty even in what year Cicero began his pleadings, or in what cause. It may probably have been in 81 BC, when he was 25, or in his 26th year. Of the pleadings of which we know the particulars, that in the defence of Sextus Roscius Amerinus, which took place undoubtedly in the year 80 BC, Aetat 27, was probably the earliest. As to that, we have his speech nearly entire, as we have also one for Publius Quintius, which has generally been printed first among the orator's works. It has, however, I think, been made clear that that spoken for Sextus Roscius came before it. It is certain that there had been others before either of them. In that for Sextus he says that he had never spoken before in any public cause such as was the accusation in which he was now engaged, from which the inference has to be made that he had been engaged in private causes; and in that for Quintius he declares that there was wanting to him in that matter an aid which he had been accustomed to enjoy in others. No doubt he had tried his prentice hand in cases of less importance. That of these two the defence of Sextus Roscius came first is also to be found in his own words. More than once, in pleading for Quintius, he speaks of the proscriptions and confiscations of Sulla as evils then some time past. These were brought nominally to a close in June 81, but it has been supposed by those who have placed this oration first that it was spoken in that very year. This seems to have been impossible. "I am most unwilling," says he, "to call to mind that subject, the very memory of which should be wiped out from our thoughts." When the tone of the two speeches is compared, it will become evident that that for Sextus Roscius was spoken the first. It was, as I have said, spoken in his 27th year, B.C. 80, the year after the proscription lists had been closed, when Sulla was still dictator, and when the sales of confiscated goods, though no longer legal, were still carried on under assumed authority. As to such violation of Sulla's own enactment, Cicero excuses the dictator in this very speech, likening him to great Jove the Thunderer, even Jupiter Optimus Maximus, as he is, whose nod the heavens, the earth, and seas obey, even he cannot so look after his numerous affairs, but that the winds and the storms will be too strong sometimes, or the heat too great, or the cold too bitter. If so, how can we wonder that Sulla, who has to rule the state, to govern in fact the world, should not be able himself to see to everything? Jove probably found it convenient not to see many things. Such must certainly have been the case with Sulla. I will venture, as other biographers have done before, to tell the story of Sextus Roscius of Ameria at some length, because it is in itself a tale of powerful romance, mysterious, grim, betraying guilt of the deepest dye, misery most profound, and audacity unparalleled, because, in a word, it is as interesting as any novel that modern fiction has produced. And also I will tell it because it lets in a flood of light upon the condition of Rome at the time. Our hair is made to stand on end when we remember that men had to pick their steps in such a state as this, and to live if it were possible, and, if not, then to be ready to die. We come in upon the fag end of the proscription, and see, not the bloody wreath of Sulla as he triumphed on his Marian foes, not the cruel persecution of the ruler determined to establish his order of things by slaughtering every foe, but the necessary accompaniments of such ruthless deeds, those attendant villainies, for which the Jupiter Optimus Maximus of the day had neither ears nor eyes. If in history we can ever get a glimpse at the real life of the people, it is always more interesting than any account of the great facts, however grand. The calends of June had been fixed by Sulla as the day on which the slaughter legalised by the prescriptions should cease. In the September following, an old gentleman named Sextus Roscius was murdered in the streets of Rome, as he was going home from supper one night, attended by 2 slaves. By whom he was murdered, probably more than 1 or 2 knew then, but nobody knows now. He was a man of reputation, well acquainted with the Metelluses and Messallas of the day, and passing rich. His name had been down on no proscription list, for he had been a friend of Sulla's friends. He was supposed, when he was murdered, to be worth about 6 million of sesterces, or something between 50 and 60,000 pounds of our money. Though there was at that time much money in Rome, this amounted to wealth, and though we cannot say who murdered the man, we may feel sure that he was murdered for his money. Immediately on his death his chattels were seized and sold, or divided probably without being sold, including his slaves, in whom, as with every rich Roman, much of his wealth was invested, and his landed estates, his farms, of which he had many, were also divided. As to the actual way in which this was done, we are left much in the dark. Had the name of Sextus Roscius been on one of the lists, even though the list would then have been out of date, we could have understood that it should have been so. Jupiter Optimus Maximus could not see everything, and great advantages were taken. We must only suppose that things were so much out of order that they who had been accustomed to seize upon the goods of the proscribed were able to stretch their hands so as to grasp almost anything that came in their way. They could no longer procure a rich man's name to be put down on the list, but they could pretend that it had been put down. At any rate, certain persons seized and divided the chattels of the murdered man as though he had been proscribed. Old Roscius, when he was killed, had one son, of whom we are told that he lived always in the country at Ameria, looking after his father's farms, never visiting the capital, which was distant from Ameria something under 50 miles, a rough, uncouth, and probably honest man, one, at any rate, to whom the ways of the city were unknown, and who must have been but partially acquainted with the doings of the time. As we read the story, we feel that very much depends on the character of this man, and we are aware that our only description of him comes from his own advocate. Cicero would probably say much which, though beyond the truth, could not be absolutely refuted, but would state as facts nothing that was absolutely false. Cicero describes him as a middle-aged man who never left his farm, doing his duty well by his father, as whose agent he acted on the land, a simple, unambitious, ignorant man, to whom one's sympathies are due rather than our antipathy, because of his devotion to agriculture. He was now accused of having murdered his father. The accusation was conducted by one Erucius, who in his opening speech, the speech made before that by Cicero, had evidently spoken ill of rural employments. Then Cicero reminds him, and the judges and the court, how greatly agriculture had been honoured in the old days, when consuls were taken from the ploughs. The imagination, however, of the reader pictures to itself a man who could hardly have been a consul at any time, one silent, lonely, uncouth, and altogether separate from the pleasant intercourses of life. Erucius had declared of him that he never took part in any festivity. Cicero uses this to show that he was not likely to have been tempted by luxury to violence. Old Roscius had had 2 sons, of whom he had kept one with him in Rome, the one probably whose society had been dearest to him. He, however, had died, and our Roscius, Sextus Roscius Amerinus, as he came to be called when he was made famous by the murder, was left on one of the farms down in the country. The accusation would probably not have been made had he not been known to be a man sullen, silent, rough, and unpopular, as to whom such a murder might be supposed to be credible. Why should any accusation have been made unless there was clear evidence as to guilt? That is the first question which presents itself. This son received no benefit from his father's death. He had, in fact, been absolutely beggared by it, had lost the farm, the farming utensils, every slave in the place, all of which had belonged to his father and not to himself. They had been taken and divided, taken by persons called sectores, informers or sequestrators, who took possession of and sold, or did not sell, confiscated goods. Such men in this case had pounced down upon the goods of the murdered man at once, and swallowed them all up, not leaving an acre or a slave to our Roscius. Cicero tells us who divided the spoil among them. There were 2 other Rosciuses, distant relatives probably, both named Titus. Titus Roscius Magnus, who sojourned in Rome, and who seems to have exercised the trade of informer and assassin during the proscriptions, and Titus Roscius Capito, who, when at home, lived at Ameria, but of whom Cicero tells us that he had become an apt pupil of the other during this affair. They had got large shares, but they had shared also with one Chrysogonus, the freedman and favourite of Sulla, who did the dirty work for Jupiter Optimus Maximus when Jupiter Optimus Maximus had not time to do it himself. We presume that Chrysogonus had the greater part of the plunder. As to Capito, the apt pupil, we are told again and again that he got 3 farms for himself. Again, it is necessary to say that all these facts come from Cicero, who, in accordance with the authorised practice of barristers, would scruple at saying nothing which he found in his instructions. How instructions were conveyed to an advocate in those days we do not quite know. There was no system of attorneys. But the story was probably made out for the patronus or advocate by an underling, and in some way prepared for him. That which was thus prepared he exaggerated as the case might seem to require. It has to be understood of Cicero that he possessed great art, and, no doubt, great audacity in such exaggeration, in regard to which we should certainly not bear very heavily upon him now, unless we are prepared to bear more heavily upon those who do the same thing in our own enlightened days. But Cicero, even as a young man, knew his business much too well to put forward statements which could be disproved. The accusation came first, then the speech in defence, after that the evidence, which was offered only on the side of the accuser, and which was subject to cross-examination. Cicero would have no opportunity of producing evidence. He was thus exempted from the necessity of proving his statements, but was subject to have them all disproved. I think we may take it for granted that the property of the murdered man was divided as he tells us. If that was so, why should any accusation have been made? Our Sextus seems to have been too much crushed by the dangers of his position to have attempted to get back any part of his father's wealth. He had betaken himself to the protection of a certain noble lady, one Metella, whose family had been his father's friends, and by her and her friends the defence was no doubt managed. "You have my farms," he is made to say by his advocate. "I live on the charity of another. I abandon everything because I am placid by nature, and because it must be so. My house, which is closed to me, is open to you. I endure it. You have possessed yourself of my whole establishment. I have not one single slave. I suffer all this, and feel that I must suffer it. What do you want more? Why do you persecute me further? In what do you think that I shall hurt you? How do I interfere with you? In what do I oppose you? Is it your wish to kill a man for the sake of plunder? You have your plunder. If for the sake of hatred, what hatred can you feel against him of whose land you have taken possession before you had even known him?" Of all this, which is the advocate's appeal to pity, we may believe as little as we please. Cicero is addressing the judge, and desires only an acquittal. But the argument shows that no overt act in quest of restitution had as yet been made. Nevertheless, Chrysogonus feared such action, and had arranged with the two Tituses that something should be done to prevent it. What are we to think of the condition of a city in which not only could a man be murdered for his wealth walking home from supper, that indeed might happen in London if there existed the means of getting at the man's money when the man was dead, but in which such a plot could be concerted in order that the robbery might be consummated? We have murdered the man and taken his money under the false plea that his goods had been confiscated. Friends, we find, are interfering, these Metellas and Metelluses probably. There is a son who is the natural heir. Let us say that he killed his own father. The courts of law, which have only just been reopened since the dear days of proscription, disorder, and confiscation, will hardly yet be alert enough to acquit a man in opposition to the dictator's favourite. Let us get him convicted, and as a parricide sewed up alive in a bag and thrown in the river, as some of us have perhaps seen cats drowned, for such was the punishment, and then he at least will not disturb us. It must have been thus that the plot was arranged. It was a plot so foul that nothing could be fouler, but not the less was it carried out persistently, with the knowledge and the assistance of many. Eurychius, the accuser, who seems to have been put forward on the part of Chrysogonus, asserted that the man had caused his father to be murdered because of hatred. The father was going to disinherit the son, and therefore the son murdered the father. In this there might have been some probability, had there been any evidence of such an intention on the father's part, but there was none. Cicero declares that the father had never thought of disinheriting his son. There had been no quarrel, no hatred. This had been assumed as a reason, falsely. There was in fact no cause for such a deed, nor was it possible that the son should have done it. The father was killed in Rome, when, as was evident, the son was 50 miles off. He never left his farm. Eurychius, the accuser, had said, and had said truly, that Rome was full of murderers. But who was the most likely to have employed such a person? This rough husbandman, who had no intercourse with Rome, who knew no one there, who knew little of Roman ways, who had nothing to get by the murder when committed, or they who had long been concerned with murderers, who knew Rome, and who were now found to have the property in their hands? The two slaves who had been with the old man when he was killed, surely they might tell something. Here there comes out incidentally the fact that slaves, when they were examined as witnesses, were tortured quite as a matter of course, so that their evidence might be extracted. This is spoken of with no horror by Cicero, nor, as far as I can remember, by other Roman writers. It was regarded as an established rule of life, that a slave, if brought into a court of law, should be made to tell the truth by such appliances. This was so common that one is tempted to hope, and almost to suppose, that the question was not ordinarily administered with circumstances of extreme cruelty. We hear, indeed, of slaves having their liberty given them, in order that, being free, they may not be forced by torture to tell the truth. But had the cruelty been of the nature described by Scott in Old Mortality, when the poor preacher's limbs were mangled, I think we should have heard more of it. Nor was the torture always applied, but only when the expected evidence was not otherwise forthcoming. Cicero explains in the little dialogue given below how the thing was carried on. "You had better tell the truth now, my friend. Was it so and so?" The slave knows that if he says it was so, there is the cross for him, or the little horse, but that if he will say the contrary, he will save his joints from racking. And yet the evidence went for what it was worth. In this case of Roscius, there had certainly been 2 slaves present, but Cicero, who as counsel for the defence could call no witnesses, had not the power to bring them into court. Nor could slaves have been made to give evidence against their masters. These slaves, who had belonged to the murdered man, were now the property either of Chrysogonus or of the 2 Tituses. There was no getting at their evidence but by permission of their masters, and this was withheld. Cicero demands that they shall be produced, knowing that the demand will have no effect. "The man here," he says, pointing to the accused, "asks for it, prays for it. What will you do in this case? Why do you refuse?" By this time the reader is brought to feel that the accused person cannot possibly have been guilty, and if the reader, how much more the hearer. Then Cicero goes on to show who in truth were guilty. "Doubt now, if you can, judges, by whom Roscius was killed, whether by him who by his father's death is plunged into poverty and trouble, who was forbidden even to investigate the truth, or by those who are afraid of real evidence, who themselves possess the plunder, who live in the midst of murder and on the proceeds of murder." Then he addresses one of the Tituses, Titus Magnus, who seems to have been sitting in the court, and who is rebuked for his impudence in doing so. "Who can doubt who was the murderer? You, who have got all the plunder, or this man who has lost everything? But if it be added to this, that you were a pauper before, that you have been known as a greedy fellow, as a dare-devil, as the avowed enemy of him who has been killed, then need one ask what has brought you to do such a deed as this?" He next tells what took place, as far as it was known, immediately after the murder. The man had been killed coming home from supper, in September, after it was dark, say at 8 or 9 o'clock, and the fact was known in Ameria before dawn. Travelling was not then very quick, but a messenger, one Mallius Glaucia, a man on very close terms with Titus Magnus, was sent down at once in a light gig to travel through the night and take the information to Titus Capito. Why was all this hurry? How did Glaucia hear of the murder so quickly? What cause to travel all through the night? Why was it necessary that Capito should know all about it at once? "I cannot think," says Cicero, "only that I see that Capito has got 3 of the farms out of the 13 which the murdered man owned." But Capito is to be produced as a witness, and Cicero gives us to understand what sort of cross-examination he will have to undergo. In all this the reader has to imagine much, and to come to conclusions as to facts of which he has no evidence. When that hurried messenger was sent, there was probably no idea of accusing the son. The 2 real contrivers of the murder would have been more on their guard had they intended such a course. It had been conceived that when the man was dead and his goods seized, the fear of Sulla's favourite, the still customary dread of the horrors of the time, would cause the son to shrink from inquiry. Hitherto, when men had been killed and their goods taken, even if the killing and the taking had not been done strictly in accordance with Sulla's ordinance, it had been found safer to be silent and to endure. But this poor wretch, Sextus, had friends in Rome, friends who were friends of Sulla, of whom Chrysogonus and the Tituses had probably not bethought themselves. When it came to pass that more stir was made than they had expected, then the accusation became necessary. But in order to obtain the needed official support and aid, Chrysogonus must be sought. Sulla was then at Volaterra, in Etruria, perhaps 150 miles northwest from Rome, and with him was his favourite Chrysogonus. In 4 days from the time of this murder, the news was carried thither, and, so Cicero states, by the same messenger, by Glaucia, who had taken it to Ameria. Chrysogonus immediately saw to the selling of the goods, and from this Cicero implies that Chrysogonus and the two Tituses were in partnership. But it seems that when the fact of the death of old Roscius was known at Ameria, in which place he was an occasional resident himself, and the most conspicuous man in the place, the inhabitants, struck with horror, determined to send a deputation to Sulla. Something of what was being done with their townsman's property was probably known, and there seems to have been a desire for justice. 10 townsmen were chosen to go to Sulla and beg that he would personally look into the matter. Here again we are very much in the dark, because this very Capito, to whom these farms were allotted as his share, was not only chosen to be one of the 10, but actually became their spokesman and their manager. The great object was to keep Sulla himself in the dark, and this Capito managed to do by the aid of Chrysogonus. None of the 10 were allowed to see Sulla. They are hoaxed into believing that Chrysogonus himself will look to it, and so they go back to Ameria, having achieved nothing. We are tempted to believe that the deputation was a false deputation, each of whom probably had his little share, so that in this way there might be an appearance of justice. If it was so, Cicero has not chosen to tell that part of the story, having, no doubt, some good advocate's reason for omitting it. So far the matter had gone with the Tituses, and with Chrysogonus, who had got his lion's share. Our poor Roscius, the victim, did at first abandon his property, and allow himself to be awed into silence. We cannot but think that he was a poor creature, and can fancy that he had lived a wretched life during all the murders of the Sullan proscriptions. But in his abject misery he had found his way up among the great friends of his family at Rome, and had there been charged with the parricide, because Chrysogonus and the Tituses began to be afraid of what these great friends might do. This is the story as Cicero has been able to tell it in his speech. Beyond that we only know that the man was acquitted. Whether he got back part of his father's property there is nothing to inform us. Whether further inquiry was made as to the murder, whether evil befell those two Tituses, or Chrysogonus was made to disgorge, there has been no one to inform us. The matter was of little importance in Rome, where murders and organised robberies of the kind were the common incidents of everyday life. History would have meddled with nothing so ordinary, had it not happened that the case fell into the hands of a man so great a master of his language, that it has been worth the while of ages to perpetuate the speech which he made in the matter. But the story, as a story of Roman life, is interesting, and it gives a slight aid to history in explaining the condition of things which Sulla had produced. The attack upon Chrysogonus is bold, and cannot but have been offensive to Sulla, though Sulla is by name absolved from immediate blame. Chrysogonus himself, the favourite, he does not spare, saying words so bitter of tone that one would think that the judges, Sulla's judges, would have stopped him had they been able. "Putting aside Sextus Roscius," he says, "I demand, first of all, why the goods of an esteemed citizen were sold. Then, why have the goods been sold of one who had not himself been proscribed, and who had not been killed while defending Sulla's enemies? It is against those only that the law is made. Then I demand why they were sold when the legal day for such sales had passed, and why they were sold for such a trifle." Then he gives us a picture of Chrysogonus flaunting down the streets. "You have seen him, judges, how, his locks combed and perfumed, he swims along the forum. He, a freedman, with a crowd of Roman citizens at his heels, that all may see that he thinks himself inferior to none. The only happy man of the day, the only one with any power in his hands." This trial was, as has been said, a causa publica, a criminal accusation of such importance as to demand that it should be tried before a full bench of judges. Of these the number would be uncertain, but they were probably above 50. The praetor of the day, the praetor to whom by lot had fallen for that year that particular duty, presided, and the judges all sat around him. Their duty seems to have consisted in listening to the pleadings and then in voting. Each judge could vote guilty, acquitted, or not proven, as they do in Scotland. They were in fact jurymen rather than judges. It does not seem that any amount of legal law was looked for specially in the judges, who at different periods had been taken from various orders of the citizens, but who at this moment, by a special law enacted by Sulla, were selected only from the senators. We have ample evidence that at this period the judges in Rome were most corrupt. They were tainted by a double corruption, that of standing by their order instead of standing by the public, each man among them feeling that his turn to be accused might come, and that also of taking direct bribes. Cicero on various occasions, on this for instance, and notably in the trial of Verres, to which we shall come soon, felt very strongly that his only means of getting a true verdict from the majority of judges was to frighten them into temporary honesty by the magnitude of the occasion. If a trial could be slurred through with indifferent advocates, with nothing to create public notice, with no efforts of genius to attract admiration and a large attendance and consequent sympathy, the judgment would, as a matter of course, be bought. In such a case as this of Sextus Roscius, the poor wretch would be condemned, sewn up in his bag, and thrown into the sea. A portion of the plunder would be divided among the judges, and nothing further would be said about it. But if an orator could achieve for himself such a reputation that the world would come and listen to him, if he could so speak that Rome should be made to talk about the trial, then might the judges be frightened into a true verdict. It may be understood, therefore, of what importance it was to obtain the services of a Cicero or of a Hortensius, who was unrivalled at the Roman bar when Cicero began to plead. End of chapter 4, part 1.
Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Life of Cicero, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Life of Cicero, Volume 1, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 4, His Early Pleadings, Part 2. There were three special modes of oratory in which Cicero displayed his powers. He spoke either before judges, a large body of judges who sat collected round the praetor, as in the case of Sextus Roscius, or in cases of civil law, before a single judge, selected by the praetor, who sat with an assessor, as in the case of Roscius the actor, which shall be mentioned just now. This was the recognised work of his life, in which he was engaged at any rate in his earlier years. Or he spoke to the populace, in what was called the concio, or assembly of the people, speeches made before a crowd called together for a special purpose, as were the second and third orations against Catiline. Or in the Senate, in which a political rather than a judicial sentence was sought from the votes of the senators. There was a fourth mode of address, which in the days of the emperors became common, when the advocate spoke ad principem, that is, to the emperor himself, or to some ruler acting for him as sole judge. It was thus that Cicero pleaded before Caesar, for Ligarius, and for King Deiotarus, in the latter years of his life. In each of these a separate manner and a distinct line had to be adopted, in all of which he seems to have been equally happy and equally powerful. In judging of his speeches we are bound to remember that they were not probably uttered with their words arranged as we read them. Some of those we have were never spoken at all, as was the case with the 5 last Verrine orations, and with the second, by far the longest, of the Philippics. Some, as was specially the case with the defence of Milo, the language of which is perhaps as perfect as that of any oration which has reached us from ancient or modern days, were only spoken in part, so that that which we read bears but small relation to that which was heard. All were probably retouched for publication. That words so perfect in their construction should have flowed from a man's mouth, often with but little preparation, we cannot conceive.
But we know from the evidence of the day, and from the character which remained of him through after Roman ages, how great was the immediate effect of his oratory. We can imagine him, in this case of Sextus Roscius, standing out in the open air in the Forum, with the movable furniture of the court around him, the seats on which the judges sat with the praetor in the midst of them, all senators in their white robes with broad purple borders. There too were seated, we may suppose on lower benches, the friends of the accused, and the supporters of the accusation, and around, at the back of the orator, was such a crowd as he, by the character of his eloquence, may have drawn to the spot. Cicero was still a young man, but his name had made itself known, and we can imagine that some tidings had got abroad as to the bold words which would be spoken in reference to Sulla and Chrysogonus. The scene must have been very different from that of one of our dingy courts, in which the ermine is made splendid only by the purity and learning of the man who wears it. In Rome all exterior gifts were there. Cicero knew how to use them, so that the judges who made so large a part in the pageant should not dare to disgrace themselves because of its publicity. Quintilian gives his pupils much advice as to the way in which they should dress themselves and hold their togas, changing the folds of the garment so as to suit the different parts of the speech, how they should move their arms and hold their heads, and turn their necks, even how they should comb their hair when they came to stand in public and plead at the bar. All these arts, with many changes, no doubt, as years rolled on, had come down to him from days before Cicero, but he always refers to Cicero as though his were the palmy days of Roman eloquence. We can well believe that Cicero had studied many of these arts by his 27th year, that he knew how to hold his toga and how to drop it, how to make the proper angle with his elbow, how to comb his hair, and yet not be a fop, and to add to the glory of his voice all the personal graces which were at his command. Sextus Roscius Amerinus, with all his misfortunes, injustices, and miseries, is now to us no more than the name of a fable; but to those who know it, the fable is, I think, more attractive than most novels. We know that Cicero pleaded other causes before he went to Greece in the year 79 B.C., especially those for Publius Quintius, of which we have his speech, and that for a lady of Arretium, in which he defended her right to be regarded as a free woman of that city. In this speech he again attacked Sulla, the rights of the lady in question having been placed in jeopardy by an enactment made by the dictator, and again Cicero was successful. This is not extant. Then he started on his travels, as to which I have already spoken. While he was absent, Sulla died, and the condition of the republic during his absence was anything but hopeful. Lepidus was consul during these 2 years, than whom no weaker officer ever held rule in Rome, or rebelled against Rome; and Sertorius, who was in truth a greater man, was in arms against Rome in Spain, as a rebel, though he was in truth struggling to create a new Roman power, which should be purer than that existing in Italy. What Cicero thought of the condition of his country at this time we have no means of knowing. If he then wrote letters, they have not been preserved. His spoken words speak plainly enough of the condition of the courts of law, and let us know how resolved he was to oppose himself to their iniquities. A young man may devote himself to politics with as much ardour as a senior, but he cannot do so if he be intent on a profession. It is only when his business is so well grasped by him as to sit easily on him, that he is able to undertake the second occupation. There is a rumour that Cicero, when he returned home from Greece, thought for a while of giving himself up to philosophy, so that he was called Greek and Sophist in ridicule. It is not, however, to be believed that he ever for a moment abandoned the purpose he had formed for his own career. It will become evident as we go on with his life that this so-called philosophy of the Greeks was never to him a matter of more than interesting inquiry. A full, active, human life, in which he might achieve for himself all the charms of high rank, gilded by intelligence, erudition, and refined luxury, in which also he might serve his country, his order, and his friends, just such a life as our leading men propose to themselves here today in our country. This is what Cicero had determined to achieve from his earliest years, and it was not likely that he should be turned from it by the pseudo-logic of Greek philosophers. That the logic even of the Academy was false to him we have ample evidence, not only in his life but in his writings. There is a story that during his travels he consulted the oracle at Delphi as to his future career, and that on being told that he must look to his own genius and not to the opinion of the world at large, he determined to abandon the honours of the Republic. That he should have talked among the young men of the day of his philosophic investigations till they laughed at him and gave him a nickname may be probable, but it cannot have been that he ever thought of giving up the bar. In the year of his return to Rome, when he was 30, he married Terentia, a noble lady of whom we are informed that she had a good fortune and that her sister was one of the Vestal Virgins. Her nobility is inferred from the fact that the virgins were, as a rule, chosen from the noble families, though the law required only that they should be the daughters of free parents and of persons engaged in no mean pursuits. As to the more important question of Terentia's fortune, there has never been a doubt. Plutarch, however, does not make it out to have been very great, assuming a sum which was equal to about £4,200 of our money. He tells us at the same time that Cicero's own fortune was less than £4,000. But in both of these statements Plutarch, who was forced to take his facts where he could get them, and was not very particular in his authority, probably erred. The early education of Cicero, and the care taken to provide him with all that money could purchase, is, I think, conclusive of his father's wealth, and the mode of life adopted by Cicero shows that at no period did he think it necessary to live, as men do live, with small incomes. We shall find as we go on that he spent his money freely, as men did at Rome who had the command of large means. We are aware that he was often in debt, we find that from his letters. But he owed money not as a needy man does, but as one who is speculative, sanguine, and quite confident of his own resources. The management of incomes was not so fixed a thing then as it is with us now. Speculation was even more rampant, and rising men were willing and were able to become indebted for enormous sums, having no security to offer but the promise of their future career. Caesar's debts during various times of his life were proverbial. He is said to have owed over £300,000 before he reached his first step in the public employment. Cicero rushed into no such danger as this. We know, indeed, that when the time came to him for public expenditure on a great scale, as for instance when he was filling the office of aedile, he kept within bounds, and he did not lavish money which he did not possess. We know also that he altogether refrained, from the iniquitous habits of making large fortunes which were open to the great politicians of the Republic. To be quaestor that he might be aedile, aedile that he might be praetor and consul that he might rob a province, pillage Sicily, Spain, or Asia, and then at last come back a rich man, rich enough to cope with all his creditors, and to bribe the judges should he be accused for his misdeeds. These were the usual steps to take by enterprising Romans toward power, wealth, and enjoyment. But it will be observed, in this sequence of circumstances, the robbery of the province was essential to success. This was sometimes done after so magnificent a fashion as to have become an immortal fact in history. The instance of Verres will be narrated in the next chapter but one. Something of moderation was more general, so that the fleeced provincial might still live, and prefer sufferance to the doubtful chances of recovery. A proconsul might rob a great deal, and still return with hands apparently clean, bringing with him a score of provincial deputies to laud his goodness before the citizens at home. But Cicero robbed not at all. Even they who have been most hard upon his name, accusing him of insincerity and sometimes of want of patriotism, because his Roman mode of declaring himself without reserve in his letters has been perpetuated for us by the excellence of their language, even they have acknowledged that he kept his hands studiously clean in the service of his country, when to have clean hands was so peculiar as to be regarded as absurd. There were other means in which a noble Roman might make money, and might do so without leaving the city. An orator might be paid for his services as an advocate. Cicero, had such a trade been opened to him, might have made almost any sum to which his imagination could have stretched itself. Such a trade was carried on to a very great extent. It was illegal, such payment having been forbidden by the Lex Cincia de Muneribus, passed more than a century before Cicero began his pleadings. But the law had become a dead letter in the majority of cases. There can be no doubt that Hortensius, the predecessor and great rival of Cicero, took presents, if not absolute payment. Indeed, the myth of honorary work, which is in itself absurd, was no more practicable in Rome than it has been found to be in England, where every barrister is theoretically presumed to work for nothing. That the lex cingia, as far as the payment of advocates went, was absurd, may be allowed by us all. Services for which no regular payment can be exacted will always cost more than those which have a defined price. But Cicero would not break the law. It has been hinted, rather than stated, that he, like other orators of the day, had his price. He himself tells us that he took nothing, and no instance has been adduced that he had ever done so. He is free enough in accusing Hortensius of having accepted a beautiful statuette, an ivory sphinx of great value. What he knew of Hortensius, Hortensius would have known of him, had it been there to know, and what Hortensius or others had heard would certainly have been told. As far as we can learn, there is no ground for accusing Cicero of taking fees or presents beyond the probability that he would do so. I think we are justified in believing that he did not do so, because those who watched his conduct closely found no opportunity of exposing him. That he was paid by different allied states for undertaking their protection in the Senate is probable, such having been a custom not illegal. We know that he was specially charged with the affairs of Dyrrachium, and had probably amicable relations with other allied communities. This, however, must have been later in life, when his name was sufficiently high to ensure the value of his services, and when he was a senator. Noble Romans also, noble as they were and infinitely superior to the little cares of trade, were accustomed to traffic very largely in usury. We shall have a terrible example of such baseness on the part of Brutus, that Brutus whom we have been taught to regard as almost on a par with Cato in purity. To lend money to citizens, or more profitably to allied states and cities, at enormous rates of interest, was the ordinary resource of a Roman nobleman in quest of revenue. The allied city, when absolutely eaten to the bone by one noble Roman, who had plundered it as proconsul or governor, would escape from its immediate embarrassment by borrowing money from another noble Roman, who would then grind its very bones in exacting his interest and his principal. Cicero, in the most perfect of his works, the treatise De Officiis, an essay in which he instructs his son as to the way in which a man should endeavour to live so as to be a gentleman, inveighs both against trade and usury. When he tells us that they are to be accounted mean who buy in order that they may sell, we, with our later lights, do not quite agree with him, although he founds his assertion on an idea which is too often supported by the world's practice, namely, that men cannot do a retail business profitably without lying. The doctrine, however, has always been common that retail trade is not compatible with noble bearing, and was practised by all Romans who aspired to be considered among the upper classes. That other and certainly baser means of making money by usury was, however, only too common. Crassus, the noted rich man of Rome in Caesar's day, who was one of the first triumvirate, and who perished ignominiously in Parthia, was known to have gathered much of his wealth by such means. But against this Cicero is as staunchly severe as against shopkeeping. First of all, he says, these profits are despicable which incur the hatred of men, such as those of gatherers of custom and lenders of money on usury. Again we are entitled to say that Cicero did not condescend to enrich himself by the means which he himself condemns, because had he done so, the accusations made against him by his contemporaries would have reached our ears. Nor is it probable that a man in addressing his son as to rules of life would have spoken against a method of gathering riches which, had he practised it himself, must have been known to his son. His rules were severe as compared with the habits of the time. His dear friend Atticus did not so govern his conduct, or Brutus, who, when he wrote the De Officiis, was only less dear to him than Atticus. But Cicero himself seems to have done so faithfully. We learn from his letters that he owned house property in Rome to a considerable extent, having probably thus invested his own money or that of his wife. He inherited also the family house at Arpinum. He makes it a matter for boasting that he had received in the course of his life by legacies nearly £200,000, 20,000,000 sesterces, in itself a source of great income, and one common with Romans of a high position. Of the extent of his income it is impossible to speak, or even make a guess. But we do know that he lived always as a rich man, as one who regards such a condition of life as essentially proper to him, and that though he was often in debt, as was customary with noble Romans, he could always write about his debts in a vein of pleasantry, showing that they were not a heavy burden to him. And we know that he could at all times command for himself villas, books, statues, ornaments, columns, galleries, charming shades, and all the delicious appendages of mingled wealth and intelligence. He was as might be some English marquis, who, though up to his eyes in mortgages, is quite sure that he will never want any of the luxuries befitting a marquis. Though we have no authority to tell us how his condition of life became what it was, it is necessary that we should understand that condition if we are to get a clear insight into his life. Of that condition we have ample evidence. He commenced his career as a youth upon whose behalf nothing was spared, and when he settled himself in Rome, with the purport of winning for himself the highest honours of the Republic, he did so with the means of living like a nobleman. But the point on which it is most necessary to insist is this, that while so many, I may almost say all around him in his own order, were unscrupulous as to their means of getting money, he kept his hands clean. The practice then was much as it is now. A gentleman in our days is supposed to have his hands clean, but there has got abroad among us a feeling that only let a man rise high enough, soil will not stick to him. To rob is base, but if you rob enough, robbery will become heroism, or at any rate magnificence. With Caesar his debts have been accounted happy audacity; his pillage of Gaul and Spain, and of Rome also, have indicated only the success of the great general. His cruelty, which in cold-blooded efficiency has equalled, if not exceeded, the bloodthirstiness of any other tyrant, has been called clemency. I do not mean to draw a parallel between Caesar and Cicero. No two men could have been more different in their natures or in their career. But the one has been lauded because he was unscrupulous, and the other has incurred reproach because at every turn and twist in his life scruples dominated him. I do not say that he always did what he thought to be right. A man who doubts much can never do that. The thing that was right to him in the thinking became wrong to him in the doing. That from which he has shrunk as evil when it was within his grasp takes the colour of good when it has been beyond his reach. Cicero had not the stuff in him to rule the Rome and the Romans of his period, but he was a man whose hands were free from all stain, either of blood or money, and for so much let him at any rate have the credit. Between the return of Cicero to Rome in 77 B.C. and his election as quaestor in 75, in which period he married Terentia, he made various speeches in different causes, of which only one remains to us, or rather a small part of one. This is notable as having been spoken in behalf of that Roscius, the great comic actor, whose name has become familiar to us on account of his excellence, almost as have those of Garrick, of Siddons, and of Talma. It was a pleading as to the value of a slave, and the amount of pecuniary responsibility attaching to Roscius on account of the slave, who had been murdered when in his charge. As to the murder, no question is made. The slave was valuable, and the injury done to his master was a matter of importance. He, having been a slave, could have no stronger a claim for an injury done to himself than would a dog or a horse. The slave, whose name was Panurge, a name which has since been made famous as having been borrowed by Rabelais, probably from this occurrence, and given to his demon of mischief, showed aptitude for acting, and was therefore valuable. Then one Flavius killed him. Why or how we do not know, and having killed him, settled with Roscius for the injury by giving him a small farm. But Roscius had only borrowed or hired the man from one Chaerea, or was in partnership with Chaerea as to the man, and on that account paid something out of the value of the farm for the loss incurred, But the owner was not satisfied, and after a lapse of time made a further claim. Hence arose the action, in pleading which Cicero was successful. In the fragment we have of the speech there is nothing remarkable except the studied clearness of the language, but it reminds us of the opinion which Cicero had expressed of this actor in the oration which he made for Publius Quintius, who was the brother-in-law of Roscius. "He is such an actor," says Cicero, "that there is none other on the stage worthy to be seen, and such a man that among men he is the last that should have become an actor." The orator's praise of the actor is not of much importance. Had not Roscius been great in his profession, his name would not have come down to later ages. Nor is it now matter of great interest that the actor should have been highly praised as a man by his advocate. But it is something for us to know that the stage was generally held in such low repute as to make it seem a pity that a good man should have taken himself to such a calling. In the year 76 B.C. Cicero became father of a daughter, whom we shall know as Tullia, who, as she grew up, became the one person whom he loved best in all the world, and was elected quaestor. Cicero tells us of himself that in the preceding year he had solicited the quaestorship, when Cotta was candidate for the consulship, and Hortensius for the praetorship. There are in the dialogue De Claris Oratoribus, which has had the name of Brutus always given to it, some passages in which the orator tells us more of himself than in any other of his works. I will annex a translation of a small portion, because of its intrinsic interest, but I will relegate it to an appendix, because it is too long either for insertion in the text or for a note. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Life of Cicero, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Life of Cicero, Volume 1, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 5. Cicero as Quaestor. Cicero was elected quaestor in his 30th year, B.C. 76. He was then nearly 31. His predecessors and rivals at the bar, Cotta and Hortensius, were elected consul and praetor respectively in the same year. To become quaestor at the earliest age allowed by the law, at 31 namely, was the ambition of the Roman advocate who purposed to make his fortune by serving the state. To act as quaestor in his 32nd year, aedile in his 37th, praetor in his 41st, and consul in his 44th year, was to achieve in the earliest succession allowed by law all the great offices of trust, power, and future emolument. The great reward of proconsular rapine did not generally come till after the last step, though there were notable instances in which a propraetor with proconsular authority could make a large fortune, as we shall learn when we come to deal with Verres, and though aediles and even quaestors could find pickings. It was therefore a great thing for a man to begin as early as the law would permit, and to lose as few years as possible in reaching the summit. Cicero lost none. As he himself tells us in the passage to which I have referred in the last chapter, and which is to be found in the appendix, he gained the goodwill of men, that is, of free Romans who had the suffrage, and who could therefore vote either for him or against him, by the assiduity of his attention to the cases which he undertook, and by a certain brilliancy of speech which was new to them. Putting his hand strenuously to the plough, allowing himself to be diverted by none of those luxuries to which Romans of his day were so wont to give way, he earned his purpose by a resolution to do his very best. He was novus homo, a man, that is, belonging to a family of which no member had as yet filled high office in the state. Against such there was a strong prejudice with the aristocracy, who did not like to see the good things of the Republic dispersed among an increased number of hands. The power of voting was common to all Roman male citizens, but the power of influencing the electors had passed very much into the hands of the rich. The admiration which Cicero had determined to elicit would not go very far unless it could be produced in a very high degree. A Verres could get himself made praetor, a Lepidus some years since could receive the consulship, or now an Antony or almost a Catiline. The candidate would borrow money on the security of his own audacity, and would thus succeed, perhaps with some minor gifts of eloquence, if he could achieve them. With all this, the borrowing and the spending of money, that is, with direct bribery, Cicero would have nothing to do; but of the art of canvassing, that art by which he could at the moment make himself beloved by the citizens who had a vote to give, he was a profound master. There is a short treatise, De Petitione Consulatus, on canvassing for the consulship, of which mention may be made here, because all the tricks of the trade were as essential to him, when looking to be quaestor, as when he afterward desired to be consul, and because the political doings of his life will hurry us on too quickly in the days of his consulship to admit of our referring to these lessons. This little piece, of which we have only a fragment, is supposed to have been addressed to Cicero by his brother Quintus, giving fraternal advice as to the then coming great occasion. The critics say that it was retouched by the orator himself. The reader who has studied Cicero's style will think that the retouching went to a great extent, or that the two brothers were very like each other in their power of expression. The first piece of advice was no doubt always in Cicero's mind, not only when he looked for office, but whenever he addressed a meeting of his fellow citizens. Bethink yourself what is this republic, what it is you seek to be in it, and who you are that seek it. As you go down daily to the forum, turn the answer to this in your mind: Novus sum, consulatum peto, Roma est. I am a man of an untried family. It is the consulship that I seek. It is Rome in which I seek it. Though the condition of Rome was bad, still to him the republic was the greatest thing in the world, and to be consul in that republic the highest honour which the world could give. There is nobility in that, but there is very much that is ignoble in the means of canvassing which are advocated. I cannot say that they are as yet too ignoble for our modern use here in England, but they are too ignoble to be acknowledged by our candidates themselves, or by their brothers on their behalf. Cicero, not having progressed far enough in modern civilization to have studied the beauty of truth, is held to be false and hypocritical. We, who know so much more than he did, and have the doctrine of truth at our fingers' ends, are wise enough to declare nothing of our own shortcomings, but to attribute such malpractices only to others. It is a good thing to be thought worthy of the rank we seek by those who are in possession of it. Make yourself out to be an aristocrat, he means. Canvass them and cotton to them. Make them believe that in matters of politics you have always been with the aristocracy, never with the mob. That if you have at all spoken a word in public to tickle the people, you have done so for the sake of gaining Pompey. As to this, it is necessary to understand Pompey's peculiar popularity at the moment, both with the liberals and with the conservatives. Above all, see that you have with you the jeunesse dorée. They carry so much. There are many with you already. Take care that they shall know how much you think of them. He is especially desired to make known to the public the iniquities of Catiline, his opponent, as to whom Quintus says that, though he has lately been acquitted in regard to his speculations in Africa, he has had to bribe the judges so highly that he is now as poor as they were before they got their plunder. At every word we read, we are tempted to agree with Mommsen, that on the Roman oligarchy of the period no judgment can be passed save one of inexorable condemnation. Remember, says Quintus, that your candidature is very strong in that kind of friendship which has been created by your pleadings. Take care that each of those friends shall know what special business is allotted to him on the occasion, and as you have not troubled any of them yet, make them understand that you have reserved for the present moment the payment of their debts. This is all very well, but the next direction mingles so much of business with its truth, that no one but Machiavelli or Quintus Cicero could have expressed it in words. Men, says Quintus, are induced to struggle for us in these canvassings by three motives: by memory of kindness done, by the hope of kindness to come, and by community of political conviction. You must see how you are to catch each of these. Small favours will induce a man to canvass for you, and they who owe their safety to your pleadings, for there are many such, are aware that if they do not stand by you now, they will be regarded by all the world as sorry fellows. Nevertheless, they should be made to feel that, as they are indebted to you, you will be glad to have an opportunity of becoming indebted to them. But as to those on whom you have a hold only by hope, a class of men very much more numerous and likely to be very much more active, they are the men whom you should make to understand that your assistance will be always at their command. How severe, how difficult was the work of canvassing in Rome, we learn from these lessons. It was the very essence of a great Roman's life that he should live in public, and to such an extent was this carried, that we wonder how such a man as Cicero found time for the real work of his life. The Roman patron was expected to have a levee every morning early in his own house, and was wont, when he went down into the Forum, to be attended by a crowd of parasites. This had become so much a matter of course that a public man would have felt himself deserted had he been left alone either at home or abroad. Rome was full of idlers, of men who got their bread by the favours of the great, who lounged through their lives, political quidnuncs, who made canvassing a trade, men without a conviction, but who believed in the ascendancy of this or the other leader, and were ready to fawn or to fight in the streets, as there might be need. These were the Quirites of the day, men who were in truth fattened on the leavings of the plunder which was extracted from the allies, for it was the case now that a Roman was content to live on the industry of those whom his father had conquered. They would still fight in the legions, but the work of Rome was done by slaves, and the wealth of Rome was robbed from the provinces. Hence it came about that there was a numerous class to whom the name assectatores was given, who of course became specially prominent at elections. Quintus divides all such followers into three kinds, and gives instructions as to the special treatment to be applied to each. There are those who come to pay their respects to you at your own house, salutatores they were called. Then those who go down with you into the Forum, deductores. And after these, the third, the class of constant followers, assectatores as they were specially named. As to the first, who are the least in consequence, and who, according to our present ways of living, come in great numbers, you should take care to let them know that their doing even so much as this is much esteemed by you. Let them perceive that you note it when they come, and say as much to their friends who will repeat your words. Tell themselves often, if it be possible. In this way men, when there are many candidates, will observe that there is one who has his eyes open to these courtesies, and they will give themselves heart and soul to him, neglecting all others. And mind you, when you find that a man does but pretend, do not let him perceive that you have perceived it. Should any one wish to excuse himself, thinking that he is suspected of indifference, swear that you have never doubted him, nor had occasion to doubt. As to the work of the deductores, who go out with you, as it is much more severe than that of those who merely come to pay their compliments, let them understand that you feel it to be so, and, as far as possible, be ready to go into town with them at fixed hours. Quintus here means that the deductores are not to be kept waiting for the patron longer than can be helped. The attendance of a daily crowd in taking you down to the Forum gives a great show of character and dignity. Then come the band of followers which accompanies you diligently wherever you go. As to those who do this without special obligation, take care that they should know how much you think of them. From those who owe it to you as a duty, exact it rigorously. See that they who can come themselves do come themselves, and that they who cannot send others in their places. What an idea does this give as to the labour of a candidate in Rome! I can imagine it to be worse even than the canvassing of an English borough, which to a man of spirit and honour is the most degrading of all existing employments not held to be absolutely disgraceful. Quintus then goes on from the special management of friends to the general work of canvassing. It requires the remembering of men's names, nomenclationem, a happy word we do not possess, flattery, diligence, sweetness of temper, good report, and a high standing in the Republic. Let it be seen that you have been at the trouble to remember people, and practise yourself to it so that the power may increase with you. There is nothing so alluring to the citizen as that. If there be a softness which you have not by nature, so affect it that it shall seem to be your own naturally. You have indeed a way with you which is not unbecoming to a good-natured man. But you must caress men, which is in truth vile and sordid at other times, but is absolutely necessary at elections. It is no doubt a mean thing to flatter some low fellow, but when it is necessary to make a friend, it can be pardoned. A candidate must do it, whose face and look and tongue should be made to suit those he has to meet. What perseverance means, I need not tell you. The word itself explains itself. As a matter of course, you shall not leave the city, but it is not enough for you to stick to your work in Rome and in the Forum. You must seek out the voters and canvass them separately, and take care that no one shall ask from another what it is that you want from him. Let it have been solicited by yourself, and often solicited. Quintus seems to have understood the business well, and the elder brother no doubt profited by the younger brother's care. It was so they did it at Rome. That men should have gone through all this in search of plunder and wealth does not strike us as being marvellous or even out of place. A vile object justifies vile means. But there were some at Rome who had it in their hearts really to serve their country, and with whom it was at the same time a matter of conscience that in serving their country they would not dishonestly or dishonourably enrich themselves. There was still a grain of salt left. But even this could not make itself available for useful purpose without having recourse to tricks such as these. [Sidenote: B.C. 75, Aetat. 32.] In his proper year Cicero became quaestor, and had assigned to him by lot the duty of looking after the western division of Sicily. For Sicily, though but one province as regarded general condition, being under one governor with proconsular authority, retained separate modes of government, or rather varied forms of subjection to Rome, especially in matters of taxation, according as it had or had not been conquered from the Carthaginians. Cicero was quartered at Lilybaeum on the west, whereas the other quaestor was placed at Syracuse in the east. There were at that time 20 quaestors elected annually, some of whom remained in Rome, but most of the number were stationed about the empire, there being always one as assistant to each proconsul. When a consul took the field with an army, he always had a quaestor with him. This had become the case so generally, that the quaestor became, as it were, something between a private secretary and a senior lieutenant to a governor. The arrangement came to have a certain sanctity attached to it, as though there was something in the connection warmer and closer than that of mere official life, so that a quaestor has been called a proconsul's son for the time, and was supposed to feel that reverence and attachment that a son entertains for his father. But to Cicero, and to young quaestors in general, the great attraction of the office consisted in the fact that the aspirant, having once become a quaestor, was a senator for the rest of his life, unless he should be degraded by misconduct. Gradually it had come to pass that the Senate was replenished by the votes of the people, not directly, but by the admission into the Senate of the popularly elected magistrates. There were in the time of Cicero between 500 and 600 members of this body. The numbers down to the time of Sulla had been increased or made up by direct selection by the old kings, or by the censors, or by some dictator, such as was Sulla, and the same thing was done afterward by Julius Caesar. The years between Sulla's dictatorship and that of Caesar were but 30, from 79 to 49 B.C. These, however, were the years in which Cicero dreamed that the Republic could be re-established by means of an honest Senate, which Senate was then to be kept alive by the constant infusion of new blood, accruing to it from the entrance of magistrates who had been chosen by the people. Tacitus tells us that it was with this object that Sulla had increased the number of quaestors. Cicero's hopes, his futile hopes of what an honest Senate might be made to do, still ran high, although at the very time in which he was elected quaestor, he was aware that the judges, then elected from the Senate, were so corrupt that their judgment could not be trusted. Of this popular mode of filling the Senate he speaks afterwards in his treatise De Legibus. From those who have acted as magistrates the Senate is composed, a measure altogether in the popular interest, as no one can now reach the highest rank, namely the Senate, except by the votes of the people, all power of selecting having been taken away from the censors. In his pleadings for P. Sextus he makes the same boast as to old times, not with absolute accuracy as far as we can understand the old constitution, but with the same passionate ardour as to the body. Romans, when they could no longer endure the rule of kings, created annual magistrates, but after such fashion that the council of the Senate was set over the Republic for its guidance. Senators were chosen for that work by the entire people, and the entrance to that order was opened to the virtue and to the industry of the citizens at large. When defending Cluentius, he expatiates on the glorious privileges of the Roman Senate, its high place, its authority, its splendour at home, its name and fame abroad, the purple robe, the ivory chair, the appanage of office, the fasces, the army with its command, the government of the provinces. On that splendour, apud exteras gentes, he expatiates in one of his attacks upon Verres. From all this will be seen Cicero's idea of the chamber into which he had made his way as soon as he had been chosen quaestor. In this matter, which was the pivot on which his whole life turned, the character, namely, of the Roman Senate, it cannot but be observed that he was wont to blow both hot and cold. It was his nature to do so, not from any aptitude for deceit, but because he was sanguine and vacillating, because he now aspired and now despaired. He blew hot and cold in regard to the Senate, because at times he would feel it to be what it was, composed for the most part of men who were time-serving and corrupt, willing to sell themselves for a price to any buyer; and then again at times he would think of the Senate as endowed with all those privileges which he names, and would dream that under his influence it would become what it should be, such a Senate as he believed it to have been in its old palmy days. His praise of the Senate, his description of what it should be and might be, I have given. To the other side of the picture we shall come soon, when I shall have to show how, at the trial of Verres, he declared before the judges themselves how terrible had been the corruption of the judgment seat in Rome, since, by Sulla's enactment, it had been occupied only by the senators. One passage I will give now, in order that the reader may see by the juxtaposition of the words that he could denounce the Senate as loudly as he could vaunt its privileges. In the column on the left hand in the note, I quote the words with which, in the first pleading against Verres, he declared that every base and iniquitous thing done on the judgment seat during the 10 years since the power of judging had been transferred to the Senate should be not only denounced by him, but also proved. And in that on the right I will repeat the noble phrases which he afterward used in the speech for Cluentius, when he chose to speak well of the order. Footnote: Contra Verem, Actio Prima, Chapter 13. Omnia non modo commemorabuntur, sed etiam expositis certis rebus agentur, quae inter 10 annos posterquam judiciad senatum translata sunt, in rebus judicandis nefari flagitiosaque facta sunt. Pro Cluentio, 56. Locus, auctoritas, domi splendor, apud exteras nationes nomen et gratia, toga praetexta, cella curulis, insignia, fasces, exercitus, imperia provincia. End of footnote. It was on the Senate that they who wished well for Rome must depend, on the Senate, chosen, refreshed, and replenished from among the people, on a body which should be at the same time august and popular, as far removed on the one side from the tyranny of individuals, as on the other from the violence of the mob, but on a Senate freed from its corruption and dirt, on a body of noble Romans fitted by their individual character and high rank to rule and to control their fellow citizens. This was Cicero's idea, and this the state of things which he endeavoured to achieve. No doubt he dreamed that his own eloquence and his own example might do more in producing this than is given to men to achieve by such means. No doubt there was conceit in this, conceit and perhaps vanity. It has to be admitted that Cicero always exaggerated his own powers, but the ambition was great, the purpose noble, and the course of his whole life was such as to bring no disgrace on his aspirations. He did not thunder against the judges for taking bribes, and then plunder a province himself. He did not speak grandly of the duty of a patron to his clients, and then open his hands to illicit payments. He did not call upon the Senate for high duty, and then devote himself to luxury and pleasure. He had a beau idéal of the manner in which a Roman senator should live and work, and he endeavoured to work and live up to that ideal. There was no period after his consulship in which he was not aware of his own failure. Nevertheless, with constant labour, but with intermittent struggles, he went on, till at the end, in the last fiery year of his existence, he taught himself again to think that even yet there was a chance. How he struggled, and in struggling perished, we shall see by and by. What Cicero did as quaestor in Sicily we have no means of knowing. His correspondence does not go back so far. That he was very active, and active for good, we have two testimonies, one of which is serious, convincing, and most important as an episode in his life. The other consists simply of a good story, told by himself of himself, not intended at all for his own glorification, but still carrying with it a certain weight. As to the first, Cicero was quaestor in Lilybaeum, in the 32nd year of his life. In the 37th year he was elected aedile, and was then called upon by the Sicilians to attack Verres on their behalf. Verres was said to have carried off from Sicily plunder to the amount of nearly £400,000, after a misrule of 3 years' duration. All Sicily was ruined. Beyond its pecuniary losses, its sufferings had been excruciating, but not till the end had come of a governor's proconsular authority could the almost hopeless chance of a criminal accusation against the tyrant be attempted. The tyrant would certainly have many friends in Rome. The injured provincials would probably have none of great mark. A man, because he had been quaestor, was not necessarily one having influence, unless he belonged to some great family. This was not the case with Cicero. But he had made for himself such a character during his year of office, that the Sicilians declared that if they could trust themselves to any man at Rome, it would be to their former quaestor. It had been a part of his duty to see that the proper supply of corn was collected in the island and sent to Rome. A great portion of the bread eaten in Rome was grown in Sicily, and much of it was supplied in the shape of a tax. It was the hateful practice of Rome to extract the means of living from her colonies, so as to spare her own labourers. To this, hard as it was, the Sicilians were well used. They knew the amount required of them by law, and were glad enough when they could be quit in payment of the dues which the law required, but they were seldom blessed by such moderation on the part of their rulers. To what extent this special tax could be stretched, we shall see when we come to the details of the trial of Verres. It is no doubt only from Cicero's own words that we learn that, although he sent to Rome plenteous supplies, he was just to the dealer, liberal to the pawns, and forbearing to the allies generally; and that when he took his departure, they paid him honours hitherto unheard of. But I think we must take it for granted that this statement is true, firstly because it has never been contradicted, and then from the fact that the Sicilians all came to him in the day of their distress. As to the little story to which I have alluded, it has been told so often since Cicero told it himself that I am almost ashamed to repeat it. It is, however, too emblematic of the man, gives us too close an insight both into his determination to do his duty, and to his pride, conceit, if you will, at having done it, to be omitted. In his speech for Plancius, he tells us that by chance, coming direct from Sicily after his quaestorship, he found himself at Puteoli, just at the season when the fashion from Rome betook itself to that delightful resort. He was full of what he had done, how he had supplied Rome with corn, but had done so without injury to the Sicilians, how honestly he had dealt with the merchants, and had in truth won golden opinions on all sides, so much so that he thought that when he reached the city, the citizens in a mob would be ready to receive him. Then at Puteoli he met two acquaintances. "Ah," says one to him, "when did you leave Rome? What news have you brought?" Cicero, drawing his head up, as we can see him, replied that he had just returned from his province. "Of course, just back from Africa," said the other. "Not so," said Cicero, bridling in anger. stomachans fastidiose, as he describes it himself, but from Sicily. Then the other lounger, a fellow who pretended to know everything, put in his word. Do you not know that our Cicero has been quaestor at Syracuse? The reader will remember that he had been quaestor in the other division of the island, at Lilybæum. There was no use in thinking any more about it, says Cicero. I gave up being angry, and determined to be like any one else, just one at the waters. Yes, he had been very conceited, and well understood his own fault of character in that respect; but he would not have shown his conceit in that matter, had he not resolved to do his duty in a manner uncommon then among quaestors, and been conscious that he had done it. Perhaps there is no more certain way of judging a man than from his own words, if his real words be in our possession. In doing so, we are bound to remember how strong will be the bias of every man's mind in his own favour, and for that reason a judicious reader will discount a man's praise of himself. But the reader, to get at the truth, if he be indeed judicious, will discount them after a fashion conformable with the nature of the man whose character he is investigating. A reader will not be judicious who imagines that what a man says of his own praises must be false, or that all which can be drawn from his own words in his own dispraise must be true. If a man praise himself for honour, probity, industry, and patriotism, he will at any rate show that these virtues are dear to him, unless the course of his life has proved him to be altogether a hypocrite in such utterances. It has not been presumed that Cicero was a hypocrite in these utterances. He was honest and industrious. He did appreciate honour and love his country. So much is acknowledged, and yet it is supposed that what good he has told us of himself is false. If a man doubt of himself constantly, if in his most private intercourse and closest familiar utterances he admit occasionally his own human weakness, if he find himself to have failed at certain moments and says so, the very feelings that have produced such confessions are proof that the highest points which have not been attained have been seen and valued. A man will not sorrowfully regret that he has won only a second place, or a third, unless he be alive to the glory of the first. But Cicero's acknowledgments have all been taken as proof against himself. All manner of evil is argued against him from his own words, when an ill meaning can be attached to them; but when he speaks of his great aspirations, he is ridiculed for bombast and vanity. On the strength of some perhaps unconsidered expression in a letter to Atticus, he is condemned for treachery, whereas the sentences in which he has thoughtfully declared the purposes of his very soul are counted as claptraps. No one has been so frequently condemned out of his mouth as Cicero, and naturally. In these modern days we have contemporary records as to prominent persons. Of the characters of those who lived in long past ages, we generally fail to have any clear idea, because we lack those close chronicles which are necessary for the purpose. What insight have we into the personality of Alexander the Great, or what insight had Plutarch, who wrote about him? As to Samuel Johnson, we seem to know every turn of his mind, having had a Boswell. Alexander had no Boswell. But here is a man belonging to those past ages of which I speak, who was his own Boswell, and after such a fashion that since letters were invented, no records have ever been written in language more clear or more attractive. It is natural that we should judge out of his own mouth one who left so many more words behind him than did anyone else, particularly one who left words so pleasant to read. And all that he wrote was, after some fashion, about himself. His letters, like all letters, are personal to himself. His speeches are words coming out of his own mouth about affairs in which he was personally engaged and interested. His rhetoric consists of lessons given by himself about his own art, founded on his own experience, and on his own observation of others. His so-called philosophy gives us the workings of his own mind. No one has ever told the world so much about another person as Cicero has told the world about Cicero. Boswell pales before him as a chronicler of minutiae. It may be a matter of small interest now to the bulk of readers to be intimately acquainted with a Roman who was never one of the world's conquerors. It may be well for those who desire to know simply the facts of the world's history to dismiss as unnecessary the aspirations of one who lived so long ago. But if it be worth while to discuss the man's character, it must be worth while to learn the truth about it. "Oh, that mine adversary had written a book!" Who does not understand the truth of these words? It is always out of a man's mouth that you may most surely condemn him. Cicero wrote many books, and all about himself. He has been honoured very highly. Middleton, in the preface to his own biography, which with all its charms has become a byword for eulogy, quotes the opinion of Erasmus, who tells us that he loves the writings of the man, not only for the divine felicity of his style, but for the sanctity of his heart and morals. This was the effect left on the mind of an accurate thinker and most just man. But then also has Cicero been spoken of with the bitterest scorn. From Dio Cassius, who wrote 220 years after Christ, down to Mr. Froude, whose Caesar has just been published, he has had such hard things said of him by men who have judged him out of his own mouth, that the reader does not know how to reconcile what he now reads with the opinion of men of letters who lived and wrote in the century next after his death, with the testimony of such a man as Erasmus, and with the hearty praises of his biographer Middleton. The sanctity of his heart and morals! It was thus that Erasmus was struck in reading his works. It is a feeling of that kind, I profess, that has induced me to take this work in hand, a feeling produced altogether by the study of his own words. It has seemed to be that he has loved men so well, has been so anxious for the true, has been so capable of honesty when dishonesty was common among all around him, has been so jealous in the cause of good government, has been so hopeful when there has been but little ground for hope, as to have deserved a reputation for sanctity of heart and morals. Of the speeches made by Cicero as advocate after his quaestorship, and before those made in the accusation of Verres, we have the fragment only of the second of two spoken in defence of Marcus Tullius Decula, whom we may suppose to have been distantly connected with his family. He does not avow any relationship. "What," he says, in opening his argument, "does it become me, a Tullius, to do for this other Tullius, a man not only my friend, but my namesake?" It was a matter of no great importance, as it was addressed to judges not so called, but to recuperatores, judges chosen by the praetor, and who acted in lighter cases. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of the Life of Cicero, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Life of Cicero, Volume 1, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 6, Verres, Part 1. There are 6 episodes, or, as I may say, divisions in the life of Cicero, to which special interest attaches itself. The first is the accusation against Verres, in which he drove the miscreant howling out of the city. The second is his consulship, in which he drove Catiline out of the city, and caused certain other conspirators who were joined with the arch-rebel to be killed, either legally or illegally. The third was his exile, in which he himself was driven out of Rome. The fourth was a driving out too, though of a more honourable kind, when he was compelled, much against his will, to undertake the government of a province. The fifth was Caesar's passing of the Rubicon, the battle of Pharsalia, and his subsequent adherence to Caesar. The last was his internecine combat with Antony, which produced the Philippics, and that memorable series of letters in which he strove to stir into flames the expiring embers of the Republic. The literary work with which we are acquainted is spread, but spread very unevenly, over his whole life. I have already told the story of Sextus Roscius Amerinus, having taken it from his own words. From that time onward he wrote continually, but the fervid stream of his eloquence came forth from him with unrivalled rapidity in the 20 last miserable months of his life. We have now come to the first of those episodes, and I have to tell the way in which Cicero struggled with Verres, and how he conquered him. In 74 B.C. Verres was praetor in Rome. At that period of the Republic there were 8 praetors elected annually, 2 of whom remained in the city, whereas the others were employed abroad, generally with the armies of the empire. In the next year, 73 B.C., Verres went in due course to Sicily with proconsular or propraetorial authority, having the government assigned to him for 12 months. This was usual and constitutional, but it was not unusual, even if unconstitutional, that this period should be prolonged. In the case of Verres it was prolonged, so that he should hold the office for 3 years. He had gone through the other offices of the state, having been quaestor in Asia, and aedile afterward in Rome, to the great misfortune of all who were subjected to his handling, as we shall learn by and by. The facts are mentioned here to show that the great offices of the Republic were open to such a man as Verres. They were in fact more open to such a candidate than they would be to one less iniquitous, to an honest man or a scrupulous one, or to one partially honest or not altogether unscrupulous. If you send a dog into a wood to get truffles, you will endeavour to find one that will tear up as many truffles as possible. A proconsular robber did not rob only for himself, he robbed more or less for all Rome. Verres boasted that with his 3 years of rule he could bring enough home to bribe all the judges, secure all the best advocates, and live in splendid opulence for the rest of his life. What a dog he was to send into a wood for truffles! To such a condition as this had Rome fallen, when the deputies from Sicily came to complain of their late governor, and to obtain the services of Cicero in seeking for whatever reparation might be possible. Verres had carried on his plunder during the years 73, 72, 71 B.C. During this time Cicero had been engaged sedulously as an advocate in Rome. We know the names of some of the cases in which he was engaged, those, for instance, for Publius Oppius, who, having been quaestor in Bithynia, was accused by his proconsul of having endeavoured to rob the soldiers of their dues. We are told that the poor province suffered greatly under these 2 officers, who were always quarrelling as to a division of their plunder. In this case the senior officer accused the younger, and the younger, by Cicero's aid, was acquitted. Quintilian more than once refers to the speech made for Oppius. Cicero also defended Varenus, who was charged with having murdered his brother, and one Caius Mustius, of whom we only know that he was a farmer of taxes. He was advocate also for Sthenius, a Sicilian, who was accused before the tribunes by Verres. We shall hear of Sthenius again among the victims in Sicily. The special charge in this case was that, having been condemned by Verres as praetor in Sicily, he had run away to Rome, which was illegal. He was, however, acquitted. Of these speeches we have only some short fragments, which have been quoted by authors whose works have come down to us, such as Quintilian, by which we know, at any rate, that Cicero's writings had been so far carefully preserved, and that they were commonly read in those days. I will translate here the concluding words of a short paper written by M. de Rozoir, in reference to Cicero's life at this period. The assiduity of our orator at the bar had obtained for him a high degree of favour among the people, because they had seen how strictly he had observed that Cincian law, which forbade advocates to take either money or presents for their pleadings, which law, however, the advocates of the day generally did not scruple to neglect. It is a good thing to be honest when honesty is in vogue, but to be honest when honesty is out of fashion is magnificent. In the affair with Verres there are 2 matters to interest the reader, indeed to instruct the reader, if the story were sufficiently well told. The iniquity of Verres is the first, which is of so extravagant a nature as to become farcical by the absurdity of the extent to which he was not afraid to go in the furtherance of his avarice and lust. As the victims suffered 2000 years ago, we can allow ourselves to be amused by the inexhaustible fertility of the man's resources, and the singular iniquity of his schemes. Then we are brought face to face with the barefaced corruption of the Roman judges, a corruption which, however, became a regular trade, if not ennobled, made at any rate aristocratic, by the birth, wealth, high names, and senatorial rank of the robbers. Sulla, for certain state purposes, which consisted in the maintenance of the oligarchy, had transferred the privileges of sitting on the judgment seat from the equites, or knights, to the senators. From among the latter, a considerable number, 30 perhaps, or 40, or even 50, were appointed to sit with the praetor to hear criminal cases of importance, and by their votes, which were recorded on tablets, the accused person was acquitted or condemned. To be acquitted by the most profuse corruption entailed no disgrace on him who was tried, and often but little on the judges who tried him. In Cicero's time the practice, with all its chances, had come to be well understood. The provincial governors, with their quaestors and lieutenants, were chosen from the high aristocracy, which also supplied the judges. The judges themselves had been employed, or hoped to be employed, in similar lucrative service. The leading advocates belonged to the same class. If the proconsular thief, when he had made his bag, would divide the spoil with some semblance of equity among his brethren, nothing could be more convenient. The provinces were so large, and the Greek spirit of commercial enterprise which prevailed in them so lively, that there was room for plunder ample, at any rate, for a generation or two. The Republic boasted that, in its love of pure justice, it had provided by certain laws for the protection of its allied subjects against any possible faults of administration on the part of its own officers. If any injury were done to a province or a city, or even to an individual, the province or city or individual could bring its grievance to the ivory chair of the praetor in Rome, and demand redress. And there had been cases, not a few, in which a delinquent officer had been condemned to banishment. Much, indeed, was necessary before the scheme, as it was found to exist by Verres, could work itself into perfection. Verres felt that in his time everything had been done for security as well as splendour. He would have all the great officers of state on his side. The Sicilians, if he could manage the case as he thought it might be managed, would not have a leg to stand upon. There was many a trick within his power before they could succeed in making good even their standing before the praetor. It was in this condition of things that Cicero bethought himself that he might at one blow break through the corruption of the judgment seat, and this he determined to do by subjecting the judges to the light of public opinion. If Verres could be tried under a bushel, as it were, in the dark, as many others had been tried, so that little or nothing should be said about the trial in the city at large, then there would be no danger for the judges. It could only be by shaming them, by making them understand that Rome would become too hot to hold them, that they could be brought to give a verdict against the accused. This it was that Cicero determined to effect, and did effect. And we see throughout the whole pleadings that he was concerned in the matter not only for the Sicilians or against Verres. Could something be done for the sake of Rome, for the sake of the Republic, to redeem the courts of justice from the obloquy which was attached to them? Might it be possible for a man so to address himself, not only to the judgment seat, but to all Rome, as to do away with this iniquity once and for ever? Could he so fill the minds of the citizens generally with horror at such proceedings, as to make them earnest in demanding reform? Hortensius, the great advocate of the day, was not only engaged on behalf of Verres, but he was already chosen as consul for the next year. Metellus, who was elected praetor for the next year, was hot in defence of Verres. Indeed, there were 3 Metelluses among the friends of the accused, who also had on his side the Scipio of the day. The aristocracy of Rome was altogether on the side of Verres, as was natural. But if Cicero might succeed at all in this which he meditated, the very greatness of his opponents would help him. When it was known that he was to be pitted against Hortensius as an advocate, and that he intended to defy Hortensius as the coming consul, then surely Rome would be awake to the occasion. And if Rome could be made to awake herself, then would this beautiful scheme of wealth from provincial plunder be brought to an end. I will first speak of the work of the judges, and of the attempts made to hinder Cicero in the business he had undertaken. Then I will endeavour to tell something of the story of Verres and his doings. The subject divides itself naturally in this way. There are extant 7 so-called orations about Verres, of which the 2 first apply to the manner in which the case should be brought before the courts. These 2 were really spoken, and were so effective that Verres, or probably Hortensius on his behalf, was frightened into silence. Verres pleaded guilty, as we should say, which, in accordance with the usages of the court, he was enabled to do by retiring and going into voluntary banishment. This he did, sooner than stand his ground and listen to the narration of his iniquities as it would be given by Cicero in the full speech, the Perpetua Oratio, which would follow the examination of the witnesses. What the orator said before the examination of the witnesses was very short. He had to husband his time, as it was a part of the grand scheme of Hortensius to get adjournment after adjournment, because of certain sacred rites and games, during the celebration of which the courts could not sit. All this was arranged for in the scheme, but Cicero, in order that he might baffle the schemers, got through his preliminary work as quickly as possible, saying all that he had to say about the manner of the trial, about the judges, about the scheme, but dilating very little on the iniquities of the criminal. But having thus succeeded, having gained his cause in a great measure by the unexpected quickness of his operations, then he told his story. Then was made that Perpetua Oratio, by which we have learned the extent to which a Roman governor could go on desolating a people who were entrusted to his protection. This full narration is divided into 5 parts, each devoted to a separate class of iniquity. These were never spoken, though they appear in the form of speeches. They would have been spoken, if required, in answer to the defence made by Hortensius on behalf of Verres, after the hearing of the evidence. But the defence broke down altogether, in the fashion thus described by Cicero himself. In that 1 hour in which I spoke, this was the speech which we designate as the actio prima contra verem, the first pleading made against Verres, to which we shall come just now. I took away all hope of bribing the judges from the accused, from this brazen-faced, rich, dissolute, and abandoned man. On the first day of the trial, on the mere calling of the names of the witnesses, the people of Rome were able to perceive that if this criminal were absolved, then there could be no chance for the Republic. On the 2nd day, his friends and advocates had not only lost all hope of gaining their cause, but all relish for going on with it. The 3rd day so paralysed the man himself, that he had to bethink himself, not what sort of reply he could make, but how he could escape the necessity of replying, by pretending to be ill. It was in this way that the trial was brought to an end. But we must go back to the beginning. When an accusation was to be made against some great Roman of the day, on account of illegal public misdoings, as was to be made now against Verres, the conduct of the case, which would require probably great labour and expense, and would give scope for the display of oratorical excellence, was regarded as a task in which a young aspirant to public favour might obtain honour, and by which he might make himself known to the people. It had therefore come to pass that there might be 2 or more accusers anxious to undertake the work, and to show themselves off as solicitous on behalf of injured innocents, or desirous of labouring in the service of the Republic. When this was the case, a court of judges was called upon to decide whether this man or that other was most fit to perform the work in hand. Such a trial was called divinatio, because the judges had to get their lights in the matter as best they could, without the assistance of witnesses, by some process of divination, with the aid of the gods, as it might be. Cicero's first speech in the matter of Verres is called In Quintum Caecilium Divinatio, because one Caecilius came forward to take the case away from him. Here was a part of the scheme laid by Hortensius. To deal with Cicero in such a matter would no doubt be awkward. His purpose, his diligence, his skill, his eloquence, his honesty were known. There must be a trial. So much was acknowledged, but if the conduct of it could be relegated to a man who was dishonest, or who had no skill, no fitness, no special desire for success, then the little scheme could be carried through in that way. So Caecilius was put forward as Cicero's competitor, and our first speech is that made by Cicero to prove his own superiority to that of his rival. Whether Caecilius was or was not hired to break down in his assumed duty as accuser, we do not know. The biographers have agreed to say that such was the case, grounding their assertion, no doubt, on extreme probability. But I doubt whether there is any evidence as to this. Cicero himself brings this accusation, but not in that direct manner which he would have used had he been able to prove it. The Sicilians, at any rate, said that it was so. As to the incompetency of the man, there was probably no doubt, and it might be quite as serviceable to have had an incompetent as a dishonest accuser. Caecilius himself had declared that no one could be so fit as himself for the work. He knew Sicily well, having been born there. He had been quaestor there with Verres, and had been able to watch the governor's doings. No doubt there was, or had been in more pious days, a feeling that a quaestor should never turn against the proconsul under whom he had served, and to whom he had held the position almost of a son. But there was less of that feeling now than heretofore. Verres had quarrelled with his quaestor. Oppius was called on to defend himself against the proconsul with whom he had served. No one could know the doings of the governor of a province as well as his own quaestor, and therefore, so said Caecilius, he would be the preferable accuser. As to his hatred of the man, there could be no doubt as to that. Everybody knew that they had quarrelled. The purpose, no doubt, was to give some colourable excuse to the judges for rescuing Verres, the great paymaster, from the fangs of Cicero. Cicero's speech on the occasion, which, as speeches went in those days, was very short, is a model of sagacity and courage. He had to plead his own fitness, the unfitness of his adversary, and the wishes in the matter of the Sicilians. This had to be done with no halting phrases. It was not simply his object to convince a body of honest men that, with the view of getting at the truth, he would be the better advocate of the two. We may imagine that there was not a judge there, not a Roman present, who was not well aware of that before the orator began. It was needed that the absurdity of the comparison between them should be declared so loudly that the judges would not dare to betray the Sicilians, and to liberate the accused by choosing the incompetent man. When Cicero rose to speak, there was probably not one of them of his own party, not a consul, a praetor, an aedile, or a quaestor, not a judge, not a senator, not a hanger-on about the courts, but was anxious that Verres, with his plunder, should escape. Their hope of living upon the wealth of the provinces hung upon it. But if he could speak winged words, words that should fly all over Rome, that might fly also among subject nations, then would the judges not dare to carry out this portion of the scheme. When, he says, I had served as quaestor in Sicily, and had left the province after such a fashion that all the Sicilians had a grateful memory of my authority there, though they had older friends on whom they relied much, they felt that I might be a bulwark to them in their need. These Sicilians, harassed and robbed, have now come to me in public bodies, and have implored me to undertake their defence. The time has come, they say, not that I should look after the interest of this or that man, but that I should protect the very life and well-being of the whole province. I am inclined by my sense of duty, by the faith which I owe them, by my pity for them, by the example of all good Romans before me, by the custom of the Republic, by the old constitution, to undertake this task, not as pertaining to my own interests, but to those of my close friends. That was his own reason for undertaking the case. Then he reminds the judges of what the Roman people wished, the people who had felt with dismay the injury inflicted upon them by Sulla's withdrawal of all power from the tribunes, and by the putting the whole authority of the bench into the hands of the senators. The Roman people, much as they have been made to suffer, regret nothing of that they have lost so much as the strength and majesty of the old judges. It is with the desire of having them back that they demand for the tribunes their former power. It is this misconduct of the present judges that has caused them to ask for another class of men for the judgment seat. By the fault and to the shame of the judges of today, the censor's authority, which has hitherto always been regarded as odious and stern, even that is now requested by the people. Then he goes on to show that if justice is intended, this case will be put into the hands of him whom the Sicilians have themselves chosen. Had the Sicilians said that they were unwilling to trust their affairs to Caecilius because they had not known him, but were willing to trust him, Cicero, whom they did know, would not even that have been reasonable enough of itself? But the Sicilians had known both of them, had known Caecilius almost as well as Cicero, and had expressed themselves clearly. Much as they desired to have Cicero, they were as anxious not to have Caecilius. Even had they held their tongues about this, everybody would have known it, but they had been far from holding their tongues. Yet you offer yourself to these most unwilling clients, he says, turning to Caecilius. Yet you are ready to plead in a cause that does not belong to you. Yet you would defend those who would rather have no defender than such a one as you. Then he attacks Hortensius, the advocate for Verres. Let him not think that, if I am to be employed here, the judges can be bribed without infinite danger to all concerned. In undertaking this cause of the Sicilians, I undertake also the cause of the people of Rome at large. It is not only that one wretched sinner should be crushed, which is what the Sicilians want, but that this terrible injustice should be stopped altogether, in compliance with the wishes of the people. When we remember how this was spoken, in the presence of those very judges, in the presence of Hortensius himself, in reliance only on the public opinion which he was to create by his own words, we cannot but acknowledge that it is very fine. After that he again turns upon Caecilius. Learn from me, he says, how many things are expected from him who undertakes the accusation of another. If there be one of those qualities in you, I will give up to you all that you ask. Caecilius was probably even now in alliance with Verres. He himself, when quaestor, had robbed the people in the collection of the corn dues, and was unable therefore to include that matter in his accusation. You can bring no charge against him on this head, lest it be seen that you were a partner with him in the business. He ridicules him as to his personal insufficiency. What, Caecilius? As to those practices of the profession without which an action such as this cannot be carried on, do you think that there is nothing in them? Need there be no skill in the business, no habit of speaking, no familiarity with the forum, with the judgment seats, and the laws? I know well how difficult the ground is. Let me advise you to look into yourself, and to see whether you are able to do that kind of thing. Have you got voice for it, prudence, memory, wit? Are you able to expose the life of Verres, as it must be done, to divide it into parts and make everything clear? In doing all this, though nature should have assisted you, as it has not at all, is of course implied, if from your earliest childhood you had been imbued with letters, if you had learned Greek at Athens instead of at Lilybaeum, Latin in Rome instead of in Sicily, still would it not be a task beyond your strength to undertake such a case, so widely thought of, to complete it by your industry, and then to grasp it in your memory, to make it plain by your eloquence, and to support it with voice and strength sufficient? Have I these gifts, you will ask? Would that I had! But from my childhood I have done all that I could to attain them. Cicero makes his point so well that I would fain go through the whole speech, were it not that a similar reason might induce me to give abridgments of all his speeches. It may not be that the readers of these orations will always sympathise with the orator in the matter which he has in hand, though his power over words is so great as to carry the reader with him very generally, even at this distance of time. But the neatness with which the weapon is used, the effectiveness of the thrust for the purpose intended, the certainty with which the nail is hit on the head, never with an expenditure of unnecessary force, but always with the exact strength wanted for the purpose. These are the characteristics of Cicero's speeches which carry the reader on with the delight which he will want to share with others, as a man when he has heard a good story instantly wishes to tell it again. And with Cicero we are charmed by the modernness, by the tone of today which his language takes. The rapid way in which he runs from scorn to pity, from pity to anger, from anger to public zeal, and then instantly to irony and ridicule, implies a lightness of touch which, not unreasonably, surprises us as having endured for so many 100 years.
That poetry should remain to us, even lines so vapid as some of those in which Ovid sang of love, seems to be more natural, because verses, though they be light, must have been laboured. But these words spoken by Cicero seem almost to ring in our ears as having come to us direct from a man's lips. We see the anger gathering on the brow of Hortensius, followed by a look of acknowledged defeat. We see the startled attention of the judges, as they begin to feel that in this case they must depart from their intended purpose. We can understand how Caecilius cowered and found consolation in being relieved from his task. We can fancy how Verres suffered, Verres whom no shame could have touched, when all his bribes were becoming inefficient under the hands of the orator. Cicero was chosen for the task, and then the real work began. The work, as he did it, was certainly beyond the strength of any ordinary advocate. It was necessary that he should proceed to Sicily to obtain the evidence which was to be collected over the whole island. He must rate up, too, all the previous details of the life of this robber. He must be thoroughly prepared to meet the schemers on every point. He asked for 110 days for the purpose of getting up his case, but he took only 50. We must imagine that, as he became more thoroughly versed in the intrigues of his adversaries, new lights came upon him. Were he to use the whole time allotted to him, or even half the time, and then make such an exposition of the criminal as he would delight to do were he to indulge himself with that perpetua oratio of which we hear, then the trial would be protracted till the coming of certain public games, during which the courts would not sit. There seem to have been 3 sets of games in his way: a special set for this year to be given by Pompey, which were to last 15 days, then the Ludi Romani, which were continued for 9 days. Soon after that would come the games in honour of victory, so soon that an adjournment over them would be obtained as a matter of course. In this way the trial would be thrown over into the next year, when Hortensius and one Metellus would be consuls, and another Metellus would be the praetor, controlling the judgment seats. Glabrio was praetor for this present year. In Glabrio Cicero could put some trust. With Hortensius and the 2 Metelluses in power, Verres would be as good as acquitted. Cicero therefore had to be on the alert, so that in this unexpected way, by sacrificing his own grand opportunity for a speech, he might conquer the schemers. We hear how he went to Sicily in a little boat from an unknown port, so as to escape the dangers contrived for him by the friends of Verres. If it could be arranged that the clever advocate should be kidnapped by a pirate, what a pleasant way would that be of putting an end to these abominable reforms! Let them get rid of Cicero, if only for a time, and the plunder might still be divided. Against all this he had to provide. When in Sicily he travelled sometimes on foot for the sake of caution, never with the retinue to which he was entitled as a Roman senator. As a Roman senator he might have demanded free entertainment at any town he entered, at great cost to the town; but from all this he abstained, and hurried back to Rome with his evidence so quickly that he was able to produce it before the judges, so as to save the adjournments which he feared. Verres retired from the trial, pleading guilty, after hearing the evidence. Of the witnesses and of the manner in which they told the story we have no account. The second speech which we have, the Divinatio, or speech against Caecilius having been the first, is called the Actio Prima contra Verem, the first process against Verres. This is almost entirely confined to an exhortation to the judges. Cicero had made up his mind to make no speech about Verres till after the trial should be over.
there would not be the requisite time. The evidence he must bring forward, and he would so appall these corrupt judges that they should not dare to acquit the accused. This Actio Prima contains the words in which he did appall the judges. As we read them, we pity the judges. There were 14 whose names we know. That there may have been many more is probable. There was the praetor urbanus of the day, Glabrio. With him were Metellus, one of the praetors for the next year, and Caesonius, who with Cicero himself was aedile designate. There were 3 tribunes of the people and 2 military tribunes. There was a Servilius, a Catulus, a Marcellus. Whom among these he suspected we can hardly say. Certainly he suspected Metellus. To Servilius he paid an ornate compliment in one of the written orations published after the trial was over, from whence we may suppose that he was well inclined towards him. Of Glabrio he spoke well. The body, as a body, was of such a nature that he found it necessary to appall them. It is thus that he begins: "Not by human wisdom, O ye judges, but by chance, and by the aid, as it were, of the gods themselves, an event has come to pass by which the hatred now felt for your order, and the infamy attached to the judgment seat, may be appeased. For an opinion has gone abroad, disgraceful to the republic, full of danger to yourselves, which is in the mouths of all men, not only here in Rome, but through all nations, that by these courts, as they are now constituted, a man, if he be only rich enough, will never be condemned, though he be ever so guilty." What an exordium with which to begin a forensic pleading before a bench of judges, composed of praetors, aediles, and coming consuls! And this at a time too when men's minds were still full of Sulla's power, when some were thinking that they too might be Sulla's, when the idea was still strong that a few nobles ought to rule the Roman Empire for their own advantage and their own luxury. What words to address a Metellus, a Catulus, and a Marcellus! "I have brought before you such a wretch," he goes on to say, "that by a just judgment upon him you can recover your favour with the people of Rome, and your credit with other nations. This is a trial in which you indeed will have to judge this man who is accused, but in which also the Roman people will have to judge you. By what is done to him will be determined whether a man who is guilty and at the same time rich can possibly be condemned in Rome. If the matter goes amiss here, all men will declare, not that better men should be selected out of your order, which would be impossible, but that another order of citizens must be named from which to select the judges." This short speech was made. The witnesses were examined during 9 days. Then Hortensius, with hardly a struggler to reply, gave way, and Verres stood condemned by his own verdict. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Life of Cicero, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Life of Cicero, Volume 1, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 6, Verres, Part 2. When the trial was over, and Verres had consented to go into exile and to pay whatever fine was demanded, the Perpetua Oratio, which Cicero thought good to make on the matter, was published to the world. It is written as though it was to have been spoken, with counterfeit tricks of oratory, with some tricks so well done in the first part of it as to have made one think that, when these special words were prepared, he must have intended to speak them. It has been agreed, however, that such was not the case. It consists of a narration of the villainies of Verres, and is divided into what have been called 5 different speeches, to which the following appellations are given. De Praetura Urbana, in which we are told what Verres did when he was city praetor, and very many things also which he did before he came to that office. De Jurisdictione Siciliensi, in which is described his conduct as a Roman magistrate on the island; De Re Frumentaria, setting forth the abomination of his exactions in regard to the corn tax; De Signis, detailing the robberies he perpetuated in regard to statues and other ornaments; and De Suppliciis, giving an account of the murders he committed and the tortures he inflicted. A question is sometimes mooted in conversation whether or no the general happiness of the world has been improved by increasing civilization. When the reader finds from these stories, as told by a leading Roman of the day, how men were treated under the Roman oligarchy, not only Greek allies but Romans also, I think he will be inclined to answer the question in favour of civilization. I can only give a few of the many little histories which have been preserved for us in this Actio Secunda, but perhaps these few may suffice to show how a great Roman officer could demean himself in his government. Of the doings of Verres before he went to Sicily I will select two. It became his duty on one occasion, a job which he seems to have sought for purpose of rapine, to go to Lampascus, a town in Asia, as lieutenant or legate for Dolabella, who then had command in Asia. Lampascus was on the Hellespont, an allied town of specially good repute. Here he is put up as a guest, with all the honours of a Roman officer, at the house of a citizen named Janitor. But he heard that another citizen, one Philodamus, had a beautiful daughter, an article with which we must suppose that Janitor was not equally well supplied. Verres, determined to get at the lady, orders that his creature Rubrius shall be quartered at the house of Philodamus. Philodamus, who from his rank was entitled to be burdened only with the presence of leading Romans, grumbles at this, but having grumbled, consents, and having consented, does the best to make his house comfortable. He gives a great supper, at which the Romans eat and drink, and purposely create a tumult. Verres, we understand, was not there. The intention is that the girl shall be carried away and brought to him. In the middle of their cups the father is desired to produce his daughter, but this he refuses to do. Rubrius then orders the doors to be closed, and proceeds to ransack the house. Philodamus, who will not stand this, fetches his son, and calls his fellow citizens around him. Rubrius succeeds in pouring boiling water over his host, but in the row the Romans get the worst of it. At last one of Verres' lictors, absolutely a Roman lictor, is killed, and the woman is not carried off. The man at least bore the outward signs of a lictor, but according to Cicero was in the pay of Verres as his pimp. So far Verres fails, and the reader, rejoicing at the courage of the father who could protect his own house even against Romans, begins to feel some surprise that this case should have been selected. So far the lieutenant had not done the mischief he had intended, but he soon avenges his failure. He induces Dolabella, his chief, to have Philodamus and his son carried off to Laodicea, and there tried before Nero, the then proconsul, for killing the sham lictor. They are tried at Laodicea before Nero, Verres himself sitting as one of the judges, and are condemned. Then in the marketplace of the town, in the presence of each other, the father and son are beheaded, a thing, as Cicero says, very sad for all Asia to behold. All this had been done some years ago, and nevertheless Verres had been chosen praetor and sent to Sicily to govern the Sicilians. When Verres was praetor at Rome, the year before he was sent to Sicily, it became his duty, or rather privilege as he found it, to see that a certain temple of Castor in the city was given up in proper condition by the executors of a defunct citizen who had taken a contract for keeping it in repair. This man, whose name had been Junius, left a son, who was a Junius also, under age, with a large fortune in charge of various trustees, tutors as they were called, whose duty it was to protect the heir's interests. Verres, knowing of old that no property was so easily preyed on as that of a minor, sees at once that something may be done with the temple of Castor. The heir took oath, and to the extent of his property he was bound to keep the edifice in good repair. But Verres, when he made an inspection, finds everything to be in more than usually good repair. There is not a scratch on the roof of which he can make use. Nothing has been allowed to go astray. Then one of his dogs, for he had boasted to his friend Ligur that he always went about with dogs to search out his game for him, suggested that some of the columns were out of the perpendicular. Verres does not know what this means, but the dog explains. All columns are, in fact, by strict measurement, more or less out of the perpendicular, as we are told that all eyes squint a little, though we do not see that they squint. But as columns ought to be perpendicular, here was a matter on which he might go to work. He does go to work. The trustees, knowing their man, knowing also that in the present condition of Rome it was impossible to escape from an unjust praetor without paying largely, went to his mistress and endeavoured to settle the matter with her. Here we have an amusing picture of the way in which the affairs of the city were carried on in that lady's establishment, how she had her levy, took her bribes, and drove a lucrative trade. Doing, however, no good with her, the trustees settled with an agent to pay Verres 200,000 sesterces to drop the affair. This was something under £2,000. But Verres repudiated the arrangement with scorn. He could do much better than that with such a temple and such a miner. He puts the repairs up to auction, and refusing a bid from the trustees themselves, the very persons who are the most interested in getting the work done, if there were work to do, has it knocked down to himself for 560,000 sesterces, or about £5,000. Then we are told how he had the pretended work done by the putting up of a rough crane. No real work is done, no new stones are brought, no money is spent. That is the way in which Verres filled his office as Praetor Urbanus, but it does not seem that any public notice is taken of his iniquities as long as he confined himself to little jobs such as this. Then we come to the affairs of Sicily, and the long list of robberies is commenced by which that province was made desolate. It seems that nothing gave so grand a scope to the greed of a public functionary who was at the same time governor and judge as disputed wills. It was not necessary that any of the persons concerned should dispute the will among them. Given the facts that a man had died and left property behind him, then Verres would find means to drag the heir into court, and either frighten him into payment of a bribe, or else rob him of his inheritance. Before he left Rome for the province, he heard that a large fortune had been left to one Dio, on condition that he should put up certain statues in the marketplace. It was not uncommon for a man to desire the reputation of adorning his own city, but to choose that the expense should be borne by his heir rather than by himself. Failing to put up the statues, the heir was required to pay a fine to Venus Erycina, to enrich, that is, the worship of that goddess, who had a favourite temple under Mount Eryx. The statues had been duly erected. But nevertheless, here there was an opening. So Verres goes to work, and in the name of Venus brings an action against Dio. The verdict is given, not in favour of Venus, but in favour of Verres. This manner of paying honour to the gods, and especially to Venus, was common in Sicily. 2 sons received a fortune from their father, with the condition that, if some special thing were not done, a fine should be paid to Venus. The man had been dead 20 years. But the dogs which the praetor kept were very sharp, and, distant as was the time, found out the clause. Action is taken against the 2 sons, who indeed gain their case, but they gain it by a bribe so enormous that they are ruined men. There was one Heraclius, the son of Hiero, a nobleman of Syracuse, who received a legacy amounting to 3 million sesterces, we will say £24,000, from a relative, also a Heraclius. He had, too, a house full of handsome silver plate, silk and hangings, and valuable slaves. A man dives equum, dives pictae vestis et auri. Verres heard, of course. He had by this time taken some Sicilian dogs into his service, men of Syracuse, and had learned from them that there was a clause in the will of the elder Heraclius that certain statues should be put up in the gymnasium of the city. They undertake to bring forward servants of the gymnasium who should say that the statues were never properly erected. Cicero tells us how Verres went to work, now in this court, now in that, breaking all the laws as to Sicilian jurisdiction, but still proceeding under the pretence of law, till he got everything out of the wretch, not only all the legacies from Heraclius, but every shilling and every article left to the man by his father. There is a pretence of giving some of the money to the town of Syracuse, but for himself he takes all the valuables, the Corinthian vases, the purple hangings, what slaves he chooses. Then everything else is sold by auction. How he divided the spoil with the Syracusans, and then quarrelled with them, and how he lied as to the share taken by himself, will all be found in Cicero's narrative. Heraclius was of course ruined. For the stories of Epicrates and Sopater I must refer the reader to the oration. In that of Sopater there is the peculiarity that Verres managed to get paid by everybody all round. The story of Sthenius is so interesting that I cannot pass it by. Sthenius was a man of wealth and high standing, living at Therma in Sicily, with whom Verres often took up his abode, for as governor he travelled much about the island, always in pursuit of plunder. Sthenius had his house full of beautiful things. Of all these Verres possessed himself, some by begging, some by demanding, and some by absolute robbery. Sthenius, grieved as he was to find himself pillaged, bore all this. The man was Roman praetor, and injuries such as these had to be endured. At Therma, however, in the public place of the city, there were some beautiful statues. For these Verres longed, and desired his host to get them for him. Sthenius declared that this was impossible. The statues had, under peculiar circumstances, been recovered by Scipio Africanus from Carthage, and been restored by the Roman general to the Sicilians, from whom they had been taken, and had been erected at Therma. There was a peculiarly beautiful figure of Stesichorus the poet, as an old man bent double, with a book in his hand, a very glorious work of art, and there was a goat, in bronze probably, as to which Cicero is at the pains of telling us that even he, unskilled as he was in such matters, could see its charms. No one had sharper eyes for such pretty ornaments than Cicero, or a more decided taste for them. But as Hortensius, his rival and opponent in this case, had taken a marble sphinx from Verres, he thought it expedient to show how superior he was to such matters. There was probably something of joke in this, as his predilections would no doubt be known to those he was addressing. In the matter, Sthenius was incorruptible, and not even the praetor could carry them away without his aid. Cicero, who is very warm in praise of Sthenius, declares that here at last Verres had found one town, the only one in the world, from which he was unable to carry away something of the public property by force, or stealth, or open command, or favour. The governor was so disgusted with this that he abandoned Sthenius, leaving the house which he had plundered of everything, and betook himself to that of one Agathenus, who had a beautiful daughter, Calidama, who with her husband Dorotheus lived with her father. They were enemies of Sthenius, and we are given to understand that Verres ingratiated himself with them partly for the sake of Calidama, who seems very quickly to have been given up to him, and partly that he might instigate them to bring actions against Sthenius. This is done with great success, so that Sthenius is forced to run away and betake himself, winter as it was, across the seas to Rome. It has already been told that when he was at Rome, an action was brought against him by Verres for having run away when he was under judgment, in which Cicero defended him, and in which he was acquitted. In the teeth of his acquittal, Verres persecuted the man by every form of law which came to his hands as praetor, but always in opposition to the law. There is an audacity about the man's proceedings, in his open contempt for the laws which it was his special duty to carry out, making us feel how confident he was that he could carry everything before him in Rome by means of his money. By robbery and concealing his robberies, by selling his judgments in such a way that he should maintain some reticence by ordinary precaution, he might have made much money, as other governors had done. But he resolved that it would pay him better to rob everywhere openly, and then, when the day of reckoning came, to buy the judges wholesale. As to shame at such doings, there was no such feelings left among Romans. Before he comes to the story of Sthenius, Cicero makes a grandly ironical appeal to the bench before him. "Yes, O judges, keep this man, keep him in the state, spare him, preserve him, so that he too may sit with us as a judge here, so that he too may with impartiality advise us as a senator what may be best for us as to peace and war. Not that we need trouble ourselves as to his senatorial duties. His authority would be nothing. When would he dare, or when would he care, to come among us? Unless it might be the idle month of February, when would a man so idle, so debauched, show himself in the Senate house? Let him come and show himself. Let him advise us to attack the Cretans, to pronounce the Greeks of Byzantium free, to declare Ptolemy king. Let him speak and vote as Hortensius may direct. This will have but little effect upon our lives or our property. But beyond this there is something we must look to, something that would be distrusted, something that every good man has to fear. If by chance this man should escape out of our hands, he would have to sit there upon that bench and be a judge. He would be called upon to pronounce on the lives of Roman citizens. He would be the right-hand officer in the army of this man here, of this man who is striving to be the lord and ruler of our judgment seats. The people of Rome at least refuse this. This at least cannot be endured. The third of these narratives tells us how Verres managed in his province that provision of corn for the use of Rome, the collection of which made the possession of Sicily so important to the Romans. He begins with telling his readers, as he does too frequently, how great and peculiar is the task he has undertaken, and he uses an argument of which we cannot but admit the truth, though we doubt whether any modern advocate would dare to put it forward. We must remember, however, that Romans were not accustomed to be shamefaced in praising themselves. What Cicero says of himself, all others said also of themselves, only Cicero could say it better than others. He reminds us that he who accuses another of any crime is bound to be especially free from that crime himself. Would you charge any one as a thief? You must be clear from any suspicion of even desiring another man's property. Have you brought a man up for malice or cruelty? Take care that you be not found hard-hearted. Have you called a man a seducer or an adulterer? Be sure that your own life shows no trace of such vices. Whatever you would punish in another, that you must avoid yourself. A public accuser would be intolerable, or even a caviller, who should inveigh against sins for which he himself is called in question. But in this man I find all wickednesses combined. There is no lust, no iniquity, no shamelessness, of which his life does not supply us with ample evidence. The nature of the difficulty to which Cicero is thus subjected is visible enough. As Verres is all that is bad, so must he, as accuser, be all that is good, which is more, we should say, than any man would choose to declare of himself. But he is equal to the occasion. In regard to this man, O judges, I lay down for myself the law as I have stated it. I must so live that I must clearly seem to be, and always have been, the very opposite of this man, not only in my words and deeds, but as to that arrogance and impudence which you see in him. Then he shows how opposite he is to Verres, at any rate in impudence. I am not sorry to see, he goes on to say, that that life which has always been the life of my own choosing has now been made a necessity to me by the law which I have laid down for myself. Mr. Pecksniff spoke of himself in the same way, but no one, I think, believed him. Cicero probably was believed. But the most wonderful thing is that his manner of life justified what he said of himself. When others of his own order were abandoned to lust, iniquity, and shamelessness, he lived in purity, with clean hands, doing good as far as was in his power to those around him. A laugh will be raised at his expense in regard to that assertion of his that, even in the matter of arrogance, his conduct should be the opposite of that of Verres. But this will come because I have failed to interpret accurately the meaning of those words. Oris oculorumque illa contumacia ac superbia quam videtis. Verres, as we can understand, had carried himself during the trial with a bragging, brazen, bold face, determined to show no shame as to his own doings. It is in this, which was a matter of manner and taste, that Cicero declares that he will be the man's opposite, as well as in conduct. As to the ordinary boastings, by which it has to be acknowledged that Cicero sometimes disgusts his readers, it will be impossible for us to receive a just idea of his character, without remembering that it was the custom of a Roman to boast. We wait to have good things said of us, or are supposed to wait. The Roman said them of himself. The veni, vidi, vici was the ordinary mode of expression in those times, and in earlier times among the Greeks. This is distasteful to us, and it will probably be distasteful to those who come after us, 200 or 300 years hence, that this or that British statesman should have made himself an Earl or a Knight of the Garter. Now it is thought by many to be proper enough. It will shock men in future days that great peers or rich commoners should have bargained for ribbons and lieutenancies and titles. Now it is the way of the time. Though virtue and vice may be said to remain the same from all time to all time, the latitudes allowed and the deviations encouraged in this or the other age must be considered before the character of a man can be discovered. The boastings of Cicero have been preserved for us. We have to bethink ourselves that his words are 2000 years old. There is such a touch of humanity in them, such a feeling of latter-day civilization and almost of Christianity, that we are apt to condemn what remains in them of paganism, as though they were uttered yesterday. When we come to the coarseness of his attacks, his descriptions of Piso by and by, his abuse of Gabinius and his invectives against Antony, when we read his altered opinions as shown in the period of Caesar's dominion, his flattery of Caesar when in power, and his exultations when Caesar has been killed, when we find that he could be coarse in his language, and a bully, and servile, for it has all to be admitted, we have to reflect under what circumstances, under what surroundings, and for what object were used the words which displease us. Speaking before the full court at this trial, he dared to say he knew how to live as a man and to carry himself as a gentleman. As men and gentlemen were then, he was justified. The description of Verres's rapacity in regard to the corn tax is long and complex, and need hardly be followed at length, unless by those who desire to know how the iniquity of such a one could make the most of an imposition which was in itself very bad, and pile up the burden till the poor province was unable to bear it. There were three kinds of imposition as to corn. The first, called the decumanum, was simply a tithe. The producers through the island had to furnish Rome with 1/10 of their produce, and it was the praetor's duty, or rather that of the quaestor under the praetor, to see that the tithe was collected. How Verres saw to this himself, and how he treated the Sicilian husbandman in regard to the tithe, is so told that we are obliged to give the man credit for an infinite fertility of resources. Then there is the emptum, or corn bought for the use of Rome, of which there were two kinds. A second tithe had to be furnished at a price fixed by the Roman Senate, which price was considered to be below that of its real value. And then 800,000 bushels were purchased, or nominally purchased, at a price which was also fixed by the Senate, but which was nearer to the real value. 3 sesterces a bushel for the first, and 4 for the last, were the prices fixed at this time. For making these payments, vast sums of money were remitted to Verres, of which the accounts were so kept that it was hard to say whether any found its way into the hands of the farmers, who undoubtedly furnished the corn. The third corn tax was the aestimatum. This consisted of a certain fixed quantity which had to be supplied to the praetor for the use of his governmental establishment, to be supplied either in grain or in money. What such a one as Verres would do with this, the reader may conceive. All this was of vital importance to Rome. Sicily and Africa were the granaries from which Rome was supplied with its bread. To get supplies from a province was necessary. Rich men have servants, in order that they may live at ease themselves. So it was with the Romans, to whom the provinces acted as servants. It was necessary to have a sharp agent, some proconsul or propraetor, but when there came one so sharp as Verres, all power of recreating supplies would for a time be destroyed. Even Cicero boasted that in a time of great scarcity he, being the quaestor in Sicily, had sent extraordinary store of corn over to the city. But he had so done it as to satisfy all who were concerned. Verres, in his corn dealings with the Sicilians, had a certain friend, companion, and minister, one of his favourite dogs, perhaps we may call him, named Apronius, whom Cicero specially describes. The description I must give, because it is so powerful, because it shows us how one man could in those days speak of another in open court before all the world, because it affords us an instance of the intensity of hatred which the orator could throw into his words, but I must hide it in the original language, as I could not translate it without offence. In verem, Actio Secunda, Book 3, 9. Latin text follows, from Is erat Apronius ille, to In convivio saltare nudus coeperat. End of footnote. Then we have a book devoted to the special pillage of statues and other ornaments, which, for the genius displayed in story-telling, is perhaps of all the Verrine narrations the most amusing. The Greek people had become in a peculiar way devoted to what we generally call art. We are much given to the collecting of pictures, china, bronze, and marbles, partly from love of such things, partly from pride in ornamenting our houses so as to excite the admiration of others, partly from a feeling that money so invested is not badly placed with a view to future returns. All these feelings operated with the Greeks to a much greater extent. Investment in consols and railway shares were not open to them. Money they used to lend at usury, no doubt, but with a great chance of losing it. The Greek colonists were industrious, were covetous, and prudent. From this it had come to pass that, as they made their way about the world, to the cities which they established round the Mediterranean, they collected in their new homes great store of ornamental wealth. This was done with much profusion at Syracuse, a Greek city in Sicily, and spread from there over the whole island. The temples of the gods were filled with the works of the great Greek artists, and every man of note had his gallery. That Verres, hog as he is described to have been, had a passion for these things is manifest to us. He came to his death at last in defence of some favourite images. He had returned to Rome by means of Caesar's amnesty, and Mark Antony had him murdered because he would not surrender some treasures of art. When we read the De Signis about statues, we are led to imagine that the search after these things was the chief object of the man throughout his 3 years of office, as we have before been made to suppose that all his mind and time had been devoted to the cheating of the Sicilians in the matter of corn. But though Verres loved these trinkets, it was not altogether for himself that he sought them. Only 1/3 of his plunder was for himself. Senators, judges, advocates, consuls, and praetors could be bribed with articles of virtue as well as with money. There are 11 separate stories told of these robberies. I will give very shortly the details of one or two. There was one Marcus Haeus, a rich citizen of Messana, in whose house Verres took great delight. Messana itself was very useful to him, and the Mamertines, as the people of Messana were called, were his best friends in all Sicily, for he made Messana the depot of his plunder, and there he caused to be built at the expense of the government an enormous ship, called the Cybeia, in which his treasures were carried out of the island. He therefore specially favoured Messana, and the district of Messana was supposed to have been scourged with him with lighter rods than those used elsewhere in Sicily. But this man Haeus had a chapel, very sacred, in which were preserved 4 specially beautiful images. There was a Cupid by Praxiteles, and a bronze Hercules by Myro, and 2 Canephori by Polycletus. These were treasures which all the world came to see, and which were open to be seen by all the world. These Verres took away, and caused accounts to be forged in which it was made to appear that he had bought them for trifling sums. It seems that some forced assent had been obtained from Caius as to the transaction. Now there was a plan in vogue for making things pleasant for a proconsul retiring from his government, in accordance with which a deputation would proceed from the province to Rome to declare how well and kindly the proconsul had behaved in his government. The allies, even when they had been, as it were, skinned alive by their governor, were constrained to send their deputations. Deputations were got up in Sicily from Messana and Syracuse, and with the others from Messana came this man Caius. Caius did not wish to tell about his statues, but he was asked questions and was forced to answer. Cicero informs us how it all took place. "He was a man," he said, this is what Cicero tells us that Caius said, "who was well esteemed in his own country, and would wish you, you judges, to think well of his religious spirit and of his personal dignity. He had come here to praise Verres, because he had been required to do so by his fellow citizens. He, however, had never kept things for sale in his own house, and had he been left to himself, nothing would have induced him to part with the sacred images which had been left to him by his ancestors as the ornaments of his own chapel. Nevertheless, he had come to praise Verres, and would have held his tongue had it been possible." Cicero finishes his catalogue by telling us of the manifold robberies committed by Verres in Syracuse, especially from the temples of the gods; and he begins his account of the Syracusan iniquities by drawing a parallel between two Romans whose names were well known in that city, Marcellus, who had besieged it as an enemy and taken it, and Verres, who had been sent to govern it in peace. Marcellus had saved the lives of the Syracusans. Verres had made the forum to run with their blood. The harbour which had held its own against Marcellus, as we may read in our Livy, had been wilfully opened by Verres to Cilician pirates. This Syracuse, which had been so carefully preserved by its Roman conqueror, the most beautiful of all the Greek cities on the face of the earth, so beautiful that Marcellus had spared to it all its public ornaments, had been stripped bare by Verres. There was the temple of Minerva, from which he had taken all the pictures. There were the doors to this temple of such beauty that books had been written about them. He stripped the ivory ornaments from them, and the golden balls with which they had been made splendid. He tore from them the head of the Gorgon, and carried it away, leaving them to be rude doors, Goth that he was. And he took the Sappho from the Prytaneum, the work of Silanion, a thing of such beauty that no other man can have the like of it in his own private house, yet Verres has it, a man hardly fit to carry such a work of art as a burden, not possess it as a treasure of his own. "What, too," he says, "have you not stolen Paean from the temple of Aesculapius, a statue so remarkable for its beauty, so well known for the worship attached to it, that all the world has been wont to visit it? What, has not the image of Aristaeus been taken by you from the temple of Bacchus? Have you not even stolen the statue of Jupiter Imperator, so sacred in the eyes of all men, that Jupiter which the Greeks call Urios? You have not hesitated to rob the temple of Proserpina of the lovely head in Parian marble." Then Cicero speaks of the worship due to all these gods, as though he himself believed in their godhead. As he had begun this chapter with the Mamertines of Messana, so he ends it with an address to them. "It is well that you should come, you alone out of all the provinces, and praise Verres here in Rome. But what can you say for him? Was it not your duty to have built a ship for the Republic? You have built none such, but have constructed a huge private transport vessel for Verres. Have you not been exempted from your tax on corn? Have you not been exempted in regard to naval and military recruits? Have you not been the receptacle of all his stolen goods? They will have to confess, these Mamertines, that many a ship laden with his spoils has left their port, and especially this huge transport ship which they built for him." In the De Suppliciis, the treatment about punishments, as the last division of this process is called, Cicero tells the world how Verres extracted vengeance from those who were opposed to him, and with what horrid cruelty he raged against his enemies. The stories indeed are very dreadful. It is harrowing to think that so evil a man should have been invested with powers so great for so bad a purpose. But that which strikes a modern reader most is the sanctity attached to the name of a Roman citizen, and the audacity with which the Roman proconsul disregarded that sanctity. Cives Romanus is Cicero's cry from the beginning to the end. No doubt he is addressing himself to Romans and seeking popularity, as he always did, but nevertheless the demands made upon the outside world at large by the glory of that appellation are astonishing, even when put forward on such an occasion as this. One Gavius escapes from a prison in Syracuse, and, making his way to Messana, foolishly boasts that he would be soon over in Italy, out of the way of Praetor Verres and his cruelties. Verres, unfortunately, is in Messana, and soon hears from some of his friends, the Mamertines, what Gavius was saying. He at once orders Gavius to be flogged in public. Cives Romanus sum, exclaims Gavius, no doubt truly. It suits Verres to pretend to disbelieve this, and to declare that the man is a runagate slave. The poor wretch still cries Cives Romanus, and trusts alone to that appeal. Whereupon Verres puts up a cross on the seashore, and has the man crucified in sight of Italy, so that he should be able to see the country of which he is so proud. Whether he had done anything to deserve crucifixion, or flogging, or punishment at all, we are not told. The accusation against Verres is not for crucifying the man, but for crucifying the Roman. It is on this occasion that Cicero uses the words which have become proverbial as to the iniquity of this proceeding. Footnote: In verem Actio Secunda, Book 5, 66. Facinus est vinciri civem Romanum, scelus verberari, prope parricidium necari, quid dicam in crucem. End of footnote. During the telling of this story he explains this doctrine, claiming for the Roman citizen all the world over some such protection as Freemasons are supposed to give each other, whether known or unknown. Men of straw, he says, of no special birth, go about the world. They resort to places they have never seen before, where they know none, and none know them. Here, trusting to their claim solely, they feel themselves to be safe, not only where our magistrates are to be found, who are bound both by law and by opinion, not only among other Roman citizens who speak their language and follow the same customs, but abroad, over the whole world, they find this to be sufficient protection. Then he goes on to say that if any praetor may at his will put aside this sanctity, all the provinces, all the kingdoms, all the free states, all the world abroad will very soon lose the feeling. But the most remarkable story is that told of a certain pirate captain. Verres had been remiss in regard to the pirates, very cowardly indeed, if we are to believe Cicero. Piracy in the Mediterranean was at that time a terrible drawback to trade, that piracy that a year or two afterward Pompey was effectual in destroying. A governor in Sicily had, among other special duties, to keep a sharp lookout for the pirates. This Verres omitted so entirely that these scourges of the sea soon learned that they might do almost as they pleased on the Sicilian coasts. But it came to pass that on one day a pirate vessel fell by accident into the hands of the governor's officers. It was not taken, Cicero says, but was so overladen that it was picked up almost sinking. It was found to be full of fine handsome men, of silver both plated and coined, and precious stuffs. Though not taken, it was found, and carried into Syracuse. Syracuse is full of the news, and the first demand is that the pirates, according to Roman custom, shall all be killed. But this does not suit Verres. The slave markets of the Roman Empire are open, and there are men among the pirates whom it will suit him better to sell than to kill. There are 6 musicians, symphoniacas homines, whom he sends as a present to a friend at Rome. But the people of Syracuse are very much in earnest. They are too sharp to be put off with pretences, and they count the number of slaughtered pirates. There are only some useless, weak, ugly old fellows beheaded from day to day, and being well aware how many men it must have taken to row and manage such a vessel, they demand that the full crew shall be brought to the block. There is nothing in victory more sweet, says Cicero, no evidence more sure, than to see those whom you did fear, but have now got the better of, brought out to tortures or death. Verres is so much frightened by the resolution of the citizens, that he does not dare to neglect their wishes. There are lying in the prisons of Syracuse a lot of prisoners, Roman citizens, of whom he is glad to rid himself. He has them brought out, with their heads wrapped up, so that they shall not be known, and has them beheaded instead of the pirates. A great deal is said, too, about the pirate captain, the arch-pirate, as he is called. There seems to have been some money dealings personally between him and Verres, on account of which Verres kept him hidden. At any rate, the arch-pirate was saved. In such a manner this celebrated victory is managed. The pirate ship is taken, and the chief pirate is allowed to escape. The musicians are sent to Rome. The men who are good-looking and young are taken to the praetor's house. As many Roman citizens as will fill their places are carried out as public enemies, and are tortured and killed. All the gold and silver and precious stuffs are made a prize of by Verres. Such are the accusations brought against this wonderful man, the truth of which has, I think, on the whole, been admitted. The picture of Roman life which it displays is wonderful, that such atrocities should have been possible, and equally so of provincial subjection, that such cruelties should have been endured. But in it all the greatest wonder is that there should have risen up a man so determined to take the part of the weak against the strong, with no reward before him, apparently with no other prospect than that of making himself odious to the party to which he belonged. Cicero was not a Gracchus, anxious to throw himself into the arms of the people. He was an oligarch by conviction, born to oligarchy, bred to it, convinced that by it alone could the Roman Republic be preserved. But he was convinced also that unless these oligarchs could be made to do their duty, the Republic could not stand. Therefore it was that he dared to defy his own brethren, and to make the acquittal of Verres an impossibility. I should be inclined to think that the day on which Hortensius threw up the sponge, and Verres submitted to banishment and fine, was the happiest in the orator's life. Verres was made to pay a fine which was very insufficient for his crimes, and then to retire into comfortable exile. From this he returned to Rome when the Roman exiles were amnestied, and was shortly afterward murdered by Antony, as has been told before. End of chapter 6.